Good evening and welcome to the public portion of our October 26th MDUSD board meeting. And we do have quite a few folks in the room. We are continuing to evolve with our public comment. And so what we'll be doing this evening, we'll ask everyone who just came in for public comment if they'll please go on mute. And what we're going to do is when we get to that particular item, we'll ask them to go ahead and make a comment on that item, as opposed to doing it all under general public comment, which is item 8.1. So 8.1 will be for items that are not on the agenda. For everything else that is on the agenda, we're going to ask our participants to go ahead and speak to that item when it comes up, and they'll be able to notify Ms. Juranek via the chat if there's a particular item that they're waiting to speak on. So we will see how that goes. So we'll go ahead and what we'll do, I'll ask everyone to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We will begin with roll call, and Student Board Rep Michelle Alas.
Here.
Okay. Ms. Mason.
Here.
Ms. Cound.
Here.
Ms. Durkee.
Here.
Ms. Mayo.
Here.
I am here as well. That makes 6 of us. And so for those of you who perhaps have not been at our last few meetings, we now have a student board rep, and this is something we're very excited about, and it's taking place in other districts in California as well. And she will have the ability to cast what is deemed like a preferential vote. So it's showing her preference. It is not binding. So she is not, it doesn't, even if we had a tie in some instances, she would not be able to break it. So it's a preferential vote. And she does have the ability to make motions and second motions and participate fully and outside of confidential matters. So we're very excited to have her. And so with that, let me go ahead and I will report out of closed session. So under negotiations, so the board received information and gave direction under item 7.1 negotiations. We did item 7.2. Staff let us know that they would be bringing that back. Under item 7.3, existing litigation, the board received information from legal counsel. I'm going to come back to 7.4 in a moment. 7.5, the board voted 5-0 on the readmission of student 4-20 to regular schools in the MDUSD. On 7.6, the board also received information from legal counsel. And on returning to 7.4, the public employee performance evaluation regarding the superintendent, what Dr. Clark and the board agreed upon is a set of criteria that we'll use to measure the superintendent's performance. And what we're going to do is that will be published this Friday in his update to the board that's accessible to the public. So we're going to go ahead and publish it there on Friday. And then in our November meeting, we're going to bring that back and have it on the agenda as an informational item. So it's not something that the board will need to vote on, but we'll just be using that to share that information as an informational item in 2 weeks at our next regularly scheduled board meeting. Dr. Clark, anything to add to that, or did I cover it?
No, you did a fantastic job, and I think you hit all the items.
All right, thank you. So now we move to public comment, and for anyone who joined just recently, so public comment in this instance, this is going to be the public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of MDUSD that is not on this agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. So what I would ask is that if there are any speakers right now who are hoping to speak about something that is not on the agenda, and I will give a couple of examples of things that are. The reopening of schools is slated, a presentation and board action on that. And rocket ship, that is on the agenda, so you would not speak to those here. But if there are other items that anyone wants to speak to that aren't on the agenda, now would be the time to let us know. Okay, I am seeing no indications that we have public comment. And so then next we move to communications, district organizations at regular board meetings. A single spokesperson of each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those which are informational. So I look to Dr. Clark and to staff to let me know if we have anyone from a district organization. I'm not aware of one, but do we have anyone from a district organization looking to speak this evening? Okay. I see no indications that we are, so we'll move along here.
I think, Mr. President, I think Ms. Hickey is here waving her hand.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Then Ms. Hickey, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I'd like to tell you how I'm being felt as an employee at Mount Diablo at this time.
Ms. Hickey, I apologize for interrupting you. We're having a very hard time hearing
Working
you.
with students,
You might have to kill your video.
teachers, parents, administrators, and you. This is the first time I feel unrespected. Yes?
We were having a hard time hearing you, so I was suggesting that you turn off the video, which you have done. So let's go
Is
ahead.
that better?
That is much better.
Okay,
So if you'd like
perfect.
to-
Can I start over?
Yes, please, by all means. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, board members. I would like to tell you how I feel being an employee at MUSD at this date. In my 28 years of working with students, teachers, parents, administrators, and you, this is the first time I feel unrespected, used, betrayed, and unwanted. I am angry at myself for allowing you to do this to me just because I care about the students of our district. My passion has always been to make sure the students were put first, sometimes even before my own family. I have made sure they felt secure, wanted, needed, and respected from the time they stepped onto our campus until the time they left. Sometimes offering them rides home after sporting events so that they could play a sport they love. I have been a nurse, a confidant, a storage locker for their clothes, equipment, books, and even a bank to give them money when they needed lunch or transportation home from school when no one could pick them up. This is just a small amount of things CST members in the district do for our students, yet you just keep taking advantage of us because you know we love the students. Several years ago, some of you were on the board when you voted to cut our hours and days to help the district out of the budget deficit, where your administration had blown the money, and now here we are again. This time you have let a superintendent overspend, negotiate highest salaries, which allowed them to move to a higher paying district, hire the first person who came along, again at a higher salary, but could not run the district, whereby you let go with full salary and then hired another one, all within 2 years. Now you face another budget deficit where you have cut jobs, programs, and offered up the golden handshake, all at the expense of employees making less than $55,000. You refuse to do good faith negotiation with CST, and this can be proved.
We'll give it a minute, but we appear to have lost Ms. Hickey's audio.
salaries are $195,000 each, and now you are changing the title of the Food and Nutrition Director of Food to Director of Food Services and Nutrition and Warehouse, and increasing his salary to $135,315. You are adding a cow pads coordinator, a new job title, with a DMA range of 7, which starts at $72,622. An information technology operators manager with a salary of $121,000. And finally, but not last, I'm sure, a maintenance manager at $104,578. Wow. CST has asked for 2 things. 1, you honor our Me Too clause, and 2, a raise so that we can pay our bills and feed our families. However, say no. And one of you stated, I wish CST had settled what CSCA had. I think this was your way of saying you were sorry, because I would hate to believe you have no heart, and this was just another way of being sarcastic. You continue to say you must stay financially solvent, and you are viewing the board approval from the county of tonight. Even the deputy superintendent warned you to stay solvent. But do you think that if you had run these jobs before him, he would have approved them? I am now at the place I feel I must beg you to stop adding directors, managers, etc. to the district offices and start giving respect to the employees that in this pandemic put their lives on the line every day to serve our students. You know you are about to go into a hybrid phase by bringing students back to sites. You will depend on CST to make sure that they are screened and that they are sat with when they are sick, all of which puts us at risk of getting COVID-19. Do you think the chiefs, directors, managers are going to be put in this position where they can be with the public daily to be exposed to COVID-19? This is the message you are sending to us. Our lives do not matter. You are expendable because you do not have a BA, a master's, or a PhD. Your services are replaceable at low cost, which will help us to keep our district solvent. You can make all the speeches you want on how you appreciate us, but that means nothing. Put the money where your mouth is. Pay us if you appreciate us. Only you can lift our morale. I beg you, please put us first for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickey. We move along to item 10.0, recognitions and resolutions. We're at 10.1, which is the review and potential approval of resolution 2021-28, proclaiming recognizing November as Native American Heritage Month. Dr. Clark, did you want to give an introduction to this item?
Absolutely. So we have a resolution that is under up for board consideration, Native American Heritage Month. And as I always do, I'll read the first paragraph and the last paragraph, and then if the board members would like to comment or make any comments, they can do so at that time. So Native American Heritage Month. Whereas this country was home to generations of Native people long before the arrival of European explorers, and each of these tribes had a unique and vibrant culture as well as a system of social order. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District proclaims the month of November as Native American Heritage Month and encourages all schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional materials. Be it further resolved that this resolution be distributed to all schools within the district.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Any questions or comments from the board? I would look for a motion, please.
Mr. President. Oh, go ahead.
I'd look for a motion.
Go ahead, Linda. I move to approve Resolution 20/21-28, declaring November 2020 as Native American Heritage Month.
Okay, and a second.
I'll second.
Oh, go ahead, Sharice. Good.
Okay, motion, Ms. Mayo, second, Ms. Count. Ms. Alas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Count,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And we move along to item 11.1, review and potential approval of classified management position, coordinator of transportation. Dr. Clark?
Yes, and I'm going to turn this over to either Dr. Rubio or Dr. Scudero. Dr. Rubio.
Yes, thank you, board members. Dr. Scudero has asked to introduce our two appointments tonight. So Dr. Scudero, passing it right to you.
You bet. Mount Diablo Unified School District is pleased to announce for your review and potential approval. Chris Lepe has been with the Mount Diablo Unified School District for 3 years. As a vehicle maintenance manager, he has managed our bus garage and has been an integral part in our transportation operations. Before joining MDUSD, Chris came up to us with 21 years automotive management experience from a major automotive retailer, where he learned his management and customer service skills. At MDUSD, Chris has been a vital part in our success in electrifying our fleet with our electric school buses. Safety for our students has been his #1 objective and focus. He continues to grow and expand his knowledge in transportation, as well as customer service. Chris is looking forward to the opportunity as the new transportation coordinator.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, I would look for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the board approve the appointment of Chris Lepe as classified management position, coordinator of transportation.
I'll second that.
Motion, Ms. Mayo. Second, Ms. Mason. Ms. Alas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Congratulations to Chris.
Where is he?
And I believe, is Chris with us?
Yes, he is.
Thought so. Chris, congratulations. If you'd like to introduce yourself, and if there's anyone you would like to say hello and thanks, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Christian Lepe. I go by Chris Lepe. First, I'd like to thank the board for the appointment. I'm grateful and looking forward to the opportunity as the new coordinator of transportation. I'd also like to thank my team back at the yard, mechanics, drivers, schedulers, supervisors, and all the great staff who I've had the opportunity to work with. Lastly, I would like to thank Drs. Clark, Rubio, Gonzalez. I will continue to give you and the students of Mount Diablo my 100%. I thank you all and have a good evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. We're going to do another appointment, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move up item 18.1, which is the review and determination regarding Rocket Ship Futuro Academy charter renewal, because we have a number of young speakers and speakers in general. So we're going to go ahead and move that item up after this next appointment. So we move along to review and potential approval of personnel appointment program specialist district-wide. Dr. Clark.
We have Dr. Scudero who's going to introduce this item as well.
Mount Diablo Unified School District is pleased to announce for your review and potential approval Stavros Gugamas Rubio as the new district-wide program specialist for special education. Stavros is a resource specialist at Foothill Middle School, which includes being department chair. Additionally, his prior high school experience having worked as a resource specialist at Concord High School. Stavros graduated from the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa, with a bachelor's degree in legal theory and international relations, followed by an LLB degree in law. He received his education specialist credential from St. Mary's College of California and has his intern administrative services credential through Touro University in California. Stavros, who is of Greek heritage, was born and raised in South Africa. His professional history includes work as a lawyer, service as an officer in the Air Force, as well as business in the United States. His experience provides a unique perspective on how lack of equity produces inequalities in life chances.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Scudero. Do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I move the appointment of Stavros Gounamis Rubio, sorry, I missed that, as Program Specialist District-wide for Mount Diablo Unified School District.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay.
Go on. Motion, Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mayo. Ms. Elas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Stavros, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And if you'd like to say a few words, and if there's anyone you would like to thank, please go right ahead.
Thank you. Board President Lawrence, members of the board, Dr. Clark, Dr. Gilly, I'm very excited to be here tonight. It's been an incredible journey getting to this place. I'm very excited about the challenges that lie ahead. And I'm very grateful to you all for the opportunity to participate further in our excellent work in Mount Diablo.
Wonderful. Thank you. And we look forward to your contributions. So that completes our public employee appointments. As I mentioned, I'm going to move item, Dr. Clark, if this works for you, I'd like to move item 18.1 up. Are we okay to do that? Great.
That's great.
Okay. And what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead, I'll introduce the item, and then we'll go ahead and take public comment on it. And then we can have the board discussion and staff input on it, but we'll do public comment first. So item 18.1, we're moving up, review and determination regarding rocket ship Futuro Academy charter renewal. So if we would like, Ms. Juranek, we could go ahead and begin public comment on this item, please.
All right. If you would like to make a comment on the rocket ship, please either enter your name in the chat or you can raise your hand and I will go ahead and ask you to unmute. Miss Lonnie, would you please go ahead and unmute?
Yes.
Excuse me, just let me, I wanted to let you know your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you.
You're
Dear
welcome.
staff members of the school board, I'm Lion Del Torre. I'm a founding teacher at Rocket Ship Futuro Academy. Currently, I teach 4th grade. On behalf of the 48 teachers and school staff, I ask that you vote in support of the 5 more years for Rocket Ship Futuro Academy. Through our work side by side with servants, educators, and especially our students and families, I could not be more proud to learn, grow, and impact the community that I was raised in, the Contra Costa County community. Especially in time when our country is facing turmoil, seeing educators come together, share resources, collaborate on problem solving, especially those around tech, and work toward providing our children access to the education they deserve shows that we're not leading with fear, but with purpose. I enjoy being a teacher at Rocket Ship because I'm able to work in an educational setting where relationships are the priority. At Rocket Ship, communication and collaboration are so ingrained across all schools, education departments, and leadership that I'm able to collaborate across collaborate with and get support from a multitude of sources. At Rocket Ship, I'm encouraged to have my first contact with my incoming students be home visits, where I get to know them and their families on an individual level, building repertoire and a base for cultural responsiveness. At Rocket Ship, I'm able to hear the voices of my families, my fellow educators, in regards to how to make our community a better place for our children's holistic development. And it is a place where I know my voice is being heard. The Rocket Ship model, especially during distance learning, utilizes team teaching approach, which personalized instruction is based on student needs. Students experience a full school day with English language arts, math, science, social and emotional community meetings, just to name a few. However, there's always room to grow, to learn, and to achieve. With the cooperation and collaboration with Mount Diablo Unified School District, I know all children will be able to receive the education they deserve when teachers across district and charter schools are encouraged to build partnerships, share educational resources, and support one another. No one teacher, school, or district has the perfect plan to give equitable access to all students. However, it is possible to work together to impart the best practices we've uncovered so far. Together, we can build a brighter futuro. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Ahora voy a interpretar al español.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Vicky will be next, followed
Gracias
by
por
Ms.
su comentario, Ms.
Riascos.
Vicky. Y luego Ms. Friasco.
Good evening, distinguished board members.
Buenas noches,
My
miembros
name
de
is
la
Vicky
Junta.
Escruceria.
Me llamo Vicky
I am
Crucería.
proud to say that this is my
Estoy
third year
orgulloso de
as the
decir
office manager at Rocket Ship Futuro Academy
este es
and
el
my fifth
tercer
year
año en Rocket
as
Ship
a member of the Futuro community.
y también miembro de la
Our Rocketeers
cultura.
who are English learners, I ask
Y
that you vote in support of 5 more
quisiera
years
que
for Rocket
voten
Ship
en
Futuro
favor de
Academy.
5 años más de Rocket Ship.
5 years ago, when
Hace
I
5
started
años,
at Futuro
cuando
Academy,
empecé
I was
en
attracted to the goal
Futuro,
of closing the achievement gap in our
me
lifetime.
dijeron a la Junta
It was refreshing to
y
see an
fue
organization that
interesante
not only recognizes
ver
it,
que
but
nadie
also
podría
has to
reconocer
change it. As an immigrant woman,
como
wife,
inmigrante y
and
mujer,
mother of 2 adult children,
mamá de 2
I know
niños,
firsthand the struggles families go through
yo
to
sé
find their
de
place
la
in a new
lucha que
society,
tienen las familias,
all while doing their best to help their children
todo
succeed
haciendo
in school
lo mejor
and
que
learn the
puedan
language.
bajo el liderazgo.
I see many of these families, like
Veo
me
a
before,
muchas de esas familias
trying to learn and get involved in their
tratando
children's
de
education. So many parents don't know the
aprender
American public education
y
system,
muchos no saben el
but they
sistema de
know what they
educación
want for their
pública,
children.
pero
They
saben
want
qué
a better
quieren
future.
para su
And at
futuro.
Futuro, they can find just that.
Y en futuro pueden
Many parents learn
encontrar
over
eso.
time that education
Muchos
is the
papás
foundation to achieve this dream,
descubren que
and that
pueden
their teachers cannot walk
alcanzar
alone.
el sueño.
Parents need to be right there with
Los
them.
padres de familia tienen que estar al lado de
That's
sus
why
hijos. Por
it gives
eso
me so much pleasure
me
to
da
see
tanto
parents
placer
of English learners discover their potentials as
ver
mentors,
cómo los
not only
estudiantes
their children, but for their
descubren
peers
su
as well.
manera de aprender en futuro.
I see this often in our monthly program
Veo con
called Los Dichos, when parents come to school and they read to the class in English and Spanish and do an activity with the students. Initially, not many families come. I believe they are kind of afraid because of the language barrier. But after they start coming, you can feel and you can see the camaraderie between all families of different origins and countries. This happens every year. And that is why we know this program works. Even the other students start asking their parents to come, and more parents always come. And we can see the progress that those students make in class. Futuro Academy is where we see our English learner community thrive, where parents stay involved day after day, enjoying what they're doing for their children and investing in their own future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. After you speak, you may go ahead and exit the meeting. And next up, we have Ms. Riascos, and then followed by Karen Kalani, and then Gianelli Hernandez.
Before our next speaker, is it possible to fix the translation? Normally we have the translation on a different channel than the English, where people would click interpretation to hear the Spanish translation. Oh, he has selected the Spanish channel. Okay, let's try it. Thank you.
Clarification.
Well, I can talk. Does everyone hear me? That's not good. You should only hear me if you're on the Spanish channel.
No, we are all hearing you.
Okay, let's suspend the translation and only do interpretation when someone needs it, or perhaps by telephone to someone who has a separate telephone line.
Sure. So if anyone is requesting translation, we will certainly make that available.
Can we ask in Spanish here if anyone needs translation?
¿Alguien necesita traducción al español durante esta junta? Parece que no. It seems nobody needs it.
Gracias.
Wonderful. Okay, Ms. Jaranek?
Okay. All right. Paula Riascos, if you're available.
Good night, all members of the board. My name is Paula Riascos, and my son, Santiago Garcia, is in third grade at Rocketship. 2 years ago, he was diagnosed with ADHD. I was concerned, but Rocketship immediately did some testing for my son with a psychologist and developed an IEP. At Rocketship, I found lots of support for him, warm teachers, staff members who are always there at any time, open to listen and ready to help me find the best strategies to support my son. Since his diagnosis, we have all worked together to help my son reach his goals. With the teacher support, his regular IEP, and specialists who works with him individually in his classroom, I noticed incredible progress in his behavior and academically. Since being at Rocketship, he has grown 6 levels. He has 6 reading levels, and it makes me so proud to see him improve in his reading and sight words every day, since his reading was his biggest challenge. Rocketship has made me feel like a part of a family that comes together to support my son. They let parents volunteer as many hours as they want so we can participate in our child's development. I get to learn what my student is learning too and observe the services he's receiving. This is very important to me because it allows me to be part of the special education support my son needs. See it working every day and reinforce it at home. Having been included in every step of the process, I have total confidence in the support he's receiving at Rocketship and the ability of this staff and community to make sure he succeeds and reaches his full potential. Please keep our Rocketship family together. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. And next we have Karuna Kalani, followed by Gianelli Hernandez and Daiwek.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karuna Kalyani Kara, and I'm the mother of the 5th grader and the 3rd grader at Rocketship Future Academy. I'm the president of School Site Council for this past school year, and I'm a member of the Parent Organizing Committee, and I also serve on the East Bay Regional Advisory Board for the Rocketship. The Rocketship East Bay Regional Advisory Board is a group of parents and community members that advise and provide input to regional Rocketship leadership. The board includes parent representatives from each school in the East Bay, typically members of each school site council, but any parent can apply to join the board. We hear presentations and updates about what is going on in our East Bay schools, discuss local community issues that may affect our school communities, and give feedback, advice, and counsel to the Rocketship Regional Director. Each of our schools is unique and serves as a different community, so we work to make sure the needs of each community are heard and addressed. Being a part of Regional Advisory Board has allowed me to represent our Rocketship Future community and advocate for the unique needs of our families. It has also allowed for me to learn about our school model and our work in the community so that I can contribute ideas and make informed suggestions. I do this leadership work for my kids so that they can continue to have a high quality education right around from our home. I have seen the academic progress they have made, the passion and excitement for learning they have developed, and the values of hard work and determination they have learned at Rocketship. In this challenging world that our kids are growing up in, this is the kind of education that we allow them to overcome diversity. So I don't just do this for my own kids, but because I believe in the Rocketship mission and the change we can make in our community for all our kids. Please renew Rocketship so that they can keep serving this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Gianelli Hernandez, followed by Daywick and Santiago Garcia.
Hi.
possible for her to, if you mute your sound? I think if you have it playing and you're talking at the same time. If you mute your speakers.
Maybe you can explain how to do that.
Oh my gosh. I'm not sure
you're
what
not
she's
putting your
on there.
Yeah.
Oh, and we should mute Jose as well. Oh.
I believe they're in the
Okay.
same room, so if
Oh.
if you turn the volume down on one of the computers.
Buenas tardes.
Sí,
así está bien. Ujú.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yaneli y soy mamá de José Hernández. Quiero el día de hoy dar mi testimonio de nuestra experiencia siendo parte de la comunidad de Rocketship Futuro Academy y para pedir su voto para que podamos trabajar juntos 5 años más. Nosotros nos unimos a Rocketship hace 3 años cuando mi hijo empezó el 3er grado. Él sabía muy poco de inglés ya que su primer idioma es español. En Rocketship le dieron las herramientas para aprender su segundo idioma. Rocketship es una escuela que empodera a los niños y a los padres. A los niños los ayuda a creer en sí mismos, a ser responsables y a ser solidarios. A los padres nos proporcionan diferentes actividades escolares para estar siempre presentes en la educación con nuestros hijos. En estos tiempos difíciles de confinamiento, donde las escuelas cerraron, Rocketship ha estado siempre presente desde el día número 1 que nuestros hijos empezaron el aprendizaje a distancia, para cuidar de su aprendizaje, de su salud física y emocional. No solo en un salón son un gran equipo, sino fuera de él somos una gran familia. Tengo una hija de 4 años que el próximo año inicia el kinder y me sentiría muy orgullosa de que ella también forme parte de esta bonita comunidad de Rocketship Futuro Academy. Gracias y que tengan buena tarde.
Thank you. Our next person up will be Daywick, followed by Santiago Garcia and Veronica Alvarado. Your 3 minutes begin when you begin speaking.
I would like to work on this as the interpreter for this evening. However, given the difficulties of starting it and the interference during the time, I will only be able to summarize more or less what she was saying.
Okay.
I started 3. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Kara. I am a 5th grader at Rocketship Futuro. At Rocketship, I know I am getting a great education because my teachers work very hard. They do everything they can to figure out ways to help me. They motivate me to do my best and encourage me along the way. At first, I was struggling with reading comprehension in English, but they gave me personal support to make sure I had the help I needed. They stayed after school to help me. Now reading comprehension is my favorite subject, and I have won awards for my fast progress. My dream is to be a doctor one day so I could help my family and others. At Rocketship, I have learned patience, empathy, respect, responsibility, persistence, and kindness. And I know this will help me to achieve my dreams. My school is helping people who can't afford to pay for a great education, and that is important because all kids should be treated equally. Please keep our school open because at Rocketship, we are treated equally so that we all have the opportunity to achieve our goals. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dayweg. And next we have Santiago Garcia, Veronica Alvarado, and Camila Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Santiago Garcia, and I'm gonna tell you guys my speech. I love my school because I learn a lot there, and many different teachers help me. Last year, I had a teacher who really cared about me, and whenever I had a bad day, she would try to make it better. She also gave me tools to help me focus in class better so I could learn. I like how my teachers really look out for us and help us learn a lot. I care about my learning because I really want to get into college and I want to be a scientist when I grow up. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Ms. Juranek, if you saw the message in the chat from Andrea Lebron, who offered to translate for Senora Hernandez. Should we have her go next?
Yes, please.
Andrea?
Ms. LeBron, are you translating on this channel?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Issues. My bad. Okay. Translating for Janelle. My name is Janelle, and I'm a mother of Jose Hernandez. Today, I want to give my testimony of experience being part of the RFA community and to ask for your vote so that we can work together for another 5 years. My family joined RFA 3 years ago when my son started 3rd grade. He knew very little English. Since his first language is Spanish RFA, they gave me the tools to learn his second language. RFA is a school that empowers the kids and the parents. They help the kids to believe in themselves, to be responsible, caring, and supportive. For the parents, they provide different school activities where we can be present in the education of our children in those difficult times of confinement. Where the school closed, RFA has been present since day one. When our kids start distance learning to take care of their learning and their physical and emotional health. Not only in the classroom are they an amazing team, but also outside of we are a family. I have a daughter that is a 4-year-old, and next year she starts kindergarten. I will feel so proud for her to also form part of the beautiful RFA community. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you for the translation.
Thank you. Gracias.
And next, I believe we are at Veronica Alvarado, then Camila Alvarado, and Angela.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Alvarado. Soy mamá de Camila Alvarado. Mi hija es una estudiante de Rocketship Futuro Academy que actualmente cursa el 5º grado. Yo estoy demasiado agradecida con la escuela Rocketship, ya que en estos 5 años que ha estado en mi comunidad, mi hija, al igual que más de 500 niños, han adquirido una educación personalizada y de calidad. Rocketship ha llegado a Concord a cambiar nuestra visión en cuanto a la escuela elementaria se refiere, ya que la educación elementaria es la base para que los niños se sientan seguros y fuertes para su educación futura. En este tiempo de pandemia, la escuela Rocketship se preocupó para que los niños siguieran alcanzando sus metas. Y desde el 13 de marzo, Les proveyeron un Chromebook y materiales para que siguieran trabajando desde la casa. La escuela en todo momento estaba al pendiente de cómo era el entorno emocional en las familias. En cuanto a la comunicación con las maestras, siempre ha sido excelente. Tengo la confianza de hablar abiertamente con ellas y siempre han sido muy amables y me han ayudado para que mi hija mejore cada día más. Todo esto ha ayudado para yo poder ver ahora a mi hija segura y preparada para Middle School y sin miedo a lo que venga. Por lo cual les pido que antes de determinar su voto piensen en todos estos niños que merecen seguir teniendo una educación de calidad y permítanles a las familias de nuestra comunidad continuar con Rocketship por 5 años más. Con su voto sí, podrán seguir puliendo estas mentes brillantes para que brillen aún más en el futuro. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Also, I'm going to be translating for her as well.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Alvarado, and I'm the mother of Camila Alvarado. My daughter is a student at Rocketship Futuro Academy in 5th grade. I'm so grateful for the Rocketship School, and that in the 5 years that it has been in my community, my daughter and also 500 other students have accurate and quality personal education. Rocketship came to Concord to change our vision for what elementary school can be. They know what elementary education is based so that our kids feel safe and strong to their future education. In this time of the pandemic, the Rocketship School has been very concerned with making sure that kids continue reach their goals, and since March 3rd, they began providing a Chromebook and materials so they could continue working from home. In a very moment, the school was on top on how the emotional environment was for our families. When it comes to the communication with the teacher, it has always been excellent. I have been the confidence to speak openly with them. And they always have been so friendly, and they have helped me so that my daughter improves every day a little more. All this have helped so that now my daughter, sure of herself and prepared for middle school and without fear of what comes next. For those reasons, I ask you all that before you determine your vote, you think about all those kids that deserve to continue having a quality education and allow those families of our communities to continue attending Rocketship for another 5 years. With your vote, we can continue polishing those brilliant minds so they can shine even brighter in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your translation. Next up, we have Camila Alvarado, and then Angela and Jose Hernandez.
My name is Camila Alvarado Martinez. I am a 5th grader at Rocketship.
What happened? This? Nothing happened. Nothing happened? Nothing happened. It looks like something happened. Well, you've been with farmers for 3 years with 0 auto claims.
Can you guys hear me?
Accident forgiveness. Now instead of...
It's on?
There.
Mr.
I'm
Brewer,
hearing a TV
could you
set.
mute, please?
It's a TV set in the background.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Camila Alvarado Martinez. I am a 5th grader at Rocketship Futuro Academy. I am here today to strongly ask you to renew my beloved school for another 5 years. I have been in Rocketship since it was found 4 years ago. Rocketship is a part of my life, like my second home. I grew up with most of the students and teachers there. We all support each other. Rocketship will support any family with any hard times they're going through. If familias felices about where their kid will be learning. Many of my friends will be graduating this year, and many have younger siblings who deserve the same education we had. As my parents called me through Rocketship, they saw a great improvement in my reading and my abilities to keep up with my peers in class. I feel successful for ready to go to any middle school because Rocketship prepares you for anything that you need. If you spend a day on our campus, you'll notice that the kids, they don't want to leave school. They want to spend more time with their teacher and stay longer. Sometimes my teacher, Miss Nellie, tricks us to thinking that we're not learning at all and we're learning a lot, and that is true. What Rocketship needs you to do is to help us reach our goal. We need another 5 years so we can reach more students to provide them the education they need so that they can be successful in their futuro. And so when they go to college, they can choose the right major and have great careers and reach their goal. Thank you for being here today and listening to what I have to say. I hope you make the right decision and renew Rocketship Futuro Academy today.
Thank you, Camilla. Next we have Angela, then Jose Hernandez, and Maria Rubalcaba.
Hi, my name is Angela, and I'm a second grader. And what I like about Futuro is it helps me learn easier. This school is special because it makes my brain grow. My teachers teach me about math, reading, and engaging me by working on my OLPs. My teachers are so special because they teach me things that I have not learned before. This school has things that I have not learned before. This school is perfect for me because it helps me with my speech. I was kind of nervous before, but now I feel brave to speak out loud. Before, I mostly spoke Spanish at home. When I started kindergarten at Futuro, I learned more English. I learned the ch sound and the sh sound. I learned how to read. Now I read at a 3rd grade level. This school is great for me. I love it because of details and all the events from the school. I learned that everyone matters and to care and respect others who are different from me. I love my school and it is great because it helps me. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Next we have Jose, followed by Maria Rubalcaba and Kimberly Lucas. Jose, can you unmute?
Buenas tardes, me llamo José. Yo soy de México y soy un orgulloso estudiante de Rocketship Futuro Academy. Estoy aquí para decir por qué Rocketship necesita 5 años más. Inicié Rocketship en 3er grado. Para mí es importante que Rocketship Futuro Academy siga abierta porque es una buena escuela y me ha ayudado mucho en mi 2º idioma y me ha dado confianza en mí mismo. Yo quiero que mi hermanita pequeña de 4 años viva lo mismo y pueda estudiar en la escuela donde yo aprendí mi 2º idioma y pueda ser feliz. Gracias por escucharme y que tenga un buen día. Good evening, I am Jose and I am a proud student of Rocketship. I come from Tlaxcala, Mexico 3 years ago because I wanted to learn English. I am here today because I want Rocketship Futuro Academy to have 5 more years. Rocketship deserves to have 5 more years because it is a good school and has given me self-confidence. If they were to close, I will feel bad because I want other students to learn as much as I did, and I want my 4-year-old sister to learn as to be part of Rocketship community too. Thank you for hearing me speak and have a good evening.
Thank you. And next we have Maria Rubalcaba, followed by Kimberly Lucas.
Buenas tardes, trustees. Mi nombre es María Rubalcaba, soy mamá de Ángela y ella cursa el 2º grado en Rocketship Futuro. Lo que a mí me gusta de Rocketship Futuro es la importancia que le dan a los niños que tienen el inglés como 2º idioma. En mi experiencia, estoy totalmente agradecida con todos los maestros, ya que con su ayuda, mi hija ha aprendido correctamente el inglés. No solo su pronunciación, sino también a leer, escribir y expresarse de manera correcta. Y eso me encanta, porque en mi hogar hablamos español 100%. Aunque ella está en el segundo grado, actualmente su nivel de lectura es de tercero. Entonces ha progresado bastante en Rocket Ship Futuro. Sé que hoy en día una persona bilingüe es de suma importancia y Rocket Ship Futuro ha brindado las herramientas necesarias para lograrlo. Espero que esto les ayude para tomar una decisión y así Rocket Ship Futuro pueda seguir brindando educación de calidad a todos los niños que están en la misma situación que mi hija. Gracias por su atención.
Okay, and also I will translate for her as well too. Good evening, trustees. My name is Maria Rubalcaba. I am the mother of Angela, and she is in second grade at Rocket Ship Futuro. What I like most about Rocket Ship Futuro is the importance that they give to the kids whose second language is English. In my experience, I'm also grateful to all the teachers because with their help, my daughter has learned correct English, not just her pronunciation, but also to read and write and experience herself in the right way. And I love this because in my home, we speak 100% Spanish. Even though she's in second grade, her current reading level is that of a third grader. So she has progressed significantly at RFA. I know that those days being a bilingual person is very important, and Rocket Ship Futuro has provided her with the necessary tools to achieve this. I hope that this helps you all to make your decision and that Rocket Ship Futuro can continue providing high quality education to the older kids that are in the same situation as my daughter. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And I believe our last speaker is Kimberly Lucas.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kimberly Lucas. I am the Proud Business Operations Manager for Rocket Ship Futuro Academy. I have had the great fortune of working in public education with charter schools since 2002. In my 19 years, RFA is only the second school that I can say that I have been enthralled with. Collaboration and partnership are essential to effective charter operations. I am happy to know that if I have anything going on with technology, that we can reach out to Harold Waters for you all, and that he works with our technology team to make sure that we get everything resolved. I am proud to know that anytime that we have anything going on with it, to keep it safe during these COVID times, I can reach out to David Hart with Grounds, because we know that our site not only affects our community, but also the neighborhood around it. I'm happy and proud to know that anytime I need to just talk through something, I can call Melanie, the Associate Director of Facilities, and we can work through things together. And she even comes in person just to listen to make sure that we are heard. I'm happy to know that when there is any type of issue, I can call Concord Police and I can speak to Officer King, who is our assigned officer, and make sure that he helps keep our building safe, that our students are safe, that when we are in person, he comes out to just watch traffic and make sure that everything is okay. I am happy and proud to know that with Sun Valley Community, not only did I have an opportunity to just walk through the community, but that their members came over to meet us so that they could find out what we were also doing in partnership with working through them. Of our 614 students, I am proud that all 614 have a working device. I am proud that all 614 have working internet and access when they need help. It is essential to us to have effective partnership with you all. I am happy to know that when we needed something, I was able to reach out and get additional assistance. Our school's focus is on parent partnership and personalized learning. This happens with intention. This happens through tenacity, and we are the pursuit of excellence in work. I am asking you to choose us for 5 more years in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the room who had a comment for the rocket ship? Mr. President, I believe we are completed with our rocket ship comments.
Great, thank you very much. Dr. Clark, I turn it over to you for the presentation regarding this item.
Thank you very much, President Lawrence. So at this time, I believe that we will be, just check my list here. I'm going to turn it over to our attorney, and that would be John Ye for background and a presentation. Mr. Ye?
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Before I start, I'm wondering if we could extend screen share to participants so I can project the PowerPoint.
Yeah, so the tech department, we have our first presentation under the rocket ship item. Let's wait and see, give that a moment. There we go, there we go. You're on, Mr. Ye.
All right, thank you.
I think you just have to say next slide to advance it.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you, President Lawrence, Dr. Clark, members of the board, members of the community. My name is John Ye. I'm an attorney with Burke, Williams, and Sorensen. I'm going to give just a brief summary of the process and the staff's findings. The new law says that the charter school shall be given at least the same amount of time as the district to present. So I plan on going approximately 10 minutes. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Just a little background. Rocket Ship Futuro obtained its charter from the State Board of Education in 2016. It had originally petitioned the district, and the district denied it in 2015. Rocket Ship submitted its request to renew the charter to the district in July of 2020. Next slide, please. So under the Education Code, a charter school authorized by the state board first goes to the district to seek renewal. So these are the possibilities of what might happen. If the board grants the renewal tonight, then Mount Diablo becomes the authorizer of the charter and performs the oversight duties. If the board denies it, Rocket Ship can appeal to the State Board of Education, and the state board would review the district's decision under what's called an abuse of discretion standard. If the state board grants the appeal, the state board, and this is part of the new law, AB 1505, the state board would consult with the charter school and would select either Mount Diablo or the Contra Costa County Board of Education to be the authorizer of the charter school. Next slide, please. So this PowerPoint has been posted online with the agenda items. We have a few slides here that contain the legal requirements of a charter petition. I don't want to walk through them in the interest of time, but I will point out that the 15 required elements are on this slide, and then the next slide. Next slide, please. They cover both the educational program, people outcomes, employee issues, governance issues, and other operational issues. And if we can go to the next slide as well, there are other requirements, including the proposed operation of the school facilities and the budget. So let's go to the next slide. The district convened a charter review team consisting of district staff, and everyone reviewed the respective portions of the petition according to the areas of expertise. One of the other new requirements of law was that the staff's findings and recommendations had to be posted 15 days before tonight's meeting, and the staff did post its findings and recommendations on the district website on October 11th. Next slide, please. So there are some new criteria under which to evaluate a request to renew a charter under AB 1505. That's a new state law that took effect on July 1st, 2020. So the new law creates 3 categories of charter schools for the purposes of renewal: a low-performing charter, a mid-performing charter, and a high-performing charter. So Rocket Ship Futuro is a mid-performing charter, which means that it has its own particular set of standards and criteria under which to evaluate whether to renew the charter. So I'm going to walk through those in the next few slides. So for a mid-performing charter, unlike a high-performing or low-performing charter, the Education Code leaves the question of whether to grant renewal of a charter entirely within the discretion of the board. So with a high or a low-performing charter, there's less discretion. But for a mid-performing charter, the board has discretion to grant or deny based on its exercise of judgment. And here are some of the factors that the board must look at. First, the board shall consider the school-wide performance and performance of all subgroups of pupils in the charter school, and shall place greater weight to performance on measurements of academic performance in determining whether or not to grant renewal. Next slide, please. The board shall consider whether there is clear and convincing evidence that the charter school has achieved measurable increases in academic achievement. And there's another test that deals with post-secondary outcomes that would not apply to a K-5 charter like Rocket Ship. So the test on this slide is whether the charter school has achieved measurable increases in academic achievement. Next slide, please. And so if the board were to deny the renewal, these are the requirements: that there need to be written findings to support the finding that the charter school has failed to meet or make sufficient progress towards meeting standards that provide a benefit to the pupils of the school. 2, that the closure of the charter school is in the best interest of the pupils. And 3, if applicable, the decision provided greater weight to the performance of measurements of academic performance, and that's from one of the new parts of the Education Code. Under the Education Code, if the board does approve a renewal, it shall do so for a term of 5 years. Next slide, please. So the staff's findings were posted on October 11th, and they are in writing and quite extensive. So we're going to summarize just the primary findings because they are fairly well documented. There was some concerns by staff about the designated English learner instruction at Rocket Ship, that only 20 minutes were dedicated per day, and also about the methodology and instructional materials for designated English language learner instruction. Under the category of special education, there were concerns about whether the program was suited to serve students with moderate to severe disabilities. And under pupil performance, there was a concern that only 33% of the charter school's English language learners are progressing towards proficiency in English, scoring very low on the state's indicators. Now, looking at pupil performance over a multi-year period has been a challenge due to the transition to distance learning beginning at the end of the last school year. So the law has been adjusted to basically carve out that school year. Staff took a very close look at Rocket Ship's pupil performance data. There was growth data noted, but because of the size of the school and the fact that it just opened in 16-17, that data is based on a cohort of 25 students. And the CDE requires 30 students to constitute a reportable subgroup for the purposes of measurable performance levels. So one of the threshold questions before the board is whether, looking in the context of Rocket Ship's pupil performance data and the growth, whether that constitutes measurable increases in academic achievement proven by clear and convincing data. Rocket Ship also submitted data on performance on the NWEA assessment, but the district staff was concerned that there wasn't baseline data to indicate the exact level of growth. Next slide, please. On the non-instructional side, there was concern about the Rocket Ship's governance structure. Rocket Ship has a national governing board that governs not only its California schools, but its schools in other states as well. There was concern about lack of local parent participation and access to the national governing board. The charter school does have a number of advisory groups and parent groups that are local, but the national board is the ultimate decision-making board, and there were concerns about the level of parental access to that board. Most of the organization's California schools are located in Santa Clara County, and the board also physically, or back when boards physically met in Santa Clara County as well. Under employee qualifications, there was concern about educators being evaluated on specific gains and the lack of comprehensive criteria for what specific gains, what constituted specific gains. Under the audit, the district had concerns that the financial audit was performed on the rocket ship organization as a whole, including its a dozen or so charter schools, but not performed on the individual charter school, Rocket Ship Futuro. And under budget and fiscal, staff found that the projected growth in enrollment, not only enrollment, but per pupil funding was unrealistic, and the projected growth in the per pupil funding level was not consistent with what was contained in the school services dashboard. The charter school's cash flow also didn't incorporate the deferrals that are anticipated in school funding for the following fiscal year, and the budget under projected expenses for employee benefits, utilities, facility supplies, and operating costs. Next slide, please. So one of the requirements is that the renewal of the charter contain a reasonably comprehensive description of the 15 required elements. Those are the elements from the prior slides. And so this slide contains a summary, yes or no, whether staff found that the description was reasonably comprehensive under the respective criteria. And next slide. So I want to walk through the board's options. The Education Code 47605 subdivision C gives the board two options when it comes to a renewal, either grant or deny within the specified time period. So the staff recommendation and resolution sets up two possible options and also documents those options. So the first option is to grant the renewal. And what staff did was to create a number of written conditions that responds to the findings that the staff made with respect to the rocket ship renewal. And so the condition is that the charter school would commit in writing to comply with all the conditions contained in Exhibit A of the resolution, and also to sign a memorandum of understanding that's also attached to the resolution. And rocket ship, I'm sure they will address this when it's their time, but they have submitted a written response. My understanding is that they committed to in writing, if the board does grant the renewal, that they will comply with the conditions and sign the memorandum of understanding. So the Education Code doesn't require written findings if the board grants the renewal. However, staff recommends that if the board's vote is to grant renewal, that the motion be supplemented to include rocket ship's written commitment to follow the conditions and sign the memorandum of understanding. If the board denies the renewal, then the Education Code does require the board to adopt written findings in support of its decision, supporting the grounds for denial. And so you'll see the resolution that was posted has two parts, option 1 and option 2. So option 1 would be to grant with conditions, and option 2 would be to deny the renewal. And if the vote is to deny the renewal, then the motion needs to include a part about adopting the written findings in the resolution in support of the decision. So that concludes the presentation. I'll return it to you, Mr. Lawrence, President Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Ye. If the board has questions for you, should we do those now, or should we do those at the conclusion to give Rocket Ship a chance to present? How would you like to do that?
Let's have Rocket. I would recommend having Rocket Ship present, and then the board could address questions to both parties if it so wishes.
Thank you. And so, Dr. Clark, do we need to make Rocket Ship the presenter and give them an opportunity?
Absolutely, and we have their, I believe we have their presentations queued up, and so I'm going to turn it over to Marie Alvarado Gill, to present the presentation for Rocket Ship Futuro Academy. So Ms. Alvarado Gil.
Great. Thank you so much. Audio check real quick, make sure you can hear me well. Great.
Gotcha.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. So good evening, Superintendent Dr. Adam Clark, Cabinet members, President Lawrence, and esteemed trustees of the board. I am Marisa Alvarado Gil, a proud Rocketeer and a resident of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. And welcome, student board member Michelle Alas. I also have a senior at Northgate. I'm honored to come before you once again to represent the staff and the parents, the students of Rocket Ship Futuro Academy. Next slide, please. So today is a very big day. I certainly feel both the pressure and the excitement of the decision you will be considering today. I want to humbly acknowledge the work of the district staff and thank them for their dedicated time and commitment in reviewing the charter renewal petition. I know it was not easy. Staff has outlined several conditions for approval, and Rocket Ship has responded, further affirming our belief that districts and charters are better for kids when we learn together and grow together and serve together. Founding principal of Rocket Ship Futuro Academy, Jason Colon, taught me that. In the spirit of partnership, Rocket Ship is willing to abide by the conditions and is eager to finalize the Memorandum of Understanding and long-term agreement for the facilities at Glenbrook. Next slide, please. So much has changed in the past 5 years. The relationship between the district and Rocket Ship is not that of 2015. In 2020, our collective work has produced meaningful educational outcomes for hundreds of kids in Concord and Bay Point. In 2020, our partnership has created dozens of jobs and built infrastructure at Glenbrook, bringing a lasting impact on our community. In 2020, we came together to resolve disagreements and forge a new pathway of understanding. Quite simply, we put kids first. Next slide, please. Rocket Ship Futuro Academy has a home at Glenbrook. We understand that being part of the Mount Diablo community and a charter school authorized by the district means greater local connection. In the spirit of transparency, we welcome the opportunity to engage with the district in dialogue regarding our results, our classroom curriculum, operating systems, and host annual site visits. If 2020 has taught us anything, it is this meaningful lesson. Stepping out of our comfort zone is not easy. It pushes us to find strengths within us that we didn't even know we had. And more importantly, it emphasizes how in hard times, communities need to stay united and work cooperatively to overcome any difficulties we encounter. We are in this together. Next slide, please. In partnership with our authorizer over the past 5 years, we have had a very meaningful relationship. Frequent communication in the spirit of inquiry has informed both learning and practice. We are all operating in unprecedented times. We know our families and our educators alike have been personally impacted by the pandemic and the closure of schools. 2020 is a time to come together as a community to provide stability and reassurances to our students. A vote to deny is a decision that hurts kids. Next slide, please. This is why you've seen and heard parents from Futuro organizing support for the renewal of their school. Parents are the foundational pillar of what we do at Rocket Ship, and they are at the heart of the Rocket Ship Futuro Academy. Parents are welcomed into our classrooms every day and encouraged to meet with teachers and school leaders to give us feedback. Our parents bring a diversity of voices and experiences to our Regional Advisory Board, School Site Council, ELAC, and our parent organizing committees. Parents also serve on the National Board of Directors, our California board. Tonight, I want to acknowledge the hundreds of parents who have submitted public comments to the Mount Diablo School Board, the parents who organized the Better Together rally to welcome Dr. Clark, and the countless mamás, papás, tíos, tías, and abuelas who volunteer to make Rocket Ship Futuro Academy so special. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. It is now my pleasure to welcome Rocket Ship Futuro Academy Principal, Kimberly Brown.
Thank you, Marie, and thank you, distinguished board members, for your time and attention this evening. As Marie said, I am Kimberly Brown, the proud principal of Rocket Ship Futuro Academy. Next slide, please. Thank you to all of those who came to our virtual school tour a few weeks ago, including members of this board, our county board, our city government, as well as members of our Futuro community. Your willingness to give your time to our community means so much to us. And you showed us that you are truly willing to partner with us to serve the students of Concord and Bay Point. Next slide, please. Futuro is committed to developing the unique potential of all students. And one way that we serve our students is through English language instruction, as nearly 2/3 of our students are classified as English language learners. English language instruction is integrated into every part of our curriculum and happens in every class, every day. This year, we are specifically focusing on oral language development and building skills in speaking and listening. Next slide, please. In addition to our integrated language development, we dedicate time daily to small group instruction based on students' language levels, grounded in state language standards. This slide shows an example of a lesson a teacher might deliver to a designated language group. We dedicate professional development time to ensure teachers can meaningfully develop the language skills of their students. And we take pride in this fully compliant model that includes both meaningful integrated and designated instruction. Next slide, please. CASP results show that our English language instruction leads to strong growth and absolutes for our EL learners. Because our school started out as a K-2 school just 4 years ago, and we have added a single grade every year, the sample size of our English language learners in grades 3 through 5 who took the CASP has been growing, such that in the 18-19 school year, we had a statistically significant total of 52 students in our school. We are proud that Futuro Academy was the top school for English learners in Mount Diablo for both ELA and math. Next slide, please. At Futuro, we serve English learners in all grades, but we also use the nationally normed NWEA MAP assessment to identify the needs of all our students, in addition to the state mandated CASP for those in grades 3 through 5. So we're always thinking about data and finding ways to understand exactly what each student needs. This graphic shows that we are making significant progress for all grades. We are proud of these results. However, we know we can do better. Just like our Mount Diablo colleagues, we want all of our students to be on the path to college. Next slide, please. Through our partnership, we will improve in the areas discussed in the staff report. It is important to remember that these improvements will build off of a foundation of strong growth and absolute outcomes. And this graphic shows the progress of our very first class of second graders and how rapidly they improved in just 3.5 years. These Futuro students are just the beginning, and I can't wait to see the progress of our classes in the years to come. Next slide, please. We are serving the students of Mount Diablo. This map shows where our current families live. It is clear that Futuro Academy is bringing excellence to hundreds of families in Concord and Bay Point. Next slide, please. Our students come from Mount Diablo and they stay in Mount Diablo. All but a handful of our 5th grade graduates went on to a public middle school in the area, with a majority of these students attending Mount Diablo district schools. Our partnership will strengthen both Futuro and Mount Diablo by keeping our engaged and intellectually curious students in the district well past elementary school. Next slide, please. Our partnership will also strengthen the district because of our amazing parent leaders. Our parents are incredibly involved in our school and eagerly collaborate with teachers and school leaders to ensure that their students have the best education experience possible. So imagine hundreds of active, passionate parent leaders joining district middle schools to support Mount Diablo's vision for educational equity and excellence in the years to come. Next slide, please. Our parents are also committed to serving in their local communities, whether it's cleaning up trash, hosting special celebrations, or staying involved in local politics. Our parents are invested in the community. Next slide, please. 4 years ago, we opened our doors to around 100 students. Futuro Academy has come so far. In just 4 short years, 62% of Futuro students who started behind grade level are now at or above grade level. our students have grown more than 3,000 step levels collectively, showing that they are on their way to become lifelong readers. And in just 24 hours last spring, we enacted a full-scale distance learning program that features hours of daily live instruction to show that this pandemic will not widen the opportunity gap for our students. Next slide, please. Imagine what more is possible for Futuro and for our Concord Bay Point community. If we work together, what more is possible for our families? Families who are disproportionately feeling the effects of COVID-19. Families who struggle to find affordable housing, pay their bills, and feed their children. Families who give their blood, sweat, and tears to make sure that their child attends school every day to learn and grow on the path to college. Next slide, please. But above all, imagine what more is possible for our kids. They are the reason we are all here today. Our kids are our why. Students that are learning English in addition to their home language. Students with disabilities who need personalized, inclusive supports. Students who hope to become veterinarians, engineers, and teachers. And students who hope to be the first in their family to go to college. Moments ago, you heard the proud voice of Jose, one of our Futuro Academy fifth graders. And he came to our school as a monolingual Spanish speaker and is now a fluent reader who achieved mastery on both the math and reading CASP assessments. He mastered all sight words and math fluency levels in just 1 year and actively participates in class in fluent English. Jose is going to college, and he can be anything he wants to be when he grows up. Next slide, please. This is eliminating the opportunity gap, and this is Futuro Academy. So please reauthorize our school for our teachers, students, families, and our collective community. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Ye, Dr. Clark, what are our next steps here?
Go ahead, Mr. Ye.
Well, at this point, the board can address questions to either the district staff or to Rocketship. And then once those questions are answered, then I believe we can proceed to deliberation and an eventual motion.
Okay. I had a couple questions just on the presentation. I'll throw it to other board members in a moment. But for Ms. Brown and Ms. Alvarado-Gil, I want to make sure I'm understanding these slides. So I have a question on the one that says serving Rocketship students at MDUSD middle schools. So it says 85% of Rocketship fifth graders went to public middle schools in the district. And then it says 60% of middle schoolers attend the Mount Diablo schools. So there's 25% of the students that are going to public middle schools in Mount Diablo, or in our district that are not Mount Diablo. Which ones are those? Like what middle schools are those that they're going to?
Yes, that is correct, President Lawrence. So I don't know if you recall, but we did talk about the middle school fair that we had last year, and all of the Mount Diablo middle schools were represented. And in addition to that was the Charter School for Performing Arts, which is also a public charter school that offers middle school and high school here in Mount Diablo.
So about 25% of your students are going to the performing arts Cocoa Spa. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I'm
yes,
okay.
That's correct. We have about 25% that are performing artists that are pursuing their careers as artists here in the community.
Gotcha. And then just the slide 2 before that, where it says RFA's first class shows significant growth in just 3 years. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, and maybe I'm miscalculating my math, but I want to understand it. So it's got 19% were at grade level in fall of 2016, 82% in math, 82% were not, and then we're saying of those by spring in that same cohort, 50% were proficient. Am I understand? Is that how I should be thinking of that? So that's the same it's that group of students in their matriculation that 3 years later, it's not comparing a new class. It's saying that class, how they matriculated.
Yeah. So for this slide in particular, this is a faux pas. Unfortunately, distance learning has not been kind to us when we're trying to put together information from different aspects. So you are correct in catching that, and thank you. The math is incorrect on those 2 bars. What it should have on the first bar under math, 82% below grade level and 18% at or above grade level. And then the second bar under the fall 2016 in reading should say 63% in the gray bar below grade level and 37% in the purple bar at or above grade level.
Okay.
I apologize.
And then it goes from 37 to 50. So there's an improvement of 13% on the reading. And then does it go from 18 to 69 on the math? 18% at grade level to 69%? I'm just trying to understand.
Sorry, it's actually flipped. So for math, the math goes from 18 to 50, and then the reading goes from 37 to 69. So it's math reading, math reading.
Yeah, but you are reading it correctly.
Yep.
Okay, understood.
Again, apologies for that confusion.
I just wanted to make sure I was at least understanding and had the accurate data there. Okay, thank you for that. Other board questions for, I presume, for either Mr. Ye or for the folks from Rocket Ship?
I have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you so much to Ms. Brown and Ms. Alvarado Gil for wonderful presentations, and Mr. Ye. I have questions regarding what staff found. You obviously have some very cogent bilingual speakers, but in regards to slide 11 on the summary of major staff findings in response to the amount of time designated to EL learners and those concerns, I was just wondering if you had a response to that, specifically the 20 minutes designated to language instruction.
Thank you, Board Member Alas. So in regards to the staff report, there was a concern around the minutes of ELD instruction, and we did provide a comprehensive response that included more detail around our designated ELD program. I just want to say, first and foremost, we are fully compliant with California standards for EL instruction. And so with that said, we also have a curriculum that we build. We have a personalized learning model, which is a pillar of our schools. And we can talk a little bit more about ELD to answer your question around the minutes and how we use those minutes in the school. With the permission of President Lawrence, I also have Josh Drake, our Vice President of Student Services, and our Chief Financial Officer, Keisha Bailey, here as well. Is it okay if I call on them if we need a response?
Of course.
Great, okay. So to talk about what ELD looks like specifically at RFA, I'm gonna invite Principal Brown, and then Mr. Drake can also assist us with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marie and Ms. Alas. So as Marie said, we are in full compliance with the state English language development standards, and we maintain good standing with our current authorizer, which is a state board of California. The state Federal Monitoring Program team completed a review of Futuro Academy's Title III program and found 0 findings. We were, I think, only the second school in history to have 0 findings. And we were really founded at Futuro to serve a community with a significant percentage of English. So from our very beginning, we have been dedicated to serving English learners. And as a result, English learners have received outstanding education at Futuro, as demonstrated by English learners at Futuro Academy consistently outperforming their peers at neighboring schools, as well as across the state and on annual state assessments. And we continue to prioritize improving our EL program. We're really focusing on oral language development across all content areas, encouraging students and providing them the tools to use academic language and engage in really high level discourse. So we ensure that daily and integrated and designated instruction for all EL students is happening every day and all places.
I also want to add, Ms. Alice, specifically to your question, I did bring this question to our authorizer as well, just to make sure that I understood what the requirement was, and I got this response. My question was, is there a minimum number of minutes required for ELD instruction? And the answer is no. There is no set minimum for required minutes of ELD instruction. ELD is a required course of study for all English learners, and instruction is provided to students based on their proficiency level. The needs of the student determine the number of minutes necessary for students to make progress towards English proficiency. Great question, thank you.
Thank you so much. I have another question, and it's in regards to who attends the school and admissions into the school. I know right now you have, the number was 614 students, and seeing as how that has been steadily rising in the past 4 years, are you seeing an increase in enrollment? Are you planning on capping enrollment? And if so, how is enrollment based, like a lottery system and whatnot? So yeah.
Exactly. Yes. So our enrollment, our admission process is a lottery system. So the the California laws govern that lottery system as described in our charter petition. So we are at 614 by design. So we had opened up kindergarten through second grade classes. And as our students matriculate up to other grades, we opened up more TK and kinder classes, and that's how we've been growing. So we estimate that when we reach full size, we'll be at approximately 675 students, and that will be the maximum enrollment for us, and our classrooms will be full. So.
Thank you.
Thank you for those. Other board members?
Can I ask a follow-up on the enrollment question? So in Appendix 1, your budget narrative and cash flow statement, you show your total enrollment as this year being 611, and then the next 4 years being 647. So I'm wondering where you get the 675 and number at this point.
Trustee Count, would you kindly reference the page number or the table so I can see the information that you're looking at in Appendix 1?
It's from your original petition, so the Appendix 1 budget narrative and cash flow statement.
Yes, so I have 15 pages, but
So page 1 kind of moving into page 2, the chart is on both pages. So it looks like the totals from page 1 are at the top of page 2.
Oh, I see it. I see it now. Thank you so much. So these are tables showing our projected enrollment and our average daily attendance. So we budget based on average daily attendance, but that number does not capture our total enrollment. So we tend to budget anywhere from about 94 to 95% of ADA. And so that's where those numbers come from. So again, we've got our
right. So in the chart, I'm seeing a total enrollment at the very top of page 2. That's the 647. And then it says ADA is 93%, and that's where the 602 comes from. So I'm seeing 647 as enrollment. So that's where I'm wondering where the number 675 comes from, if you're actually projecting higher now, if something has changed since you submitted this.
As a charter authorized by the state of California, we are required to accept students that apply to our school. So if we get applications for students that are not within the Mount Diablo School District and we have room in a class, we must accept them as part of our lottery. So maybe that's where the discrepancy is. So in these projections, these are the numbers that we would project for our funding for average daily attendance and the enrollment patterns that we have seen in our classrooms.
Other questions?
I have a couple questions. Okay. First, just to frame it, just so you know, I'm trying not to be picky, but as someone who writes proposals and have actually been trained by CDE to read proposals, I tend to read it with, is this a program that can meet their goals? So my questions are about those concerns. So the first thing is, I had a question of why could you only, or did you only have 25 in the cohort as opposed to the 30 that the state would like to see? Did you only have 25 kids that were there consistently for the 5 years, or why could you not come up with a larger number?
Just so I understand the question, Ms. Mason, which cohort are we talking about?
When you talked about, they talked about your scores, and the state prefers that you have a group to look at that's larger than 30. And for some reason, you guys only had a group of 25.
And that was the same chart that that Trustee Lawrence was just looking at before as well, showing the increase in scores from the beginning up through 5th grade. Is that right?
Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Drake to detail a little bit on that data because he's been following that cohort specifically.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so this is fundamentally that, 4 years ago, the school started as a K-2 school. Mm-hmm. And then in our first year of state assessments, we only had a small 3rd grade. So there was only 25 students who were taking CASP in that first year. And then the next year, we had both 3rd and 4th grade because we were building a grade level at a time. So in the second year of taking state assessments, we had almost 78 students who took the annual state assessment that spring. And then unfortunately, as we all know, last spring, state assessment didn't happen and many things got in the way. We were on track to have about 170 students take the state assessment last spring. And so, yes, for the year-over-year comparison of the growth of students on the annual state assessment, it's slightly below the 30 cutoff, yet we see among those students strong growth. And then I would add, if you look at the absolute performance, which is what Principal Brown shared, you see clearly very strong performance for our students at RFA in the 18-19 school year. We also, understanding CASP is only as just an elementary school, state assessment only provides a slice of our students, our 3rd through 4th and 5th graders, those that we have. But we also submitted NWA data for all of our grade levels. And when you look at our NWA data, which includes all of our students, including the 400 plus students in those years, you see very similar results. We saw a very high correlation between the results we had on NWA at the end of the year with the state assessment data. The numbers were almost literally the same. So in the 18-19 school year, our CASP proficiency on ELA was 51%. Our internal for NWA data was 56% or 50th or above. Similarly for math, it was 64% in the 18-19 school year. And the math proficiency for all of our grade levels was 63%. So the state assessment data is, yes, we had just 3rd and 4th graders in that last year. We had 3rd through 5th last year, but no state assessment. But we can see beyond just our 3rd and 4th graders to all of our students through the NWA data, which we take at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. And we can see that both in terms of proficiency with the percentage of students, that there's a very high correlation, and across our grade levels, we're seeing students both being proficient. We also see the growth, and the growth for those students was well in excess of 1 year's worth of growth. And so to the state standard, is this school demonstrating more than 1 year's worth of academic gains for its students? I think the NWA data is very clear, and the state assessment data is also very clear. Appreciate that the year over year was slightly below the 30 cutoff, but if you look at those absolute results over time, it tells a very compelling and clear story about where our students are performing, and that's validated by the NWA assessment we're doing for all students.
So would the same apply to your lack of a baseline?
So in terms of a baseline, we have beginning of year, mid-year, and end of year. With NWA, the growth data I just provided is based upon where students start. So we know both where they started the first day they showed up, as well as over the years, but the growth data automatically calculates their growth based upon where the student started. So we have clear baseline data. You don't get the growth metric without NWA calculating where did the student start and how much did they grow. And so that's why we have high confidence we've grown more than a year's worth, both because of the growth data we get within a year from NWA, as well as the year-over-year progress we're seeing for our students in terms of their proficiency rates.
Okay, another concern I had was with special ed, because as a board member, I'm well aware of we don't get enough money from the state to cover all those needs. So you must face the same challenge that you have a special ed student come to you and you have to meet their needs. And when I looked at the last area of concern for me was the fiscal, because I agreed with the findings of our staff that it didn't seem realistic in what you're expecting from the state, the concern that you don't seem to have thought about what you're going to do as far as the deferrals. So again, in looking at, can you really carry out this program? Are you really going to be able to meet the needs of the special ed kids under the fiscal information you gave us and with what's going on in this, with this crisis right now? I know it's putting an additional burden on all of us to provide the PPE and everything else we have to do. So that would be another area that I have some concern about.
So at Rocket Ship, we believe that all students have the potential to really grow, and that includes our children with special needs. This is one of those areas that's very near and dear to my heart. So those of you who know me, I started out here in the Mount Diablo district with my son, who is now 24, who was identified as special needs. And I learned to become a parent advocate and really partner with my school and my teacher to make sure that we can get those services for him. And I didn't understand the funding formulas, and I didn't understand what services we could afford or could not afford. At Rocket Ship, what we are able to do is we are able to meet the needs of our students by planning for all the different needs that they have. One of the things you'll see as a new school, we started with a small group of students, and we've been proud that we have been steadily increasing the number of special ed students. Inclusive, we're right about at the rate of Mount Diablo. Financing can be tricky, and it's particularly now in this pandemic. I want to turn to Ms. Brown to talk a little bit about how our students with special needs are performing at our school, and then to get to the finance question, we'll ask our CFO, Keisha Bailey, to lend us a hand on that as well. Okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Marie. So as Marie stated, at Futuro, we serve all kids. Currently, about 10% of our students are students with disabilities, and we serve the full continuum of students at varying levels of need. We have a really robust, specialized inclusion program, which I'm really proud of. It's really important to our mission of closing the opportunity gap that we have a really meaningful inclusion model. So what this looks like is our special education teachers are co-teaching and co-planning on how they support our students with differing abilities to access high grade level content in their general education classrooms. And as Marie said, we're really proud that our students with disabilities are demonstrating greater than 1 year of growth on NWA in both literacy and math. I think we provided the disaggregated data for students in our follow-up response to the district. The percentage of students with disabilities at Futuro has increased as we have become this fully built out K-5 school through positive referrals from our current families, as well as that full continuum we provide in order to serve all students with our on-site specialized inclusion program.
Thank you.
Just to add a few words and then hand it off to Ms. Bailey, our CFO. You know, previous to working at Rocket Ship, I was in charge of special education at Denver Public Schools. So very familiar with the challenges we have with funding special education as a district, as a charter school. And you are absolutely right. We are far from fully funded on special education. There may be some hope for the future, but at this point, it is very short of what it needs to be. And have a lot of experience of those tough financial choices we need to make, whether we're a district or a single charter school, in terms of how do we make sure we're funding the needs of students with disabilities, not just the special ed teachers and parents, but our related service providers. And what I would say at Futuro is we've already been taking on that challenge successfully. We've added multiple years ago a program for students with significant disabilities. So we're already finding within the Futuro budget, how do we make those tough but smart choices in order to fund the staff to provide the services our students needed? Last year, we were funding a nurse to help support the needs of a specific student. So we have made those choices. It's not easy. It's not easy for any of us in education, but we've been able to make those hard choices to make sure that we deliver the legally and morally required services we need to provide to our students with disabilities. We've done it over the past couple of years. We prepared for this year, the potential cuts, and now it's called deferrals. And so we make sure that we have a stable financial picture as a school, yet maintain our commitment to our students with disabilities.
Thank you.
Ms. Mason, did that answer the question for you?
Mhm.
Okay.
Can I just ask a follow-up to those just to clarify the answers, because I had similar questions. So when you talk about the charts that you are showing on slide 10, 11, and 12, how many students are represented in each of those charts?
I'm pulling up the slides now. My apologies. Let's see.
I think it's in the lower left hand of the slide. Is the students tested? If I'm looking
So,
at the same.
right, so in slide 11, the lower left does say students tested in 2016-17, 104, 27-18, 203, 2018-19, 201. But that's not your total enrollment. So is this only certain grade levels that are taking this test? This is the NWEA, or this is?
This is our English language learners taking the NWA. So that's why it's not our full enrollment. So it's 104, 203, and 281.
Okay,
so
and
those
which
were the
grade
ELs.
levels?
All grade levels. So
All grade
that
levels.
shows you, the intent was the prior slide showed you essentially our 3rd through 4th graders, their performance, because those are the only ones who took the state assessment. And just to the other question, how are all students doing at Futuro? And that's what the following slide shows, is how Ls across all grade levels are doing in terms of Futuro. And you can see very similar performance rates to what we're seeing on the state assessments for our upper grades.
So slide 10 is only English learners 3rd and 4th grade. So that's what number of students is that representing?
That's the 52. So in 17-18, we only had 3rd graders testing. So there were only 18 3rd grade English language learners taking the state assessment. The following year in 18-19, when we had 3rd and 4th graders, we had 52 English language learners taking the state assessment that year. We would have had far more last spring, but again, events intervened. But you can see on slide 11 that that performance was consistent with what we were seeing across all grade levels of the school in terms of, are all students making progress? How do we know, are they making a year's worth of growth? What's the performance level?
Okay, thank you. And then to Trustee Mason's question about the special ed to their performance, you did provide the detailed breakout of those numbers in your response to the staff report, but I just had a question on page 16 and 17 where you do break out SPED. For example, the bottom of page 16, in 2017-18, 39% of your SPED population were at or above 50th percentile, but then the following year, 2018-19, only 18%. So it looks like there was a drop in their performance.
So on page 16, you're looking at our percentage at or above 50 percentile on our NWA math.
Yes.
So from 2017-2018 to 2018-2019, we more than doubled our students, our population of students with disabilities. So the number tested in 18-19 were 44, and 17-18 was 18.
One other thing I'd say about that, and this is part of the reason the state has that cutoff at 30, is when you have only 18 students, 1 or 2 students can make a pretty big difference, right? And so that's part of what we think happened, as well as, you know, there were need for improvement in terms of the results for students with disabilities that we've been working on since then.
And I do want to say this, because it's so important that this is at the forefront, is that there are ways, there are areas that we need to do better. And certainly when we look at our students with special needs, we want to make sure that we are providing a curriculum and a program that helps us support their learning. And so when we look at this data helps to inform us where we need to strengthen and what we need to do better. So I don't want to say that our program is perfect for children with special needs, but this data allows us to better inform the way that we serve them.
I want to give Ms. Durkee and Ms. Mason a chance to, or Ms. Mayo a chance to ask questions. Ms. Durkee?
Thank you. So I actually have kind of a process question for all of us, I guess, for Dr. Clark. So what I I'm concerned about is does our staff who gave us the staff report have an opportunity to respond? I'm particularly focused on, the educational program, and there was a number of areas, and I just think, we heard just your response to the staff response, but then I think I would love to hear the staff's response to what you're saying, because there's such a gap in what I read in both reports. I'm not quite sure what to do about that.
Yeah, my next question was going to be for Jennifer Sachs.
Yeah, is that possible, Dr. Clark? To really put her on the spot, but.
No, that is definitely possible. Let me.
Okay, that would be
Ms.
great.
Sachs,
Go ahead.
she's here.
Yeah, in terms of the things that we're, backing up a little bit and starting with the educational program, maybe then we can go on to special ed. Those would be the two in particular that I would want to hear our staff's response to what the rocket ship leadership has just provided, just said. I wish I could have said that earlier, because it's kind of unfair now because it was said at the after. But maybe they were taking notes. I don't know.
Dr. Clark, would you like me to lean in?
Please.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. Thank you, Trustee Durkee. So, looking at the educational services side, we did have a team take a look at the data, as well as the English Learner Program, as well as the other programs within the initial proposal, the initial renewal application. And I just want to acknowledge the fact that we did read that when we came up with our questions and our concerns, as was presented tonight. We also took the opportunity, Director Carmen Garces and myself, to reach out to the Futuro team in order to get a little bit more information, because we did not feel that we had enough within the proposal itself. They helped to provide some clarification, especially around English language development, specifically designated English language development. And then they even added more detail in their response that was attached after seeing or the document that we had posted on the website. When it comes to designated ELD, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that what was read with regards to the state not requiring exact minutes, that is indeed true. However, when we're taking a look at 20 minutes, when we asked about how the students were grouped, because it seems to me, I know Futuro teachers are very, very skilled, but thinking about trying to support, many levels of English learners during a 20% or a 20-minute time, and just kind of running around the room. I just had this vision of this teacher running around and trying to serve multiple levels all at the same time every single day for only 20 minutes. And so we continue to still have that same question of, are the students truly being leveled within these, the 20 minutes within these classrooms? The Eagles, the Judges, the Lions, the Spartans, are they truly being leveled? And so we had that. It still really wasn't clear even after we got off the phone. They did provide a lot more specificity within the document on how they were providing designated ELD. We felt the integrated was very clear, but we were not understanding exactly what that designated ELD looked like, the forms and functions, the grammar, the brick and mortar, how do we support our emerging biliterate students? Part of that piece connected it to the data. It's very interesting to see that even with this very small group of students that, Josh, I appreciate you acknowledging the fact that, yeah, it was only 25 students, and their ELA and their math on the last CAS, actually, over a year ago or more than a year ago now, they were showing, high levels of performance, this very small group. But on the summative LPAC, the LP, the data on the English learners was at a very low level. So it's just a conundrum that we have about how are they performing this level on the CAS when you take a look at the English learner data, but on the basic English acquisition assessment, the summative LPAC, they are not performing at that same level. So that again broached a question for us, which we feel like it has to do with the designated ELD. That is very specific with English language acquisition and less having to do with standards-based, which is more the integrated English language development. So that's how those two pieces kind of in our mind kind of connected together, which is why on the kind of the conditions, we would definitely want to work, if indeed the board ends up going down that road, we would have additional questions on making sure the monitoring of the English language development program would be front and center, because it's a huge percentage of the Rocketeers at the school site. The NWEA, we appreciate additional information on that because we didn't feel like we had an idea about the base. We would be very curious to take a look at, that is not an assessment we use, so we do appreciate it that it is considered, reliable, valid, it's nationally normed and all of that. But it was a lot of assumptions being made on very small groups of students, which we felt like there were some, again, assumptions being made, some future, improvements or growth being highlighted that we could not put our finger on and say, yes, absolutely, just because those numbers were so significantly small. So those were the major ones with the EL, the ELD, the LP that had to do with some of the data. We also appreciated the submission of the instructional minutes and getting more detailed with that, because the social emotional learning components of the day, as we were looking at it, we had a huge difference between what was being reported to us and what we actually saw on the minutes. And what we understand is that there's certain times of the day where there's dual purposes involved. And let's say when the students come in and they start their lunch and they have their breakfast together, it's also possibly SEL opportunity as well as picking up breakfast in the morning and those types of things. So I think I hit kind of the highlights on the major things on the ed services side from my neck of the woods. I'm not sure if there was additional questions that you had possibly for Wendy and her team.
Yeah, actually, if Dr. Geely can maybe respond to the response that we just heard from Rocketship staff.
Right, so Rocketship would function a little bit differently than the Eagle Peak Charter in the fact that Rocketship would actually receive their special education services and oversight and monitoring not through the district, but through El Dorado Charter SELPA. So one of the questions that I had initially posed was around the percentage of students who have extensive needs rather than mild, moderate disabilities. There was a new report that just came out regarding special education across the state of California, and it pointed out that charters are far more likely to have lower numbers of special education students enrolled. I think that, yes, it's true that the charters are required to accept all students who apply, and Rocketship did say that in their documentation, their original documentation, that they do not ask about special education status or to see IEPs before enrollment. I just think that overall that many families who have students with disabilities don't choose charters as an option just because of the historical context of that. I did receive the data that I had requested, which was in the report that they replied back regarding their overall percentage of special education students, plus their number of students who are qualified with extensive needs category disabilities, the more mod severe groups. I wasn't sure if that was broken out by in terms of sort of their instructional needs, as in mild mod requiring accommodations, whereas the more mod severe kids require the work to actually be modified and working on almost an alternative set of standards, or whether the data that was provided was regarding simply the eligibility category. And I'll give you an example of that. Autism is considered to be a severe disability under the categories for California Department of Education, but we all know autism is a spectrum, and some of our students with autism simply can be served in a speech-only program, right? So, but I did get the number that I requested, and and the breakdown of the scores under the assessment policies, and that seems to be in line with where the district lies.
I want to give Ms. Mayo a chance to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I appreciate the responses from Mrs. Sachs, and I was wondering if Mrs. Garces had anything else to add around the English learner development, because that's pretty, I guess I was concerned that minutes aren't required, yet we were concerned about at least a minimum of 20 minutes.
Okay, what Maria mentioned regarding, oh, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing, Dr. Clark? I just want to mention that what Maria says about the minutes of ELD is the standard response that the State Department gives you. However, I want to emphasize that your ELD program, that has to do with the minutes of instruction, have to show results. And in this case, for the performance in the LPAC, which is the measure for English learners, it's not showing growth. In their LP, which is the measure that English learner progress indicator, they score in the lowest band. They have 33.3% of their English learners scoring proficiency, and also their reclassification rate, it's low. Now, talking about ELD, there's integrated ELD and designated ELD. They had a slide about integrated ELD, and based on the professional development that their teachers receive, I can feel confident, that they do provide integrated ELD through that day. However, in our conversation, I was very clear with Mrs. Alvarado and Mr. Drake, and there was another person that talked about ELD. I advised them that they needed to look at their model, because in a classroom, they have multiple levels of proficiency, and they only have 20 minutes. So they are not teaching to the level of proficiency of the students every day.
Okay, thank you. I did have one other question, if I may.
Ms.
Okay.
Mayo, I promise I'll come back to you. I wanted to, in just a moment, I want to give Rocketship a chance to kind of respond to that and address that. Before I do, Ms. Garces, could you tell me, just in point of comparison, so you mentioned it and it's in the summary of major staff findings, the only 33.3% of the charter schools' English language learners are progressing towards proficiency in English, scoring very low on the state indicators. How does that compare to MDUSD?
They are lower than us. I don't have any of my papers, but we are orange level and they are red. And our reclassification, it's much higher than them too. And we do get a large number of English learners that start at the beginning level of proficiency. So I do really encourage them to look at their delivery of designated ELD. Another thing that I got based on the review, they have multiple programs that support reading and math, but they do a computerized program that they use during their rotation, during their model, but they do not have a software or a computerized program that will support English learners, speed up their development of English. So that it's another area that they can look at. Now, Rocketship is an all English model, structured English immersion, and we do have that, but based on their emphasis that they have on English learners, they should look more closely at the delivery of designated ELD and also provide primary language support for the newcomers.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Garces. I want to give Rocketship an opportunity to respond to that. Ms. Mayo, then I'm happy to come back to you for a further question.
Well, I will say that the pandemic did us a disservice in that we were not able to have our EL learners participate in the 1920 statewide assessments. We're confident that if we had had that opportunity, we would have shown growth, but alas, we don't have that. In any event, I do want Ms. Brown to talk a little bit about what our ELD designated instruction looks like at RFA to answer some of these questions. But I do want to bring us back to the larger question. And in the conditions of approval, the staff was very specific around inputs that they wanted to see as a condition of approval, as well as some outputs. And so we looked at both of those, and although it's a bit unconventional, we have agreed with those conditions and look forward to that partnership with Jennifer Sachs and Ms. Carmen Garces so that we can be better. We want to improve the program. And we are a new school with a very small, minute percentage of data compared to a large district as Mount Diablo. So we know we have a lot to learn from you, and that authorizer district charter partnership will help us be better at what we do, and we look forward to that. So Ms. Brown, sorry, a little wordy, but I want to pass it off to you.
Thank you, Marie. So Carmen and the rest of the board, I really do hear your concern, and this is concerning to me as well. And I think that there's a couple of factors at play. So we started as a K-2 school, which has been steadily building out, as I mentioned before. But research shows that ELs really need multiple years to move from emerging to being fully reclassified. And our reclassification rates, which we most recently had in the 18-19 school year, was similar to the district. So we were at 9.5% and the district was at 10.7% for Mount Diablo. And LP is a brand new measure for us as for you as well. The first year was 18-19, and we were really concerned when we found out that our score was only 33.3%. And so in the 19-20 school year, we really prioritized our English language development for development for our teachers, our school leaders, and really to ensure that we are providing the best high quality instruction for our students. So we really focused on oral language development and really engaging in high level of academic discourse. Specifically thinking about how our level 3 students, which seem to get stuck at level 3, how can we get them to that level 4 and then ultimately being reclassified? So we did a really deep dive into the data. But alas, unfortunately, LPAC did not happen in 1920. But we are fully confident now that being a fully K-5 built out school, that we will be able to achieve similar reclassification rates and LP scores as Mount Diablo in the future. And to echo Marie's point, it really is an area where we want to collaborate. We want to partner with you and learn best practices so that we can ensure that we are serving our students to the best of our abilities, because that's what they deserve.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mayo, I'll go to you in just a moment for a question. I want to make sure trustees have the ability to ask questions, get the information they need, but recognizing we still have an extensive agenda tonight. And so, Ms. Mayo, I turn to you for a follow-up question.
Thank you. My next question, since Mr. Lawrence is trying to push us along here, is that I was on page 12 of your response. You talk about there's the financial projections that are being discussed. And I found it interesting that you, and I do understand that you weren't able to include all the data for this fiscal budget 2021 within your calculations because you were preparing the document for presentation. But I was disappointed that you will not be submitting a revised appendix until December 15th, 2020. Can you explain why you're unable to provide that revised budget at this point in time?
Right. So the revised budget, we're happy to provide that. I used the date of December 15th because that was the date that was set aside as the due date for the memorandum of understanding. But we're happy to be able to provide it before that if the board would like to review that.
And so it would be, well, I should have asked earlier because now we can't review it at this particular point in time unless you have a copy of it available. The other question I had was around the audits. It seems so there was information that you were willing to provide an audit, and let me clarify, the fiscal year 7/1/21 to 6/30/22, and a second audit 7/1/22 to 6/30/23. Is that accurate? Just those 2 years?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood the question. You cut out just a little bit. I'm so sorry.
I was trying to clarify the dates for the audits that were being offered.
Okay.
If I, Marie, if I may
yes,
add on.
Yes.
Happy to address this particular question. We are amenable to resubmitting a new budget projection as per the board's request as soon as possible, as Marie indicated, certainly prior to December 15th. And as it relates to the audits, we are also amenable to providing a separate audit for our Futuro school, which we could request our auditors to prepare beginning with the period of this fiscal year's end. So that would be for fiscal year ending 2021. And we would be able to commence it as of this year.
Thank you. Other board questions or comments?
I have one last one. This is a question for the rocket ship team. I didn't see anywhere in the response or the staff report whether any data on foster youth or unduplicated pupils. So I was wondering, do you have students in those demographics enrolled? And do you have data on how they're, how they are being instructed and performance as well?
So I'm going to ask for Ms. Brown to talk about our subgroup data in those two particular areas.
Yes, absolutely. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me right now. However, we definitely do have multiple students in those categories. And I also want to say that in Mount Diablo, we were the #1 school for students with who are economically disadvantaged based on the state assessments.
I do have a process question for John Ye. When you talk about a possible approval with the MOU, how does that MOU play out, Mr. Ye?
Well, it's common for authorizers and charter schools to have an operational memorandum of understanding, or MOU, because the education code doesn't cover all the operational details of the oversight relationship. So should the board vote tonight to approve it, we have submitted with the resolution a form of the facility agreement, which is one that's very common in the industry. Rocketship has committed in writing to execute it. And I think the important part is that the conditions that are contained in Exhibit A of the resolution are aligned with our staff's concerns that we've been talking about. And there are specific steps listed in the conditions to address those concerns as well. So we would expect that the list of conditions would be also attached to the MOU. And the MOU is a legally binding contract as well, and that's what gives it the legal enforceability.
So that would be in their responses to us where they said they're willing to work with us. That would be an attachment to the MOU.
Yes, we requested, and Rocketship provided a written response that they will agree to comply with the conditions in writing and execute the memorandum of understanding. And if you wish, you can ask them to verbally confirm, but I heard it a few times tonight as well.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to check up. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up to that one? So the what I think I did not see in the MOU or Appendix A, maybe I missed it, was a confirmed enrollment cap, because I've been seeing enrollment projections that I'm not sure that there's a defined cap as part of the charter petition agreement or part of Appendix A or the MOU that would hold firm if this is approved.
And that's correct. So there are two ways to approach that. We have been having discussions with Rocketship in another context about an enrollment cap as well. Or if there is a motion made to approve, there can be a verbal friendly amendment to incorporate or amend the conditions to contain a cap. And I would recommend asking Rocketship for their verbal agreement tonight to agree to the cap as well. So those are two ways to approach it.
So a question I have for Ms. Alvarado-Gil and the Rocketship team would just be, so currently Mount Diablo is not the authorizing body. You've mentioned closer collaboration. I'm just wondering from your perspective, if MDUSD was the authorizing body, what you see to be the benefits of that. And then in a moment, Dr. Clark, I would look to you for kind of the same thought, as well as any disadvantages you see to MDUSD being the authorizing body. So Ms. Alvarado-Gil, could I ask you first, please?
Right. So I think there's a lot of benefits. One, we're serving the majority of Mount Diablo students, and we are focused on building that base in elementary school and launching our students into your middle schools, your high schools. And so it seems like a natural partnership to be able to work together to ensure that we're serving all of our students and families. In addition to that, we live in the Glenbrook Middle School campus, which you have so generously provided for us. We have worked for over a year now with your predecessors, Assistant Superintendent Jose Espinosa, and now with your current administration, to devise a comprehensive facilities use agreement that would memorialize the agreements that we have been making, including the numbers on enrollment trustee count that you had mentioned. And so we want to see those materialize. So the MOU would help to solidify our agreements around the conditions for approval. The facilities use agreement would help to solidify our agreements around payment for the facility, as well as how many students we would house in the facility. Now, if the district were not to elect to vote for us tonight, which would be a difficult response, we would then have the opportunity to appeal to the state and go through a de novo process review, which means all this work, all these agreements, all this work that we've been doing to really build the partnership with the district and led by Dr. Clark would not be on the table anymore. There would not be any conditions. There would not be any communication. There would not be any accountability. So we would continue being on an island, but serving Mount Diablo students. Rocketship would also have the option to be authorized by the county, which would mean you would have more charter schools in your district that are you don't have authority and that relationship with. So that's kind of the two-pronged response. I think if we were to ask administration, this gives us an opportunity to really partner and again serve the purpose and the intent of what charter schools were created to do, was to help build that bridge with the districts and to make our community better. And I just don't see that happening if we don't have a relationship such as a facilities use agreement or an authorizer district charter relationship.
Sorry, Dr. Clark and anyone on staff that you'd like to have address that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll address that. I think Ms. Alvarado Gil kind of really touched on some important points. I think ultimately, oftentimes we do lose focus on on what a working partnership looks like to benefit young people. I know that 5 years ago, Rocketship was in a much different place, and so was MDUSD. But I think now, Rocketship has established themselves over the last 5 years. They developed relationships with families and within the community, and I think that being able as the authorizer to provide oversight to ensure that all of the students within Mount Diablo Unified School District boundaries are receiving high quality instruction, high quality ELD instruction, support for our students with special needs, making sure that, that we believe in equity and we believe in giving students, whatever they need to be successful. I think those are things that we can work together to establish. I fully understand that there's fundamental differences between public schools such as Mount Diablo Unified School District and charter schools. I clearly understand, that fundamental difference that's out there. I do think that some of the laws that, that came into effect this year help to even the playing field between district schools and charter schools. And, again, I'm new here, and I'm trying to move forward in a positive manner, and would rather create partnerships than adversaries, in and outside of the district. But again, this is a board decision. I think that our staff has done a very thorough review of the petition and of the programs, and we've given feedback, and I've enjoyed the opportunity to learn from Ms. Alvarado Gil about different aspects of their programs and different aspects of what they bring to the district. But I do understand that this is in the hands of the board, but not that it would be a punitive relationship, but I think that having oversight, I think it does help the district ensure that certain programs are of the highest level for the students within our boundaries. You're muted.
Thank you. So I'd ask the board if we have enough information at this point for someone to bring forward or motion, or if there's a need for further questions and discussion.
I have one more question on the fiscal side of things. And the very end of the, I believe, is this the staff report? Yes, at the very end of our staff report, the last 2 pages are where there's a discussion about Rocketship paying their past rent for the previous 3 years that has been owed. So the second to last page, we know that from 2017 through 2020, so for those 3 years that Rocketship had not paid $246,000 that was owed to us in rent from those 3 years. And so the original letter, September 4th, sent by Mount Diablo asking to please pay the past rent was, within 30 days, was not something that we received. And then the responding letter talks about agreeing to pay half. So I'm just wondering how it is that we as a board, and this is a question for you, Ms. Alvarado Gil, how it is that we as a board are supposed to sort of have faith in Rocket Ship Futuro in your school's fiscal stability, and that we can trust that you will actually pay your rent if we move forward in either case, whether we vote yes or no, because I don't understand why rent owed from past years would have anything to do with the future. Why wouldn't that just simply be paid?
Right.
What was happening there?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. And there's a few different answers. And one in terms of, overall, we are a financially sound organization, not only as a school, but as an organization of schools. The biggest response that I can give you there is, it's not that we did not respond. There was some miscommunication, and that was around the time that one superintendent was gone. We didn't have a superintendent, and another superintendent came in. So I did share with President Lawrence, as well as with Dr. Clark, some of the emails and letters that I sent in response to the letters, and had an opportunity to talk to Attorney John Ye. So we have resolved all those miscommunications, and we're in a really good place. I will say this as well, and this is not about pointing fingers, because we're past that. We had a rental agreement for the Ayers campus. We never had a rental agreement for the Glenbrook campus. So we paid the rent that we thought was fair. There was some disagreements about that as well, but it wasn't that we neglected our obligation to pay rent. It was simply that there was years of miscommunication. We did need some documents to be able to show our board that this is a contract that we have with the school district. This is what we owe in rent, so that we can budget for that. So that's the long answer to it. But what I would say is this: the relationship that we have with the state of California requires us to have complete transparency, communication, and a partnership. I meet with our authorizer monthly, and we go over a set amount of questions that goes everything from enrollment, what's happening, the lows, how are our teachers doing, how are our students doing, what's coming up. And we always talk about the finances as well. And so this is an opportunity as the authorizer to really have that closer relationship. Our staff has worked very closely with your administration as well. I mean, Dr. Lisa Gonzalez has been assisting us since her arrival to ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. But know that this is about goodwill, this is about partnership, and it's not about continuing to have disagreements, misunderstandings. We're moving forward under this new administration, and we're excited about it. So I hope you will be too.
And I would just simply add, I can't speak to all of it, but I would say with the departure of our previous superintendent, that Ms. Alvarado Gil did proactively reach out to me, and we began communication there. So I know that part of it. I do not know, what happened prior to that.
Thank you. Thank you, President Lawrence.
Other questions? Otherwise, I would, Mr. Ye, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I read it, that in the proposal that there's tonight the board will be asked to take action to either 1, grant the petition, or 2, deny the petition under Education Code section 47605B.
That is correct.
Okay. So board member can make whatever motion they would like, but I would suggest that we go with one of those two. So I would look to a board member to make such a motion.
I would make a motion that we approve it with the MOU agreement and move forward.
Okay, motion by Ms. Mason. Do we have a second? I will second the motion for purpose of at least discussion. So Ms. Mason, would you like to expand and just at least share what your rationale is?
Well, I truly, when we started the meeting, did not have a decision in mind because I had lots of questions. But I think it's just time to move forward. I think there's not, everybody might not agree on what their scores are, but I can tell you there's many schools in our district that some people might think they're low performing schools, that those parents will fight for those schools because that's where they want their kids to go. I think, as Dr. Clark said, our obligation goes beyond just our school district and meeting the needs of kids. I would hope to think we look at meeting the needs of kids everywhere. I do have a little trepidation. I'm a little bit nervous about things in the past, but the things in the past are in the past. And I'd hope we could move forward and that we can now have some input and some regular communication and serve kids in our county effectively.
Thank you.
So I have a question on this. If we vote yes with Appendix A and Appendix E, the MOU, I would like to request an amendment to that to ask for the, Mr. Ye described it as a friendly amendment, is that what you said? To include the cap of 675, the enrollment cap.
I believe that would be the proper procedure, though I would defer to President Lawrence on the board's procedures, but I believe the proper approach would be to have an amendment to the motion, which I believe the original moving board member must also agree to.
Ms. Mason?
I would be open to that.
Ms. Durkee?
I was just wondering, can I say something? I mean, I don't want to take away from what's in process, but so I want to, I'm going to take a few minutes here, so just brace yourself. I appreciate the passion, I really do, because I'm a very passionate person myself, and in my career, passion was very much what drove me every day. And I do understand the concept of the opportunity of charter schools being able to serve a unique purpose and have a particular focus. And I get that. And I heard that, you know, you hear it from parents, the children, it's, you know, it's very strong and compelling, the community pride, feeling being part of the family, a part of a family, overcoming diversity. My career started at Meadow Homes Elementary 100 years ago, but I knew that community, and I was a community organizer, so I understand all that and the importance of that. I think what has to be a minimum is the educational program. And what I really was looking for, you know, as you know, I sat in on the open house and, you know, of course, read everything. I've, of course, seen all the presentations. I've talked to people that I consider experts, you know, in educational programs. And it really, you know, it comes down to me, do I have the confidence that the educational program can get there? I understand we need time and you need numbers and you need growth. And I understand, you know, that Mount Diablo has some expertise that will, you know, benefit in this relationship. And I totally agree. I mean, I was a big collaborator through my whole career, so I totally understand that concept and appreciate that. But it really thinking about the children that are there now and any children that are still coming is, are they, you know, can I trust that the quality of the educational program is what it needs to be for them? Because that's really, you know, that's the bottom line. You know, I appreciate, again, all the great stuff you do for the parents, and that clearly they feel connected. That's so wonderful and so important. But I'm really focused on the educational program. And, you know, I know it's not been that long, but it's not been just a year. Honestly, I was disappointed to learn that we didn't have the option of approval for 2 years. Because honestly, I think that's the way I would have gone, you know, to say, because you're working on some things, but, you know, honestly, part of what didn't help me move forward and with the thinking about approving was, you know, the staff report, and there was some of the response I felt like was sort of not accepting, you know, what the staff was saying. I think, you know, in your verbal conversations, it seems like some good rapport is there, and that's all, again, very positive. But I felt like, you know, the written report was still defending, you know, some things that are inherently wrong and need, you know, are not working well for students. So it's a really tough decision. I appreciate and admire every one of you. I really do. I know, again, as people coming from a point of passion and believing in what you're doing and the students and serving families, all that, my heart goes out to you and to the families. but I cannot in good conscience approve for 5 years. I guess I wish I had a different choice, honestly. But if it's 5 years, that's 5 years of a young person's life and other young people's lives. And I just don't come away feeling confident that you have the expertise. I think the other thing I was assuming or hoping would be true is because you're part of a larger organization, that expertise would be there somehow. But from what I saw, that doesn't seem to be the case. So I'm just explaining why I will not support a 5-year approval. So.
Thank you, Ms. Durkee. Before we go to the vote, other board members with anything they would like to share?
Yeah, so a couple questions on that. Is 5 years the only option legally that we can do? That's question one. The question two is, if we were to vote to approve with the Appendix A and the enrollment cap and the MOU, what happens if it turns out that the educational program does not improve? If we find that that in 1 year or 2 years the scores are not increasing, that we suddenly hear that special needs students are not being served, particularly the most severe levels, what would the next steps be legally? How would we, in that case, as an authorizer, be able to hold the school accountable? And then I'd like to also know the reverse. If they were approved by the state or county, how would they be held accountable to those items?
So if I may jump in here, let me answer your last question first. If the board votes to deny tonight, then the appeal would go, because this is a state board charter, the appeal would go to the state board. And one of the new rules is that if the state board reverses the decision, the state board will choose the authorizer, whether that will be the county board or the district. So keep in mind the possible paths that this could take beyond tonight. To answer your second question is that should the board approve tonight with conditions, they would still finish out the current school year under the current charter with the state board as the authorizer. Matt Diablo would become the authorizer July 1st, 2021, and the authorizer is directly responsible for ensuring that the charter school meets its pupil outcome goals. And so that would be one fundamental difference. For the last 5 years, Rocketship has been answering to the state with respect to its pupil outcomes. If there's a change in authorizer, Rocketship would be accountable to the authorizer. And there are a number of legal tools available to an authorizer. One thing that's been added recently is referral to the California Collaborative on Educational Excellence for technical assistance. If the charter school's performance meets particular benchmarks. But as an authorizer, the district would have a number of tools, including certain notices, a notice of concern, or perhaps a notice of violation. In terms of process, unfortunately, the Education Code only provides a very heavy-handed process, which is the revocation process, but the district can still send notices to the charter school, monitor the outcomes, and have the charter school agree to, if needed, a corrective action plan. So as an authorizer, the district would have more tools at its disposal to not only monitor, but to enforce pupil outcome goals.
And would that apply to payment of rent as well, if we continue to have issues of not paying rent?
Yes, in fact, I think when we were having that dialogue over the last year over paying the rent, the district, even though we weren't the authorizer, contemplated several legal processes, including a lawsuit. One thing the district did do under the new law, AB 1505, was to send a notice to the charter school, to Rocketship, to a notice of corrective action to cure the deficiency in the payments. And then in the ensuing time, the parties negotiated a mutual understanding, so that particular issue is not expressly on the table, but that's some of the background that we have. But yeah, we have remedies whether or not we're the authorizer or not. And you might say that if the district is the authorizer, it has more remedies because it oversees the performance under the charter, including the charter school's fiscal accountability and fiscal performance. As for the length of the charter term, the one thing the law didn't change in this instance is the duration of the renewal term for a mid-performing charter. It remains 5 years. If we were talking about a low-performing charter, we would have to go the 2 years. And if we were talking about a high-performing charter, we would have the option of between 5 or 7. But for whatever reason, for mid-performing charters, the 5 years is a given. The last thing I would say is that while there's a motion and a friendly amendment on the table, I would also recommend that you specify what the cap is, a specific number, and then ask and receive from Rocketship their consent to that cap as well.
I just add that, you know, our own board policy, which was recently approved on charter school revocation, is very narrow. I did look at that too, and it would, you know, it's not an easy thing to happen. It couldn't just be, oh, we're not happy with their, you know, we don't think, you know, it's got to be pretty extreme, I think, my interpretation of that. So I don't see that as a good alternative, you know, if we think there's really concern. So I just want to give you that.
Well, so
reference.
in reading that, Trustee Durkee, I was reading that as well. So number one, the reasons that the revocation could happen. Number one is committed a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in the charter. Number two, failed to meet or pursue any of the student outcomes identified in the charter. Or three, failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles or engaged in fiscal mismanagement, or of course violated any law. So in terms of number one, violating any of the conditions set forth in the charter, would that include the enrollment cap, and then in terms of student outcomes, everything that's included in our Appendix A and MOU?
Yes, and it would also include read one of the other grounds independently, which is failure to meet or pursue pupil outcomes. So I agree that the revocation process is heavy-handed in some instances, but it is the enforcement mechanism, and it can be used as a mechanism to call out academic performance issues and to issue or to try to compel remedial measures.
So I realize we're close to a decision, and I feel like, you know, I'm one of those folks that always believes that if I'm going to vote no, I need to state my position in fairness to everybody involved. I do appreciate and applaud Rocketship's enthusiasm and the engagement of parents, and echo what Mrs. Durkee has said regarding the involvement and energy around the programs. I'm the only individual that was on the board when the petition was taken to the state, and it was also denied at the county level. And I'm concerned that some of the same concerns that we had back in the original charter or application are still evident today. And that's my opinion. I'm sure it's not yours. And then of course, I'm concerned about the educational programs, as Mrs. Durkee mentioned, but I was also concerned that in light of the application process, that your income statements were overstated and your expense statements were understated in the original application, and deferrals were not included when we knew that they were coming. I guess I'm really concerned about your ability to maintain your expenses, meet your expenses over the next several years. And so those are the reasons that I will be voting no.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? These are all very interesting points. So one of the questions I had under fiscal and budget is in the application, again, Appendix 1, the budget narrative and cash flow statement, where in that is the assumption for facilities rent?
If I may answer that, we, at the time of our application being submitted, we had not yet reached agreement on the facilities agreement, and therefore the budget numbers had not been updated for the agreement that was ultimately in place or that is proposed today. And therefore we would be incorporating that in the revision that we would put forth for staff if we move forward. And so you would see those numbers then. And if I may also mention on the deferrals, at the time of the application, our numbers were more aligned with the May governor's revision. They were aligned with our June 30 submission to the CDE of our proposed budget for the year, which did not yet include, from a state perspective, the more extensive deferrals that have since come into full light over the last 2 months. We did submit, for example, to the CDE our revised budget for the school in September that included in our cash projections for the state the extensive deferrals that are now proposed to come beginning in February. And so those have been gradually implemented into our budget, and we would demonstrate that in the revision that we would present to staff going forward.
And so if, since we don't have that information before this vote, I now have 2 questions. One, if we were to vote yes and then find out that the fiscal projections do not pencil out, would we as the authorizer then need to make up for any difference that that exists for rocket ship? So that's my first question. And 2, would it be possible to delay this vote until we have all the information?
So the first question, the education code is very specific that an authorizer should not be held liable for the debts, errors, omissions, or obligations of the charter school if the authorizer is found to have performed its oversight duties. So if whoever the authorizer is aware that the budget doesn't include deferrals and completely fails to take oversight action, it is possible that liability would be imputed to the authorizer. However, if the authorizer reviews the interim reports, notices a cash flow issue, issues the required notice, then those steps are designed to protect the authorizer from liability. So it's a conditional thing. The way the authorizer protects itself is by performing its oversight duty. And I'm sorry, your second question.
Well, I just feel like we don't fully have fiscal information to make this vote based on. So if I needed to vote tonight, I would have to vote no. So I don't know if there's a timeline of that we must vote tonight.
Well, we have reached an agreement. The education code gives 90 days after submission for the board to make a decision. The education code does say that parties can agree to an additional 30 days. I did the math, I did the counting. Today is actually the 91st day. So Rocketship agreed to the additional 1-day extension. So theoretically, there is the possibility of another 29-day extension that both parties would need to agree to. I don't know if that's something that the board would contemplate, but I would note, and the staff's conclusion was that the petition was submitted at the end of July 27th, and the word from the state that the deferrals would be coming out had been out already by that time as well. So that's something that we would expect to see in the original submission.
Thank you.
Further questions?
If I may respond to a few of the questions from Board Member Cowan, if it's helpful. So in reading the conditions of approval, which we have already given verbal and written agreement that we are willing to do that, one of the conditions was to submit a revised budget. as part of the MOU. And the amount of time that was given by the staff was up until December 15th for that MOU agreement and the conditions for us to submit those documents. So I want to give you some reassurance that the staff did think about the timing. With a vote today to approve the renewal would then start that time for us to start working with the district staff to ensure that the MOU was drafted, signed, agreed upon, and those financial projections were submitted. So if we were to submit financial projections to staff and they were to say, this doesn't look right, or we want something different, we would then be obligated under our agreement, under these conditions, to provide all the relevant information so that the board members and the superintendent feel confident that this is a good relationship. And so I'm not saying, let's waver on that, but I am trying to give reassurances that the staff report did allow for that time to further engage around the conditions. And we're more than willing to provide that.
If I may add, we often see in the MOU the opportunity there to address any financial concern that the board may have, and we would be open to having such concerns addressed and indicated as needed in the MOU. I don't know that has completely been addressed as of today, but we certainly would be open to being more explicit in providing those financial assurances there.
So at this point, I'm gonna, unless we have urgent further comments or questions, look forward to.
To move it along, I will just say I would be willing to amend my motion to include a cap of 675 students. So now you have to either agree to accept that amendment or not. That's up to you, Mr. Lawrence.
I would accept that amendment. I think you are voting to approve with the MOU and with a cap of 675, which Rocket Ship would also have to agree with, which would come at a separate time. And so with that, are all board members clear as to what we're voting on?
I believe Mr. Ye suggested that we hear verbally from Rocket Ship on the 675.
So Rocket Ship, we have agreed in writing in the facilities use agreement to verbiage that addresses the 675. So we would be in an agreement to transfer that language into the MOU as agreed upon.
Thank you.
If I can make a clarification, Ms. Gill, the current version of facilities agreement allows or includes a 5% leeway. And this is a hard cap, so the hard cap would replace the 5% leeway. I wanted to make sure that Rocket Ship understood that.
The hard reality there, John. Again, we're here in the spirit of partnership, and we want to make this relationship work. We do not believe that we are going to be serving more than 675 students at the Glenbrook site. We do not have plans to open up a new school here in Mount Diablo. So you have my verbal agreement that we can agree to that.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call up the question. Ms. Alas, it comes to you first. You can vote. If you prefer, you can also abstain.
This is, I was thinking about it the whole time. I was like, wow, my vote is going to be the first one. We've been discussing this for 2.5 hours. So can I provide reasoning for? Yeah. Okay. So I am listening to the board trustees' reasoning behind why they would vote no on the partnership with Rocket Ship, and I can't help but think back on the students who are, the 600 plus students within Rocket Ship and the families within Rocket Ship who, as a result of us not approving them, no longer have that measure of accountability that our partnership with the district would provide, and that they would take it back up to the SBE, and that measure of accountability is gone for those students. So my reasoning being that the students served by Rocketship are fundamentally MGSD students. They are fundamentally ELD students who right now, it seems like the projections are positive, and the projections are better for ELD learners and for those performances. And so seeing as how those are MGSD students within MGSD boundaries that will eventually end up at MGSD middle schools, it just seems within the best interest of us and within the best interest of those students to make sure that we can hold Rocketship accountable, that we hold charter schools accountable, and that we move forward with the education of these students. So as a result, my vote is yes.
Ms. Count?
Oh, really? Okay. All right. So I think you can all tell that this is incredibly difficult for me. Fundamentally, when I look at the charter school system in the state of California and in our nation, I have a huge problem with charter schools. I see them getting additional funding for less accountability, and the more that charter schools expand into an area that a public school is serving, the more that public school district is faced with decreased enrollment, decreased funding, and yet trying to still meet the needs of all of the students. Fundamentally, I think that the public school system of our country is the whole basis of our democracy, and we should be working together to figure out how to serve all students. So looking at this particular case, my biggest concerns have been the educational program, the measurable pupil outcomes, certain questions about the governance of a national board that their last meeting on September 16th approved the LCAP for 13 California schools in 3 minutes, and the total open session was 10 minutes long. These are all massive concerns. And then lastly, the fiscal concern of if this school was in fact fiscally sound all of this time, but yet wasn't paying the rent and still hasn't, even from a letter in September, did not pay the past rent, is very concerning. However, I also look at what happens next. If we vote no, it would be appealed to the state. I don't know what the possibility of approval is at this point in time, but historically, they have approved charter schools quite easily. And then it comes back to either the county or to us, and I don't know what happens to the accountability of the school and the level of uncertainty that the students and the families would be facing that whole time as we wait to find out. This has been a contentious relationship since I've been on the school board between Rocketship and the school district, and that's incredibly frustrating for, I think, students and families. I am very impressed with Rocketship's ability to engage families and parents and create a place where people feel a sense of community and feel connected. And that's an area that I think MDUSD actually needs to improve. So I think the best way for us to move forward and ensure accountability of this school with a hard cap on enrollment so that it does not continue to expand into affecting the funding of our schools. And with the Appendix A and the MOU in place, I think the best way to move forward for our students, for our families, and for accountability is to vote yes tonight.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
So before I say, I'm a little concerned about comments that are being made that assuming my vote represents that I don't think there's, it's a good relationship. That's not what I'm saying at all. So I just want to be clear. I think there is good rapport. I hope that continues and under every circumstance. But it's, what I've already expressed is my concern about the quality of the program for the students going forward. So my vote is no.
Okay. Ms. Mayo?
My vote is no.
Okay. And I'll just briefly, since we need to move on, state, I recognize the challenges. I was there, Mrs. Mayo, and did vote no in the original authorization. Many of my concerns remain the same. I think Ms. Mason might have been there back in 2015 as well, but many of my concerns remain the same, balanced with the fact that we are in the middle of a pandemic, the uncertainty of what this would mean for these students, as well as the fact that I do believe that there is a benefit to our district having tighter oversight of charters within our district, and for us to move forward. So with that, I go ahead and I vote yes. And so the item passes 3-2. Thank you. And we will move on.
Thank you.
But the rocket ship people are welcome to stay with us for the rest of the meeting if they would like.
Okay, so we skipped around a bit. We're going to go to, sorry, I gotta scroll back. Item 12.1, the review the new food and nutrition services warehouse and distribution operations. Dr. Clark?
And with that, I'm going to turn this one over to, I believe Dominic Machi is going to take this item.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, and good evening to President Lawrence, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet, and our community. Thank you this evening for allowing me to discuss something that we discussed over 2 years ago, which was we came before you for an approval to go ahead and build a centralized warehouse that we could support in our district, in our program, for higher quality food and for also a better efficiency and cost savings and cost reductions due to having such a facility. And what we noticed was we had a pre-existing building that was in place at our courtyard up a gasoline alley. And at that time, just made the decision to go ahead and do a tear down of the existing facility and build a brand new building that would support not only food and nutrition services warehouse, but a transportation training center, and as well as our new offices for food and nutrition services. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, so if that could, perfect. So with that said, here is the drawing that PhD Architects we had brought to you about a little over 2 years ago. And we are now in the final phases of this completion of this project. It has been an incredible journey of over 2 years. And we feel very good, and I want to acknowledge before I continue Charlie Biergarten, who is our project manager, as well as Melanie Caslow, our assistant director, and our director of maintenance, Richard Jackson, who us as a team, we did this as an in-house project and put this as far as the design as well as the project moving forward. And so I look forward to explaining where we are and where we're heading into. So next slide, please. So what does the Food and Nutrition Services Warehouse and Distribution Operations contribute to academic achievement? Well, it does contribute to student achievement through high quality food and high quality service. It allows parent involvement to be involved in the Food and Nutrition Services Department for the quality of food that we will be serving and have been serving in our school district. It creates a positive school climate. It also creates basic services and student engagement into our program. Next slide, please. So just to give you a little, background again on the Food and Nutrition Services Department and some procurement data. But as you know, we participate in the the school breakfast, the school lunch, after school snack, and the summer program, as well as the summer seamless food program. Here in the district, we serve close to 4 million meals annually each year. Typically, our food procurement annual expenditure is between 2.8 to about $3 million. And in some of the purchasing, just to give some data, typically annually we purchase about 33,000, a little over 33,000 individual carrot packages, 26,000 pounds of salad greens, 58,000 pounds of bananas, 95,000 pounds of apples, 62,000 packages of bread, 4,000 cases of pizza, 4,100 cases of chicken products, and 3,800 cases of beef products, while also 3,000 cases of cheese annually. So what that says to you is that we go through a lot of food here to equate to that close to 4 million meals that we serve annually each year. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just show you quickly, about a year ago or previously in the 18-19 school year, we were almost on a spending plan with the California Department of Education, which that means that we were holding on to too much funds. We were getting to a certain point. We were allowed to hold on to about 3-month operating expenses. So during that period, in anticipation of this particular facility coming to completion and being in operation, I felt it was wise to buy 3 new state-of-the-art food delivery trucks. As you can see here, we had them wrapped, and these trucks have been on in our community streets delivering to our school sites for at least close to a year. So next slide, please. So what is the role and responsibility of the warehouse and distribution operations? Well, the centralized warehouse and distribution model supports 47 school sites. It increases the level of inventory control for purchased products, allowing Food and Nutrition Services to manage all purchases in the district from one central location, which is something we have not had the ability to do for decades here in the district. So this will give us that opportunity. It'll also create an inter-district procurement system between school sites and Food and Nutrition Services, meaning that the school sites can order directly from the centralized warehouse. And then there's an inter-district distribution system, which you've just seen the truck, which means responsible for providing higher level of customer service and product quality control. What that means is when issues do arise, because they will, a mispick or someone forgets to place an order, we can respond to that within a day or no more than 24 hours, where right now, if we have an issue from a vendor, it could take us a week, sometimes up to 2 weeks, and we've had major issues leading up to this point. The new Food and Nutrition Services warehouse will now be able to store and distribute over 700,000 of USDA commodity products and Department of Defense produce. This is extremely important. This is a model that when I came here 3 years ago, I changed. And what I did was we were part of a super co-op buying commercial food products. I believe in and have been an advisor to the California Department of Education Nutrition Services Commodity Distribution Program. And what this is what we call brown box. And so we create many dishes out of, say, an example, unseasoned chicken strips that is a 30-pound case that costs us $2.85 that is used from our commodity entitlement, which means every free and reduced meal that's served, we receive 37 cents that goes into like a piggy bank account that we use and spend every year. And instead of buying products that are actually processed by a commodity processor or manufacturer, we just go through the USDA and use their products, which is cheese and many different proteins and all kinds of different things, as well as fresh produce, which is local from Salinas Valley at $2.85. And the produce actually to us is free, and it's of high quality grade. So next slide, please. Also, in a new role and responsibilities, the warehouse and distribution team will be distributing about 150 to 500 cases of product per day, depending on a route schedule. This is something that we had put together with Cisco San Francisco when they came aboard, and so we have a route ready to go. I've already done the analysis with a breakdown of how many cases each school is purchasing, and that would be the same as for us. So this way we know what is our capacity, which we have no problem, and actually the routes are really excellent, and it proved this last school year to be really very efficient and something that can really serve our schools. The other is this warehouse will now, having been with West Contra Costa Unified as well as San Ramon Valley Unified, which are some of the largest districts in Contra Costa County, this particular facility is going to be the largest centralized cold and dry storage food facility for a local education agency in Contra Costa County. There's no question about it. And lastly, the capability to become an emergency response center for Central Contra Costa County if needed during a natural disaster or pandemic. This was very apparent in discussions that I had in March with Mayor McGallion of the city of Concord. And this is how we ended up taking over Kmart off of Ayers and Clayton Road, because there was no other facility in Central Contra Costa County that had this kind of capability. So this is something that we could participate in if needed ever again. Next slide, please. So one of the things in this inter-district procurement inventory system, we are going to go with a Titan School Solutions, who does our front of the house, we call it, a point of sale system. There is also a back of the house, what we call software, to be used in the warehouse, as far as, and also Loma Vista Central Kitchen and the 47 school sites, to procure, and also creates a perpetual inventory system. And what that means is that we will be able to track in and out by utilizing the system, that food is being transported from the centralized warehouse to the school sites, and we will be able to see all 47 school sites. What do they have in inventory as just in time, as well as our centralized warehouse, to make sure that we are efficient in our procurement and we can set our par levels of inventory. The other is food and nutrition service staff will go to now to one technology platform. So that is something that I believed in making it easier on my staff, instead of going through multiple systems. This is one system that can do the front of the house and back of the house, which is a kind of a food service term, but can handle all of the features that you're going to see here, which is point of sale, our meal applications, data reporting, vendor procurement, receiving, inventory control, warehouse bin management, customer order fulfillment, shipping, and then distribution routing. So it's the whole package, and it's something that can support us operationally. This is also going to increase, again, inventory control and creating a just-in-time perpetual inventory system, reducing a cost of goods expenditure, because what we had seen once COVID hit in March is that staff was really over-ordering a lot. And so because of that, really it's going to give us an opportunity that we can help support staff in making sure that they understand and begin to train them on par levels of inventory and buy what they need, and just not buy just because they want to. It's a guessing game. What we do is not a guessing game at all when it comes to purchasing. Anyway, next slide, please. So as you can see here, this is our current model. One thing to look at is underneath the area supervisor, you'll see a central kitchen with 3 food transport drivers. That is something that will be put into the next slide. So if you can go to the next slide, please. And in the proposed model, what you can see is there is a position, which is a warehouse distribution operations manager, to have somebody, because this facility is going to need a management person inside to make sure, because you're looking at $2 to $3 million worth of food, as well as you're going to have trucks that are going to be out at 47 school sites, making sure that they're on track and on time. So as you can see, underneath the warehouse and distribution operations manager is a warehouse attendant truck driver. At this time, the food transport drivers would be reclassified with approval to go ahead and reclassify them as warehouse attendant truck drivers. That is because the work that they'd be doing is working from the warehouse, distributing to the sites. And so we feel that that is fulfillment is in their job description, and the new job description as well. Next slide, please. So when you take a look at and you go to really one centralized location for one delivery for either a manufacturer or a distributor, there is an immediate cost reduction, which is, instead of distributing to 47 school sites, which we've been doing, is a different price structure than going to one site location. So that is already an automatic 20% reduction in cost. So our typical a little over $2.8 million that we spend, with that 20% reduction due to that one-stop drop, saves us about $565,000. And when you take that away from the 2.8, that leaves us with a new food cost of around a little over $2.2 million. Also, it allows us to receive direct delivery from manufacturers and farms. One of the things that we did, I made sure of, is that we built a produce refrigerator that has a carbon dioxide evaporator so that produce can last longer, because typically produce cannot survive in the environment of a refrigerated system without that evaporator. So we put in a specialized produce to begin to deliver, or excuse me, to participate with more farm to school emphasis, and so that we can have a longer shelf life on those products. But also, as an example, say, you know, of course, we have our signature dish, which is the cheese zombie. And so we go through a lot of flour in our district. And so what I would do is there is Bay State Milling in Woodland, which has local hard red wheat flour that they mill up in Woodland that we could purchase directly down to our school site. And that can be incorporated as a local flour that can be used in our zombie dough. So just as an example. But net savings allows us for higher quality of food to be purchased and served to students. And then also the net savings supports us for really future reinvestment into cafeteria funds into the Food and Nutrition Services Department. We know that our serving lines are of age and we need to change those out. We need to begin to take a look at that and to put a reinvestment back in those serving lines, especially in our secondary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools, which have a higher need. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, our current model cost versus proposed model cost. So currently our food purchase is at a little over that 2.8 million, plus delivery cost, which is basically fuel, is around a little over 12,000, and personnel cost is about 366,000, which gave us a total cost currently of about 3.2 million, a little over. Our proposed cost model, which with the reduction of that one-stop location, would bring us a little over 2.2 million. Delivery costs, fuel would go up, of course. So we double that up to 25,000. Personnel costs because of some positions, and the reclassification would bring us up to about 529,000 with the technology cost of 28,000. However, still our total cost is coming a little over at 2.8 million, which shows us at an annual net savings because of the warehouse, a little over $330,000. Next slide, please. One of the things that I'm proud of, and I think we're all proud of, is the green certification we just received from Eat Real that we received in October 2020. Of course, we are the first school district in the state of California and really the first in the United States under this certification in the United States to receive a certification from Eat Real, which was a very stringent standard. It has now become our new standard. And so Food and Nutrition Services will allow the department to have 100% procurement control to purchase products that meet now our new standard, which is what Eat Real helps support us set. So the other is manufacturers, farms now have the ability to direct ship higher quality products to the school district, which means I might have something that has a hot dog manufacturer, which is Engelhart Farms, that is over here in Fairfield, that has no nitrates, no nitrites, that we can purchase from them directly to our warehouse, where in the past we'd have to ask a distributor to, can we please bring that product in? And then now Food and Nutrition Services has the ability to purchase more variety of products, which are lower in sugar, preservative free, sustainable, environmental friendly, and local within California. So really what it does is not only allows us to meet an Eat Real standard, but it puts us in the driver's seat when it comes to procurement, that in the past we have always had to be at the beg of a distributor, would you please bring this product in? Or we had to menu whatever was available from the distributor, which is something now we've changed, and because of our new standards set with Eat Real. Next slide, please. So here is just a couple pictures, and on the right you can see some of the construction going on in the building itself. But one of the things I wanted to showcase, not to just show you PVC pipe, but the reason that I'm showing you that is because I was very involved, and I want to thank Charlie Biergarten, again, our project manager, for being listening and being very open. And so one of the things is, and I'm not going to mention the school district specific, but there are school districts that they fail when they build these freezers, that they make sure there's a warm air system that goes through the freezer floor to make sure the forklifts can actually go inside the warehouse. What happens is if you don't have this, and this happened to a school district that was about 7 years old, the freezer that they had built for their centralized warehouse, condensation gets in the floor, it buckles, and then now you have to replace the whole floor. So I was very adamant about that to make sure that whatever we did, so this project with this floor, this building is going to survive us all. It should still be here in 60, hopefully 70 years from now. And I know some of us are going to be, up in the gates of heaven, but it's still going to be standing because this is a very well built building. And just to let you know, a Concord City inspector gave us a huge compliment and said this was probably the finest facility being built in Contra Costa County. he said the state of California actually was going towards almost the United States. So I was kind of a little bit hesitant about that, but he gave us high compliments for the construction of the building and how well it was built. Next slide, please. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity, showcasing you this final phase and kind of what's the plan as we move in a direction to begin to open up operations for this facility. But I'd be more than happy to, of course, answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Machi. Board questions, board comments?
Just thank you to Mr. Machi for all his hard work.
Thank you.
Yes, quite an impressive project. What's the what was the timeline on when the warehouse is planned to open?
So we feel that because we have to temper the freezer, we just can't flip the switch and turn it on. It has to temper for about 2 to 3 weeks. So we're looking at, we can hopefully get into some kind of operation minimally in December, but we'd like to launch it in January in preparation if we are in some way capacity moving in a direction towards some kind of minimized in-person learning so we can provide a service to those school sites.
Okay. Other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Machi.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead. We've got 12.2 and 12.3, which those are both information. After that, I'm going to take board member reports and move those to the end of the meeting. We're already at 9:30. So we will move those to the end. And so after the next 2 items, we'll turn it over to the superintendent for his report, and then to move into the discussion and authorization for a limited hybrid learning model. So we're going to move that up. So with that, Dr. Clark or Dr. Rubio, over to you for item 12.2.
Yes, thank you very much. 1 second, please. We're having a few technical difficulties. Let's make sure. Can you hear me okay, or is there an echo?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry. My computer went down in the last 15 minutes. Sorry, and I had to switch computers, so I'm just catching up. 12.2 is just informational review and increase and decrease of classified personnel. It is attached to the item, and it is a little less than usual tonight, just a change in FTE from one of our schools and creating some positions. The school is moving some FTE around.
Okay.
If no questions about that, I can go ahead and move on.
Is that like the last time they're taking a 6-hour position and making 3 2-hour positions?
Well, it's not exactly the same, but it's similar in that manner. The school is they had some FTE, so it's similar mathematically, and they're taking 2 positions in this case and making it into 3, so somewhat similar.
And is that to meet the needs specific to the pandemic?
It is, and for the school site, yes, based on the site's requests. This is not something we're doing. And is it okay if I move to the next item, or any other questions on that one?
I think that would be fine.
Okay. For 12.3, we have, again, reviewing the increase and decrease of certificated personnel this time. And attached to that are some small adjustments up and down that we typically see for meeting the meeting. Most of them are regarding vacant positions. All of these regarding vacant positions, it looks like. Okay, for your information tonight, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I don't believe, so in terms of public comment, I don't think we had any public comment on 12.1, 12.2, or 12.3. I'm checking with our attendees to make sure of that. I am moving, as I mentioned, board member reports to the end of the meeting. We're going to go to the superintendent's report. Then we're going to go to 14.2. There will be public comment. We have speakers here in the Zoom waiting for that. And so as soon as the superintendent is done with his report, we'll go to public comment first on 14.2. So Dr. Clark, over to you.
Thank you very much, President Lawrence. And I had planned originally, and so I want to keep with that plan of bypassing my superintendent's report and just going directly into the discussion about moving into a hybrid phase. I think that the board and the public would probably want to hear that a little better.
Yep. And so, Dr. Clark, how long would your presentation be? It might make sense to have you do the presentation, and before there's any conversation or discussion, let's go ahead. You make the presentation, and then I'll have public comment before there's any board comment or questions.
I'll do the presentation, and if I could get if I can get technology to pop it up, great. And so we will make sure that we post this presentation on our front page of our website tomorrow. So if I could, so again, tonight I'm going to make a recommendation regarding the reopening of Mount Diablo Unified School District schools. Next slide, please. So I just want to, again, I want to go back to our original, original sort of timelines of our where we are. And so if you look way over to the left, we are at full 100% distance learning. And what I am proposing is our limited, which will soon turn into a full hybrid model. Next slide, please. So last week when we held our study session, this was the metric that was pulled from the Contra Costa County Health website. And in this metrics, you can see that we are in a red tier. You could see a 4.5 new COVID-19 cases per day and 4.3 adjusted case rate for tier assignment, 2.4% positivity rate, and 4.9% health equity metric. So I will now, if we'll go to the next slide, I'll show you how those have changed. So as you can see, our data in Contra Costa County is continuing to improve. And I believe that any day now we are going to hopefully move into the orange tier. So you can see that 4.2 new COVID cases per day per 100,000, 3.8 adjusted case rate for the tier assignment, 1.9% positivity rate, and 3% health equity quartile positivity rate. So all of those numbers have shown slight improvement, and within the county, things continue to be improving. Next slide, please. So what I'm looking at specifically this evening is to talk about these 4 steps here. I want to talk about legal testing and meetings. I want to talk about support groups. And then I want to touch upon the hybrid for elementary students and secondary students. And then I want to talk about full reopening. Next slide, please. So for testing and meetings, this was our #1 priority, and we have a group of special education students who still need to come onto our campuses to participate in legal testing and meetings. And then we also have a group of our most neediest English learners who also need to finish out their English language testing, and we need to do that in person. And we are working on finalizing the agreement with some of our with some of our labor partners so that we can meet this priority. But this is what we are currently working on, and we're close to finalizing an agreement. Next slide, please. So then the next thing that we're working on with our labor partners is how could we open up support hubs for academic and social emotional support for groups of students. The students who we would be prioritizing for these for these support groups would be our special education populations, our homeless students, foster youth, some of our limited English proficiency students, and also general students in need. I continue to hear about students who are failing multiple classes, or students who are not engaging in distance learning. And so we want to provide some academic and social emotional support for these students on our campuses. Next slide, please. And we would do this again. I shared this last week, but we would provide this academic and social emotional support. It would be voluntary for students. We would have flexible and open space where this would take place. Maybe in our outdoor eating areas, maybe in our MP rooms, maybe in the libraries, or appropriately distanced learning spaces. So that is the next thing that we are working on after finalizing the agreement for testings and meetings. Next slide, please. So this is the limited hybrid model, and so the reason why it's limited is because we would phase in the groups. A full hybrid model means that we would bring all of our elementary students back at once. So this is why it is limited. So what I am recommending is that on January 11th, 2021, that we bring back our TK K1 students, and we implement our hybrid model with these students, and we make sure that that we have all of our safety measures in place. We make sure that our academics are academics are in line to meet their needs. And then after we have successfully done that for approximately a week, then we would then bring in our next group of students, would be our second and third graders, and that would happen sometime during the week of January 19th. And then after that, we would then look to bring in our fourth and fifth grade students. Now, again, this is at the elementary level. Next slide, please. At the middle school level, following that same timeline, we would phase in our sixth grade students, followed by our seventh and eighth grade students after approximately a week of each one of those students having the opportunity to attend classes on our campuses. Next slide, please. And then we would also follow a similar timeline with our high school students, starting with ninth grade on January 11th and moving again to 10th and 11th and 12th grade. So we would start off on a limited hybrid, and by the end of January or so, we would be in a full hybrid model. Now, what makes it a hybrid model rather than 100% students learning in person is that we would be given a choice to families for either hybrid or for 100% distance learning. And I'll talk about that in the next slide. So what we are planning on doing is the end of this week, we would be sending out a non-binding survey. So again, this takes a lot of planning and a lot of shuffling around to make this happen, to be able to account for every single student at every single grade at every single school site. So we would be sending out a non-binding family survey, basically asking what grade, school site, and would they do they want to return for face-to-face, or do they want to remain in distance learning? And so depending on what grade their student is in, they would then fall into the, if they chose to return for face-to-face, they would then fall into the timelines that I shared in the previous slides. Can I have the next slide, please? And then, of course, working in partnership with our labor partners, we do jointly would like to send out a survey to our teachers. Again, this is non-binding, but we want to get a general idea of which teachers are due to medical concerns or due to being in a having pre-existing health challenges, which teachers would be requesting to stay back in distance learning. So we would simply ask the teachers in this survey, we would ask them their grade level, their school site, and would they want to return for face-to-face? Would they be requesting to stay in distance learning, or would they be open to both depending on the needs of the district? So again, this would be non-binding. We would give them a week to figure it out, and we would collect those surveys on November 4th. Next slide, please. Then on November 16th, we would then send out a binding survey, and it would more than likely be labeled a declaration. However, just for the sakes of simplicity in this presentation, we're going to call it a binding survey. So we would send out a family binding survey. We would send it out on November 16th, and it would be due back on November 19th, and that would then commit parents for a return to face-to-face in whichever category their students fall into. And when I say category, I'm talking grade level, or remain in distance learning for the remainder of the year. And those who don't respond to the survey would then be placed into the distance learning platform for the remainder of the year. Unfortunately, in order to plan this out properly, we have to have commitments both from staff and from families. And so I know that, there are some out there that believe that we should have opened schools today. I understand that feeling. I can definitely relate to that. However, it's much more complicated than that, because we do want to, as much as possible, we do want to keep students in their current classes with their current teachers at their current schools. And once we start doing these surveys, then that's going to disrupt that. So that is going to take some time to sort that out. Can we please have the next slide? And then, of course, following that same timeline, we would send out a teacher binding survey. It'll be called something different, but however, teachers would then commit to returning to face-to-face or requesting distance learning, or of course, if they're okay with either one, they would then indicate that in this survey. Can I please have the next slide? Just as a reminder, I did go over this last week, but this is how the elementary phased-in approach would look. And here at the bottom, you can see both Group A and you could see Group B. It is spread out for a TK to 5, but you can substitute TK, K1, second, third, fourth, or fifth. These are approximations. All of this needs to be negotiated with our labor partners. And so whether or not school starts at 8:15, 8:30, 8:45, 9 o'clock, that is all up for negotiations in line with our academic program, with how is the academic program going to be delivered in that face-to-face model, and also in the hybrid end of the distance learning. Next slide. Thank you. And then this is the sample of what middle school and high school would look like. And again, this is still a work in progress, and this could look a little bit different as we get closer to the times when parents and staff members would commit to either one. Next slide. One thing that we've had a lot of questions about is our CARES Act funding. So we have received CARES Act money to address some of the needs of the pandemic. And so I do have this slide here for reference. After we do public comments, and if the board has questions, then I can have our CBO, Dr. Gonzalez, help kind of walk us through this slide. But I did want to go on record and put out what we have allocated using our CARES Act money. Next slide, please. And just so we're clear, just to kind of touch briefly on the safety measures, masks are going to be mandatory for everyone, students and staff, all grade levels, all ages. That'll be part of the commitment that individuals make. So if you're committed to coming to face-to-face, then you're going to commit to wearing a mask. We're going to do passive screening, and in some cases, when needed, we will do active screening. Social distancing, we will apply the social distancing spaces throughout our campuses. That is why we're going to have reduced numbers of students in the classrooms. And again, there will be hand washing and hand sanitizers available throughout campus. And we are currently working on securing a contract to test all of our staff members. Next slide, please. I shared this last week. We have several documents. This slide and the next, can you go to the next slide? We have several documents that talk about specifically about what happens if you have symptoms, what happens if a staff or student tests positive, what are the testing and reporting guidelines, how long are they quarantined for, how do we communicate this information out. This is all stuff that we currently have, but we'll continue to make this public so that families and staff have all the information needed to make an accurate decision. Next slide, please. And again, this just continues. Next slide. So the next steps that we're looking for is we are looking for the board to consider approving the student support group model and the limited and full hybrid timeline. And with that, we can do public comments and then we will open it up to questions.
Great, thank you for that, Dr. Clark.
Mr. President, can I just ask for clarification, just on something? The presentation should be quick. It's just the choices for students in the hybrid, whatever level, is hybrid, which is part-time in school, face-to-face, another term you're using, face-to-face, and part-time distance learning, right? Is that correct? And then another choice would be full distance learning. So those are the two options. So I just get cautioning about some of this terminology, because when we say face-to-face, when you get into the survey, I just think there's some room for confusion, and some people are going to think that means full-time face-to-face, even though you explained it before that. But I just want to say it publicly. Those are the two choices. So. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the question I keep hearing too is just the same as that, which is that if 2 days are in person, what happens the other 3 days? Are they in contact with a teacher, zooming in on a class, even if not directly participating, or are they completely on their own independent learning? I think families will need to know that before they can answer.
Great.
So quickly on logistics, so we have a fair number of people on the Zoom right now. As I understand it, we also have some people in the waiting room. So what I'm going to ask people to do is, as they are on the Zoom, to mute, and then when their name is called, they'll unmute, make their comment, and then I'll ask them to, once they've made their comment, to exit, and then we'll go from there. And there are also people asking on our Zoom chat, and I'll just share this with everyone, questions regarding the superintendent's presentation and things like that. You're welcome to ask your questions during your public comment. We're not going to be responding on the Zoom chat, which is limited to a small number of people. We're not going to be responding to questions about the reopening on the Zoom chat, but instead you can incorporate those into your comments. So
can you clarify the amount of time everyone's going to have per person?
Yep, and so let me ask Ms. Jernick, how many people do we have waiting? And she's indicated there's no one in the waiting room at this point. How many people do we have right now? It looks like we have 28 participants, so I'm guessing 15, 18 speakers perhaps. Does that sound right, Ms. Jernick?
It looks about that way. We have about 6 so far who have raised their hand anticipating speaking.
So we'll go ahead and we'll do 3 minutes for public comment on this. And Ms. Jernick, I'll defer to you as to who we call. And
okay, we'll begin with home.
The next 2 or 3 people as well. Thank you.
We'll begin with home, followed by Becky A. and Walter Eckelbar. Your 3 minutes will begin when you speak.
Hi. Hello, board. My name is Jenny Sang. I have heard from parents wishing to continue with distance learning so that it does not disrupt their children's bonds with their teachers. I can appreciate this perspective if the child has special needs, but for those children who aren't, I'm having a hard time understanding how this would be any different pre-pandemic when a teacher goes on extended medical leave and the entire class has to get an entirely new teacher in the middle of a school year. Furthermore, has the district looked into having in-person campus sessions broadcast on Zoom or Google Meet for the children who wish to stick with distance learning? There's a private school in Walnut Creek that's invested in what they call a swivel. So it's SWIVL. The website is swivl.com. Basically, it's a stationary tripod where you can put on a desk and you can put the iPad there, and the swivel actually goes up and down and side to side, and it follows the parent, the teacher, as they're moving around in the classroom. So, and it's done in a way where how the teacher has a necklace that syncs with that tripod, which is how it's tracking the teacher's movements. So that would be a good way for students to stay in the same class they have right now, even though some of their classmates have moved on to going back to the campus learning. So for the children who've opted for distance learning, they would log in to the usual Zoom or Google Meet link and watch and participate with the class from their homes. Depending on the type of kit you buy, it ranges from $940 to $1,300 per kit. So I would like the board to direct the reopening task force and Dr. Clark to look into more creative ways to offer 5 days of in-person learning for all our children. I don't believe hybrid is a good enough model. In addition, my impression is the district wants to stick with using a room to have classes, rejecting the idea of converting our campuses to outdoor classrooms as modeled by the COVID-19 Green Schoolyard Initiative. But this creates a social distancing issue. Obviously, if there's 24 or 30 students, it's hard to fit them all with the 6 feet of social distancing. So I want to ask, has the board made any attempt to contact the county or city officials to lend their underutilized libraries or community centers as classrooms for our children? These are spaces that are just collecting dust. We paid for them as taxpayers already. We need them, and why can't we borrow them? These are unprecedented times, and I had presented this to you all as well as to my local elected officials around August, September, but I haven't heard anything back from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Becky A., followed by Walter Elkabar and Bridget Black. Your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Becky Atkinson. I have a 2nd and 6th grader at MTUSD schools. I would like grades K through 2 to be in the priority group to reopen in November. I also want to express my concerns about distance learning. My daughter, who is in 2nd grade, is not doing well emotionally. She is isolated at home, and as a working parent, I am also feeling overwhelmed. She misses her friends. I'm hoping that in-person instruction starts by November for grades K through 2 and IEP children as well. My daughter is too young to spend hours in front of a screen. She needs in-person learning to thrive and grow. She has only 2 hours worth of schoolwork a day. She is not getting challenged. Additionally, the American Academy of Pediatrics says that more than 1.5 hours of screen time is unhealthy. My 6th grader is also not doing well in distance learning. He has started having abdominal pains, I imagine due to the stress. He is in his room all day doing distance learning. The 6+ hours on the computer is not healthy for him. He needs interaction with his peers in person. I transferred him to Foothill because that is where his friends are, but now the only interaction he has with others is on his computer screen. He cannot stay in distance learning this entire school year. Children who are isolated have more instances of depression and anxiety. We will start seeing more suicide attempts in ages 18 and below if this continues. Please get our children 3rd grades and up, including middle school, in January for in-person learning. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, and are we ready for our next speaker? Ms. Jarnack?
Yes, we will have Walter Eckelbar, Bridget Black, then followed by Doug.
Hi, thanks. I'm Walter Eckelbar. I'm a parent of a 4th grader at Highlands.
And our 5th grader was also there until we recently moved him out of the district. We simply could not make distance learning work for him. We were lucky to have the ability to move him to a private school, but not everyone has that opportunity. Thinking beyond our family, this lost learning is staggering. January 11th, with a phased reopening, it's just not soon enough. There has been too much of taking a wait and see approach. This will now be the 3rd non-binding survey parents and staff will be taking. Real action is long overdue. We should be taking advantage of low disease transmission while we can, rather than continuing to wait to take this wait and see approach. As for how I see reopening should look like, I think we have to first understand that sporadic cases arising from community transmission will occur among staff, teachers, and students. All the safety goals really should center around preventing rapid spread inside schools. We should also let the best available science guide how to spend these limited resources on preventative measures. Things like on-site testing are going to be hugely expensive and unlikely to be a practical solution to help mitigate disease transmission. The number one thing that can be done to prevent widespread transmission at schools is stable cohorts. This includes limited teacher-to-teacher contact or staff-to-teacher contact. I can't emphasize this enough. A plan without stable cohorts will eventually fail. Also, in these stable cohorts, certain safety measures can be relaxed. In class, mask wearing, particularly for elementary aged kids, maybe could and maybe even should be replaced with other measures. Essentially, a rigorous stable cohort approach will save money and prevent widespread disease transmission. Also, any hybrid approach should not be a morning-afternoon approach. Rather, it should be a phased interchanging days. And that's because the main mode of transmission is through droplets, which can stay airborne or live on surfaces for typically a few hours. If you're going to do these morning and afternoon hybrids, you might as well have full density classes. The final thing I want to address is the science. Now, I'm not an epidemiologist or an infectious disease expert, but I am a scientist, and all of this is a lot to take in. The whole biomedical world has turned its attention to this disease. There have been nearly 40,000 scientific publications on this disease in just 10 months. I would like to recommend the board does not rely on their own interpretations of the best available science and seek consultation from scientific experts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We'll follow up with Bridget Black, Doug, then Luis.
Hi, my name is Brigitte Black. Can you hear me? Hopefully. Hi, my name is Brigitte Black, and I have a 1st grader and a 7th grader this year, and distance learning was terrible for us. One of my kids has special needs, and the other one we're not sure about. She may have special needs anyway. I agree with, I believe it was Walter who spoke before me. The stable cohorts it makes total sense. The thing is that in-person learning needs to be the default. That should be the default, and having it, I don't believe that the hybrid model is good enough. We're still going to have a lot of kids suffering socially and emotionally. Yeah, in-person learning 100%. And as far as the masks go, especially for young children, it's not going to work, and it's not healthy. And I think stable cohorts, let the parents choose what kind of risk they want to take with their families. And I love that idea that Jenny had with the swivel, so that the kids that are medically compromised or immune compromised can also feel like they're part of the class. And when they can come back, they can come back.
Thank you, Brigitte. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Doug, Luis, and then the identifier of white, EC.
Okay. Hi, I'm on Dr. Doug Novotny. Pardon the unflattering light. We're still without power here, so I'm on a lantern. Let me say this. So I'm speaking both as a father of 2 students and as a psychologist, a mental health clinician. I work with young children. And so the first thing I just want to emphasize is, from my many different observations, what a disaster distance learning is. So we call it disaster learning, really. The younger kids especially, the poorer kids especially, but all kids really are getting creamed. There's a lot of things that are off the radar, but that are really, really harming them in this environment. So I'm hugely supporting the idea of getting back into the classrooms as soon as possible. I think hybrid is in some ways the worst of both worlds. And I really encourage parents. I like the model that Dr. Clark's offered, that parents can have the freedom to choose. And if they're ready to have their children in school, let it be 5 days. For those families and those teachers who, for whatever reasons, are not going to be doing in-person learning, then let them work out a schedule of distance learning. But I would highly encourage that, again, just as the previous person said, the default be 5 days in person in the school. This is what the best education is. So for those couple reasons, I really encourage you to do that and to work very hard to stay out of the business of trying to be epidemiologists and get into the weeds of trying to understand the data or what's happening elsewhere in the world, all that stuff. We have public health experts for a reason, and they have given us the green light. It's time for us to use it. Do what you're very good at, which is educating students. And we know by far the best way to do it is in person. So I'm very strongly encouraging you to do that. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next would be Luis, followed by Evan, and then the identifier of CBH. Luis?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Well, I want to thank everyone for the time, for letting me speak tonight. Shouldn't take much of your time, but like most parents that just voiced their concerns on school reopening sooner, I also agree with that. It's my understanding that there have been surveys sent out by the MD USD resulting in parents and teachers electing to reopen our schools. Hello?
We're still here. Please keep going.
Okay. Sorry about that. My phone is acting up, but yeah. There were some surveys that resulted in parents and teachers electing for our schools to reopen. And I thought that that's what was going to happen. And as a parent who attended the last call as well as listening on this call, I'd like to voice my concerns. And while I applaud the efforts of all the teachers and staff and parents, I do not feel that the level of education my daughters, who are in kindergarten and second grade, are receiving are up to par with what I would consider learning through the Zoom classes. Some days just getting them on for 35, 45 minutes without any kind of technological interruptions, or God forbid the wind is blowing and we have to shut power off and things like that, makes it quite a bit of a challenge. But I do agree that children K through 6 require a more hands-on approach to their education. That includes social interaction, learning through playing, developing interpersonal skills, one-on-one coaching, language and speech development. You just don't get that through a tablet. And I'm not discontinuing or discounting, nor am I minimizing what older students have to go through. However, many of them have benefited from such learning already. and they're pretty independent. Most of their life these days tends to be on a tablet or on social media or on a phone. So I don't feel that it affects them as much as it does the younger children who are just starting their educational career, which is why I kindly ask that board review, respect, and honor the overwhelming results of the surveys that were conducted in the past. And lastly, I'd like to ask why there haven't been any attempts to reopen the schools sooner rather than later. It is my understanding that we're now going to receive an additional 2 surveys
Excuse me, Luis,
before.
your
Yes.
3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next we do have Evan White, followed by CBH, and then Jennifer Wang Filomeo.
Good evening, members of the board and those marathoners who are still in attendance this late in the evening. I would like to urge you to postpone the move to hybrid model until it is safe to return to the classroom full time. I understand that distance learning is not a model that provides the very best possible education for every single student, especially those at the lower levels. As a physics teacher in our district, I have been faced with challenges trying to provide my students with the best education I possibly can. So I hope all listening understand that I'm not disconnected from those challenges. Throughout the United States, we're in the middle of a severe teacher shortage. With the beginning of distance learning throughout the country, teachers have left the profession en masse, only making the shortage even worse. Since the beginning of the fall semester, online teacher forums have been flooded with posts from respected teachers in districts utilizing a hybrid model, sharing that they have chosen to either leave their district or exit the profession entirely, specifically because of the hybrid model choice, only further exacerbating the shortage issue. In a recent board meeting, Anita Johnson reported the results of a Medea survey, including data regarding the large portion of Medea members who would not be comfortable returning to the classroom while a pandemic is still going so strong. Many similar posts on the teacher forums have declared very clearly that administration at all levels have underestimated that the hybrid model has completely doubled the teacher's workload. Additionally, the hybrid model cuts the students' actual live interaction time in half, as teachers cannot feasibly be expected to interact live with those students who are physically present as well as those who are digitally present at the same time. There are also many teachers in our district who are of greater age, are pregnant, or have pre-existing health conditions that leave them in high-risk categories. 2 slides this evening from Dr. Clark's slideshow included the first information that I've seen that would suggest that teachers might likewise have a choice as far as whether we are in person or teaching remotely. However, MDUSD doesn't have the greatest track record of showing that they actually care about teachers in this district, so hope isn't terribly high for those of us who are high risk that we won't be forced to be in the classroom and exposed to 150 students every week. If families are given the same freedom to choose their level of, if families are given the freedom to choose their level of risk, then teachers need to be as well. While our county may have improved from a substantial rating down from widespread, nationwide, our infection rate has hit a second spike, surpassing the spike in July and hitting a new maximum since the pandemic began. Reports today show that this was today the second highest day of new cases since the pandemic first started. Teachers throughout the country are also quickly losing faith in their administration due to mishandling information regarding teachers' own direct exposure to students that have positive test results. There has likewise been a mind-boggling number of posts on the teacher forums from teachers who have been hospitalized because they were infected by a student. Online teacher forums have also been littered with posts describing schools that have been open for nary a few weeks before having to close right back down to having so many positive tests, leaving their districts in chaos and uncertainty and with broken morale. In summary, moving to a hybrid model while the infection rate countrywide is at an all-time high, is reckless, and leaves the door open to too much uncertainty and antagonism. It doubles the teacher's workload while having the students' live interaction, and runs the risk of causing MDUSD to lose too many respected teachers while in the middle of a national shortage. I urge you to postpone the move to a hybrid model until it is safe to return all of us in the classroom face-to-face full-time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. CBH, the identifier of CBH can be next, and followed by Jennifer Wang Filio and Kelly Gordon.
Hi, so I'm the mother of a kindergartner and a second grader. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to have a 5-year-old sit down on a kindergarten Zoom and have him pay attention. It is an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. I'm about to burst into tears thinking about what I go through every day with him. If he's not throwing a tantrum, he's hiding under the table. This is not okay. You guys are damaging my 5-year-old psyche. My second grader is downstairs. I have no clue what he's doing because I'm upstairs with my 5-year-old. My second grader is bored to death. He is a bright, bright, bright child. His first grade teacher called him a math wizard, and now he's bored to death on Zoom. He can't understand why he can't just go to school. My question to you is a couple of things. Why can't we live stream? Why can't those kids that want to stay home? I have no problem with that, but let the other children get back to school. You can live stream. Like Jenny said, there are programs out there where the teacher can be in class with the kids in class while also engaging with the other kids at home, so everyone feels like they're part of the class. Secondly, Walnut Creek School District, just down the street, is doing an AM/PM early bird, late bird model. I don't understand why Mount Diablo is not even considering that. Have you even reached out to Walnut Creek School District to see how they're making that work? Because all the teachers there were on board with it, and they're making it work. So they go Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, AM/PM. So everyone's back in school, and then everyone distance learns on Wednesday while there's deep cleaning. Like another caller also said, kindergarten should have been opened, in my opinion, 2 months ago. We're not there. So they should be opening up with all the special ed and the IEPs in November. And enough is enough. Our kids deserve better than this. And I personally know teachers that are dying to get back into the classroom, not running away from it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Jennifer Wang Filio, followed by Kelly Gordon and Jonathan Plies.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Wang Filomeo. I have a first grader that has an IEP and has special needs, and it's very difficult for her to distance learn because also I have an almost 2-year-old at home. I feel like I'm bouncing back and forth between making sure my daughter that has an IEP and special needs is paying attention in class and it's not playing with things on the side. And before I basically quit my job to distant learn with my first grader, I was a preschool teacher, and I was trained before that to be an elementary school teacher. So I am very aware that, learning online, like there's almost no behavioral issue for the teacher that can see because they only see a screen, a portion of what's going on. And my daughter with special needs has figured out how to, goof around and mess around outside of the screen, so her teacher won't even know that, she's not paying attention and learning as she should, and she's not being challenged either. And she constantly would let me and her teacher know sometimes that she's bored of class. And I have friends in other states that has told me, for example, Florida, that they were giving a choice for the teachers who are elderly, have pre-existing conditions, and those teachers had the option of teaching from home, and all the other teachers that doesn't have certain conditions, they were able to do in-person learning. So I think that would be a great example for us to look into. And And that particular friend suggests that you guys should call Robert Runcie of Broward County, Florida, and he has able to figure out how to make this work. And I definitely feel like many of the other parents that the kids that are younger and has special needs and IEPs and all that stuff, or are disadvantaged, should definitely get back to school as soon as possible. And I have many friends and seen many comments from parents that the distant learning is affecting their children psychologically. And I have parents tell me that their second grader are suicidal. They have told their parents that, and their parents are looking into getting them psychiatric help, which distant learning is causing these things because the children cannot socialize with their friends. My first grader was asked on the first day by the teacher, "Oh, who's your best friend?" She told me on the side that she doesn't have any because she doesn't play with the friends that she used to have, or she doesn't see them anymore. And it's hard for young children to understand that there's also parents and kids that are successful at distant learning. That's wonderful, but there are people that are falling through the cracks. And I have other friends that their kids are also special needs that are struggling a lot. And I've been told that her and her daughter will cry, like all the time, because they can't just sit there because of their disability. And we are doing our children a complete disservice by continuing distant learning for those that cannot do it. So I implore you guys to figure out how to get students back in person as soon as possible for those of them that are safe to do so, and same with the teachers. If the other state can open, please do so.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Kelly, followed by Jonathan. I believe Jonathan will be our last speaker.
Hi, I'm Kelly. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry. I'm on Zooms all day, so I always like to check. So I'm Kelly. I actually work in COVID. So I have a PhD in pharmacology. I've been working on drug and diagnostic development for 10 years. Every day I'm looking at COVID biomarkers, diagnostic tests, developing drugs to try to kill this thing. We all expected a year ago that it might last, a lot of us in the field, and we were worried that we'd be at this stage a year after we saw COVID, because it has been here for a year. The first incidences in our country were probably around November, December. So we've been fighting it for a while. For me, on a more personal note, it's all about choice. So I follow the incidence rates every day. I follow the death rates, and then I look at my children, the children I'm raising. I have 3 kids. My eldest is 18. She was always introverted, independent, a star, the 4.4, the national AP scholar. I didn't have to do anything with her. She would just always get her work done. She would have been fine with distance learning. My middle child, my 10-year-old and my 7-year-old, they were both at Walnut Acres. And in March, to be honest, they weren't doing anything. I was in my office Zooming. My husband actually works on COVID too. He works on the instrumentation. He's an engineer. He has to go to work every single day and try to figure out why the instruments aren't working, because we have such a high throughput in testing, our instruments keep breaking down. So back in March, we have no friends, we have no family in Walnut Creek. We had just moved here recently, and my kids were sitting in the living room just not doing anything, not learning anything. So we got really concerned. But we figured, okay, let's just wait it out. They'll make it through summer. They won't get too far behind. 3 weeks into the fall semester, my husband and I are working crazy hours, and same thing, they're not doing anything. And the teachers were amazing. Our Walnut Acres teachers were absolutely amazing. They were always looking out for them and trying to help, but we just couldn't get them engaged enough to sit in the computer to do their work. My son is very, very bright. He can have this long conversation. He's very scientifically minded, but getting him to learn math and English off a computer just wasn't happening. So we actually disenrolled them about 3 weeks into the semester because we couldn't do anymore. And we didn't. For me, when I look at the rates as a scientist, it's hitting a 2 to 3% death rate which is horrible. And we're all working to try to help with vaccines. I work in vaccine development. But for me, it was that issue that, 5 years from now, am I going to regret it when my son is behind in school? Because as I mentioned, he's not like his eldest 18-year-old sister. He doesn't pay as much attention. He loves engagement. He is driven by the rest of the peers in his class. So for us, it really was about our kids getting too far behind. So we moved into private school. Within 2 days, back to normal. Our family, there's no frustration. My son and daughter aren't losing their temper. They're happy. They're reading. They won't stop bringing us books, versus during distance learning, they wouldn't even touch a book. They just weren't interested. I don't know if it's just they get tired from being on the screen. Even me, I'm on Zooms all day and I have to wear these silly glasses because my eyes start twitching from all the blue light. So I think for my kids, it really exhausted them, and we've been happy ever since. And I'm here, not for my kids. My kids are fine. They're learning 5 days a week from 8 in the morning till 3 p.m. when I pick them up. I'm here for all the other kids in the district that aren't as privileged as my kids. We can afford private school. We can afford the small class size, and I understand that. We're very privileged, and I'm here to speak out and help parents that might not be as privileged. So thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, Kelly. And Jonathan, and we have one last speaker, Cora. Jonathan, are you still with us? Can you unmute? Okay, Cora, can you go ahead and unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call tonight. My name is Cora Mitchell, of a kindergartner and a second grader in the district. And I just want to speak to the opposing view, I guess, to most of the callers tonight, and just say that I appreciate the caution that the board is taking and being very diligent about the process. I know that it's frustrating for a lot of parents, and I want my kids back in school more than anything. This was not at all the kindergarten experience that I had envisioned for my youngest, and neither one of my kids are doing that great in the distance learning environment, if I'm being honest. But the fact of the matter is, I really feel like this is the safest option. I get a little frustrated hearing parents talk about, for those parents who choose to keep their kids home, it's not a choice for all parents. My daughter has a very complicated health history, and it's not really safe for her to be in that kind of environment. And I know that, the district can't make decisions based solely on what my family needs, but I know that I'm not the only parent in this position, that going back to school could be really catastrophic for her. And I worry about the teachers and the staff and what impact this would have on their family if there are major outbreaks in the schools like we're seeing in other parts of the country. I know that right now our numbers have been decent, but things can change at any second. And I just want to encourage you to continue with caution and really listen to the teachers. As much as the parents deserve a choice in this, so do the teachers. I do not want any of my kids' teachers to be forced back into their classrooms. I don't think that that is the best way for them to stay invested in the job that they do. I appreciate all that they've already done. They've worked so hard to make this process, as good as it can be under these circumstances. And the thought of disrupting everything that they've worked hard to build up to this point is a little nerve-wracking. And I just would hate to see that kind of go by the wayside. So I'm hoping that just as much resources that are dedicated into the hybrid model or reopening, that those same resources will be poured into fine-tuning the challenges that distance learning poses for a lot of families. And again, really supporting the work that the teachers have already done. They've done an amazing job of making this really the best that it can be. So again, thank you for taking the time tonight, and please continue with your caution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Cora. Jonathan, are you available? I have messaged him as well.
Okay.
I believe that'll be our last comment. We do still have several individuals who commented during public's comment session who have not exited the meeting yet, if you would please go ahead and exit the meeting and continue to watch on the Vimeo stream.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Thank you to our public for calling in and sharing their thoughts. I'll now open it up for board questions and comments.
With Michelle first, correct?
She gets preference or I'm not sure how she views it, but she gets preference on voting, but not as comments are remain first come, first serve.
I just thought it'd be interesting to hear from her since she is a student.
Sure. I will go first then. I have several questions, and I have several things to say as well. So yes, I am the student here. have been the only student on the call. And I am strongly opposed to in-person learning, at least any in-person learning where too many kids are in the classroom at the same time, where teachers don't have really the choice. So strongly opposed in-person learning, not opposed to this hybrid model that we have adapted ourselves to fit the needs of vulnerable populations. But I am in fact in favor of keeping our students safe, keeping our families safe, keeping our teachers safe. I vouch for distance learning, even though it has been difficult for myself as well. I am a senior, so I do have kind of more of that autonomy than other students younger than me. But it's hard. Distance learning is hard, but I understand that it keeps me safe and it keeps the people around me safe. So as a result, I think distance learning is really the best option for a lot of families and for the health of many families. But in reviewing of the hybrid and accommodating for the need to return some populations and some students to school, now that we have that so-called green light, it seems as if we're moving in a positive direction, hopefully. In review of Dr. Clark's presentation, I have a couple of questions about, I remember when we discussed at the special meeting, it's pretty hard to backtrack on distance learning if cases suddenly skyrocket. So if we go into hybrid learning and we have these hundreds, thousands of students that change their whole entire course schedule and change their whole entire kind of life, their whole entire family structure around this new structure of learning, if cases suddenly skyrocket, which it's projected it will as we head into flu season, as we head into the winter, is going to be difficult to backtrack. So I was just wondering what the steps would be. So this would be for Dr. Clark and staff. What are the steps if the cases suddenly rise at an astronomical level? Can we go back to distance learning? How are we going to accommodate for that?
Well, thank you for that question. So just unequivocally, if
I interrupt you? I apologize.
Oh.
Dr. Clark, I need to get a meeting extension, I think, here. So if I could look to a board member to move forward with the meeting.
Oh, pass the buck. I move that we adjourn the meeting at 1 a.m.
I'll second that.
Okay. Michelle, how would you vote? Ms. Alas, how would you vote on the meeting extension?
Remember, if he votes for you, you've got to stay.
Yeah.
Just kidding. You don't have to.
All right. Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I vote yes, so we're good up until 1 a.m. So Dr. Clark, I apologize for interrupting. Back to you, sir.
It's quite all right. Nothing, that's music to my ears. So to answer Michelle's question is that if cases were to spike above a predetermined plateau, we would go back to 100% distance learning. So it's a very simple answer. Not one case or not two cases or 5 cases, but there is metrics already set by the state and county of when we would need to close again. So of course we would share that and be very clear with that before we commit to any of these models.
Great, thank you. I have another question as well. So say, you know, the different architecture of each site, obviously I'm just gonna always reference back to North 8, but say there are compounding issues on each site where we don't have enough, I'm saying North 8, we don't have enough faculty who want to return to school, and on top of the fact that we don't have windows, and I know we addressed ventilation at the last meeting, but say there's a snafu with the ventilation. So if there are these compounding factors that proves that one site is unable to meet the health recommendations of the CDE, would that one site then be closed down? So essentially my question is, are all sites going to open under this new hybrid model? And if there's a site with, you know, extraneous circumstances, does that site close down completely?
Right. So to answer your question, all sites would open, and we would need to adjust staffing at the various sites due to either a abundance or lack of both students and staff. So we would adjust where needed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That addresses one of my questions. I was going to ask you, do we have a minimum or a maximum that would, like, say 10 kids wanted to open at a particular school, then it would just not open? And we try to filter them to another school? Or what is your thoughts around those kinds of numbers?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is part of the difficulty, and I know, you know, we heard from the comments that they're tired of surveys and they just want to move on already. But it's very, you know, again, it is very difficult. You know, when we're in face-to-face instruction, we have a very strict teacher-to-student ratio, and so depending on, you know, the teachers who we have for the year are who we have. And if we're losing students for one reason or another, if they're leaving and going to private schools, if they're moving out of state, then we should have extra spots, you know, we should have extra spots to be able to have some flexibility. You know, if one school only has 10 kids who return, then, you know, obviously we're going to have to adjust. But we really won't know that until we do a binding survey where people are truly committing to either, you know, attending or not attending. That's the only way we can truly figure that out.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I'm not clear on, folks keep saying, well, the county says you can open up. It's like the county doesn't even say your family over for Thanksgiving yet. So I'm not here. I think they mean we can take kids. I don't think they're saying open the doors and let everybody in. I could be wrong. And the other, I want to really be cautious, and I'm sure you're already there, but just state it with the special ed that because there's so many different special ed kind of programs, that we check with the providers to make sure that they think that's the best thing for their kids, or how, if it's working well now, then maybe, you know, we just let them continue. Other than that, I'll pass it off to another board member.
And let me just respond, is that the county has, the state and county guidance has not changed, and that says that we have to do social distancing. Now, if there are schools out there that are public schools that have giant classrooms where they could make sure that everyone's 6 feet apart, then you can have a class of 33 students or whatnot. But basic classrooms cannot house 33 students with a 6 foot distance in between them. So the county metrics have not changed. So any talk of a full reopening without social distancing, I'm just not seeing where that's taken place.
I was going to ask, and it's too early yet, but I'm wondering if what you're hearing from school districts, wherever they might be, not necessarily just in Contra Costa County, that are doing the hybrid model. There's, to the point somebody made, it's like there's some learnings I think we could benefit from. And
absolutely, I'm in contact with schools up and down the state who have opened, who are in all of them are in hybrid. So I'm not in
Right.
contact with anyone who's not in some form of a hybrid. You know, I know someone in the comments earlier spoke about Walnut Creek. So just so we're clear, Walnut Creek is saying on November 16th that they will bring in their transitional kindergarten kids. That's a very small amount. And then on November 30th, they will bring in their kindergarten kids. And then in January, right along with our plan, they're going to bring in their 1st through 8th graders. So again, and it would be in an AM/PM model, right? Which we, you know, we heard people in the comments tonight say, we thank you for not doing the AM/PM model, and then we hear from others who say, do the AM/PM model.
Yeah.
The reason why we're not looking at the AM/PM model is because of the cleaning that has to take place in between classes, and it's bringing more kids on the campus at the same time. So so again, hopefully, you know, these are all things that we can work out with our labor partners. And as we start getting around the table, you know, our labor partners bring a wonderful perspective to this, you know, thinking outside the box and how can we meet the needs of all kids. However, there are some schools where the teacher runs the Zoom all day long with half the kids in class and half the kids at home. However, I just want to, you know, we heard from some of our kindergarten and 1st grade parents tonight. It would be very difficult for a teacher to actively engage with half of a kindergarten class face-to-face and actively engage with another half of the kindergarten class at home on a tripod camera or on a regular Zoom call from a laptop. That is, you know, that's what the teacher who spoke earlier, that's what he was talking about teachers leaving the profession, because that truly is, you know, really a Herculean task to be able to control kids face-to-face and through Zoom.
And I've said it before, and however many meetings I have left, I'll say it again each time, because I mean, I'm hoping that there'll be some really creative ideas to really illustrate, you know, to manage people's, including the children at all ages, their expectations about getting back with my friends and going back to school. And, you know, I think for some kids, that's going to be more stressful because they're going to have a certain vision in their mind of what it's going to be like, and they're going to get all excited and then find out it's not like that. And that could be disturbing in another way, I think, for some children. So the adults have to manage this. You know, we have to be so thoughtful. I'm talking about every adult, about how we talk about this and how, to the degree that we're adding angst, you know, to these young little minds. These are unprecedented. It's unprecedented in all of our lifetimes, and we need to think about how we're managing it, how we're talking about it, and how we're influencing, because they're listening. The children are listening and they're watching us. So that's my board report. So
thank you.
You can skip over me.
All right, I have a few questions. One is in response to your first level that you had the question about, which is supporting the small groups. I think that's fantastic and definitely something we need to move on. We've heard from students, particularly with special needs or language needs. I know in some schools we have, you know, majority of the school may be English language learners, so you probably couldn't bring them all back in small groups if it's the most of the school, you know, so maybe it's just the newcomers in that case, in order to still have the small groups. And I appreciate that you are prioritizing students that are showing that they have a need, whether it's D's and F's or chronic attendance issues, or I appreciate that also that you said other needs, because like we have heard children who just don't have a safe supervised option. So their parents are essential workers and there is no adult at home kind of situation, I think is something to take into consideration, as well as just all of the various ways to provide academic and emotional support. So I appreciate where you're going with the small groups, absolutely. The hybrid, couple of things. I think I appreciate that you have it staggered at each of the levels. I do still question what this means at the middle and high school levels in terms of the schedule. And perhaps that's why you have 2 surveys, one non-binding before you go to the binding. Perhaps that's what's going to provide the real information here for an individual school to really assess the feasibility of that. You know, would students be able to keep the classes that they need? Are there enough teachers to teach all the various classes, whether it's face-to-face or distance learning? So is that what you were thinking, or what were you thinking we were going to get from another non-binding survey? How would it be different than the survey that we already did?
So that's a great question. If the board tonight were to accept the recommendation, so that we then would have a set date that we would be targeting to start the process of bringing students back. And I think that is a lot different than we're considering this for down the line. Now we have a set date, and all of our planning really goes towards that. And so then the families or students, you know, if they're in high school or whatnot, then they could say, okay, there's a date, second semester, are we in or out? And you know, I'm really considering this. And of course, as we're going along the way, we would, you know, constantly share information out about you know, progress that we're making, working with the school sites, things of that nature. And before parents would make their final determination, we would have an agreed upon, in theory at least, schedule of what it would look like. But we can't do anything until we get a solid number of who's coming back and where. Our data has told us roughly, I don't know, 58% of parents want to come back, but we don't know if that's all in the primary grades or where it is. And I know even with our high school surveys, I know a lot of the students reflected that same sort of count. However, high school kids are you know, they have one thing in their mind, and their parents have something else in their, you know, have another vision for them, and those two don't always align. And so we do have to take that into consideration. And you know, again, without getting more data, which is really, really difficult for us to start to really plan this out.
I noticed on the non-binding family survey, you listed grade, school, and then face-to-face or distance learning. I assume you'll define face-to-face so people know that's not 100% face-to-face.
Yeah,
If it's
right.
2
Well,
days on
yeah.
and 3 days independent with no Zoom screen, you know, so that people know what they're answering. But I also noticed that your teacher non-binding survey had a final option underneath that, which is open to both. Would you want to have open to both for families as well, as an option, so that if you get into a situation of trying to do schedules, that you know who's flexible?
Right. And yes, and we would have to look into that as well with the, you know, with the students. And of course, we could figure that out in our initial surveys. If we get a high percentage of you know, of respondents back, we could target then how the building of our classes and how the building of our schedules could look if we had a general idea of the number of students we're looking to come back or stay home, and then we could adjust as possible.
So to that point, I think the previous survey, there were some schools that had a very small percentage of respondents and others that were much higher. So are we gonna, in the non-binding, or wait until the binding to do like a full-on, try to get, you know, 80% from every school to answer this thing effort?
Yes, again, I think it kind of goes in line with having a target date and having something concrete to plan for. then at the school sites, our administrators and our support staff who do this outreach could really be targeted in their outreach in making sure that we're getting this information out to as many parents as possible.
I was just going to add to, I think, there's value to doing the binding one, maybe start, give people more time. I was a little concerned about like 3 days. Someone's like, not focused or not seeing it. There's a short amount of time. So maybe, maybe there is some survey fatigue going on, people not seeing and not paying attention, not taking it. So it's like, this would really be, you need to do this. Everybody needs to do it and market it in a kind of a different way. And like you said, with your staff, really marketing and pushing it out. But maybe that's and you could have a little bit more time to get that done. And
right,
I mean, to get it in and out is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, those are all good suggestions.
I have another question about the surveys. So if a family declares, right, we're going to go into hybrid in January, they're then bound by that until the end of the school year, or is there going to be like another iteration of surveys?
They're bound till the end of the school year, until we finish out. We need that commitment one way or another.
Okay, got it. And then another question I believe was discussed at the special meeting is, especially for middle and high school, where there is a limited amount of teachers that teach a certain subject. If a student wants to go take a class that is no longer offered in person at their high school because the teacher can't teach it in person, is there then going to be cross-site taking of classes, or would the student just need to take that class online, or how to accommodate for that in middle and high school?
Right. So at the high school level, that would be difficult because of the way the transcript is produced, to have students taking one semester with one school and another semester with a different school. So again, we can't answer that until we know which folks are coming back and which classes we can offer. I mean, when it gets to the secondary, we may have a difficult time either offering distance learning full classes or face-to-face full classes. It may just have to be some sort of outside of the box model that we do with high school, because high school really is so complicated. And if we're taking sites like Northgate, that have the smaller classrooms with the limited space to move around and windows and things of that nature, we may have to think outside the box on this one.
Is there a possibility to do only certain classes in high school instead of a full hybrid, like, whoever wants to go back no matter what classes they take, situation where you blow up the master schedule, as opposed to saying, there's these 4 or 5 classes on our campus that are hands-on and we have a teacher who's willing to do it. If you're in those classes, you have an option to come in person, but otherwise, that's it. So something that somehow doesn't blow up the schedule, but is focused on actually meeting the needs of our students, whether it's like if it's a career tech or JROTC or VAPA kind of classes.
Right. I mean, I think everything's on the table at this point. I mean, our general thing is that we want to deal with students' learning loss. We want to be able to address that, and we want to be able to address the social emotional level of our students. And I think there's a way that we can do that. However, it may look differently. In the schedules that I shared in the study session, I had core classes being the ones that are at school. I also had electives, because there could be some classes that you can't, that you just the physics teacher we had on earlier, like doing physics through Zoom is very, very difficult. So those are going to be the things that we're going to need to work out. But it's more as giving the folks at our secondary schools the permission to really start to move forward on this, and they have you know, they have been 100% committed to the distance learning, and they've been doing that, and they've been doing their very best. And I know it doesn't meet the needs of everyone, but there are some students out there where distance learning is fully meeting their needs. And so now it's just pivoting and really starting to change our focus into the, you know, into the tangible reopening and what that would look like.
So then would high schools get the information from the non-binding survey by November 4th and then try to build a master schedule to be able to inform people what they're saying yes to before November 16th?
So just going back on that, on the date there, let me grab the date.
I'm just thinking if you're a high school student or parent and you're asked to do this binding decision, do you know if your student's even going to be able to keep his or her classes
Right.
in that situation?
We will know that by November 19th, because that's a month before school lets out, right? I mean, we let out for holiday break around December 20th, and so, you know, we need a month to put this together. So yeah, so we would have that information ready.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought maybe I wrote this down wrong from your plan.
The
I
family
thought you were
binding
saying families
family
return the
bindings-
binding?
The family binding survey is due on November 19th.
Right. So before November 19th, before families start answering that binding survey, will they know if they're making a choice to blow up the master schedule where everyone's going to lose their classes or not? Or they don't find that out till after they've already committed?
We're gonna work very hard not to blow up the master schedule. That's all. I mean, that's for one priority. We don't want to blow up the master schedule. We want to make it work. So families will have a good idea of what the schedule will be like on November 19th. I'm going to tell you right now, I cannot guarantee on November 19th that you are going to have second period English 10 with Mrs. Jones. I can't guarantee that, and I don't think there are anyone who can, but we can have a general idea of what courses we're going to be able to offer.
So there would, I think when the point made, there wouldn't necessarily be better options if you were distance learning. Is that what you're thinking, Ms. Cowan? Is like, if I'm trying to choose between the two options, am my kid going to have more options if I go to full distance learning versus hybrid? Is that what you're?
Well, I feel like some people who are thinking that we should go back to in-person sooner are not necessarily realizing the ramifications of that choice. And so if enough people decide to go back in person, but there aren't the equivalent teachers to be able to keep the schedule alive, then that decision that those people are making to choose the binding decision to go hybrid, and now the school's got to figure out how to make that schedule, is going to change everyone's schedule, even the ones who've chosen only distance learning. So
Yeah,
it's just, do families understand the full impact of that binding choice, not only on themselves, but on everyone at their school?
Again, I mean, this is a difficult choice, right? And we have some families that, I mean, we heard from some tonight where, you know, they want their kids back in class with 30 other kids and full time. And there's other families that don't want their kids coming back until there's a vaccine or until, you know, so we have the whole gamut. And so this is not an either or type situation. This isn't a black and white situation. This is, if you are committed to bringing your students back onto campus, then you're going to have a clear understanding that it's going to look different than what it looked like last year. And you know, it's going to be different. This is not high school as it was a year ago. This is going to be high school in the middle of a pandemic in a hybrid model. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to guarantee that every student's going to have their class. And you know, we're going to be committed to make sure that students are able to graduate. They're able to get the classes that they need for credit and to get into college, or you know, we're going to make sure of that. But are we going to be able to meet the need of every single you know, student's desires on teacher and period and whatnot? we're not going to be able to give that. And by November 19th, we should have a pretty good idea, but we may not be there. I mean, again, all this is predicated on negotiations, and if we're not able to come to agreements with all 6 of our groups, then this whole thing is halted yet again. But at least with picking the day of January 11th, that at least gives us a target to start backwards planning and pushing forward.
I just want to add, I think people will decide. It is definitely more complicated at high school. I totally appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I think they will decide based on, do I want my kid in school versus do I want my kid to get this class, you know, it's gonna be driven more about, am I okay with, and do I want my child to be able to be in school because of that experience that I think is so important to him and her, as opposed to they're going to, you know, being focused on the specific coursework that they're going to get and would make a different decision, you know, based on that. So I think we have to help people think of it that way, I think.
So
and again, tonight I'm just asking for authorization to go forward and set a date, and then I can work out these details.
Right.
I don't have that information tonight, and you know, I don't know what other school districts are going to do in this area. Everyone who I've talked to in high school is struggling with this.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't have those answers tonight. I'm looking for a date so that we can, you know, get people around the table and start hashing this stuff out. We've already made some great progress with some of our bargaining groups. We still have a lot of work to do, but I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to give them something to work off of by setting the date. And the board may say we're not ready to set a date, and you guys have that option as well to push it back to, you know, February or something if that's what we need. But if we miss that semester break with high school, then they're in it for the rest of the year.
I like how we keep being told we're so ambiguous. I'm like, well, you know what? The COVID's been very ambiguous. So we could plan this out perfectly and it could all blow up in January with the spike.
Right.
So we just got to do the best we could do and move forward. We're not going to please everyone. We're not going to solve every situation. Just not going to happen.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And I think the goal this evening, you know, one, I do want to just emphasize something Dr. Clark said and make clear to people is the negotiations have been ongoing. This is not, but rather this is a catalyst to provide more clarity. So we are not just starting to negotiate. That has been an ongoing process. And, you know, Medea, the teachers union did publicly state, here's what theirs were, which they have every right to do. And as Dr. Clark said, we're not going to negotiate that here in public, but those are ongoing items. And I think we need to reach a point where we're able to come to consensus there. And I really think that, you know, we can certainly look at a board as having further study sessions, further special meetings to work out the details of this. But I think what we need to do tonight is to establish a time frame to decide if we want to move this forward. And I would just say, I think, you know, that we are certainly concerned about foremost the health and safety of our students and our staff. I think we've, you know, reiterated it, that's a universal sentiment. But, you know, for us to look at it, and we know more than we knew a few weeks ago. And so for me, some of the things that are informative is Dr. Gailey, who's the chief public health officer for California, has come out with support for the reopening of in-person instruction. We are seeing, as other schools have opened, that schools reopening have not been a driver of transmission and infection, that they are more so a subset of the population. And so if there's an area that's spiking, that impacts the schools. We've seen that in New York. We've seen that in Boston, in certain areas. So I think that is something for us to be aware of. But and when we look at our data in Contra Costa County, I think it, you know, the number of cases, you know, positive cases, that's going to fluctuate. There's testing and things like that. I think one of the things we look at, the number of hospitalizations, as a metric that we use to help guide us. And right now, there are 23 COVID-related hospitalizations in Contra Costa County, a population, and certainly, wishing all 23 people a speedy recovery, but recognizing we're a population of over 1 million people. COVID's not going away. I don't think that we're suddenly going to see either. Some people think the day after the election there's going to be a magic cure, or that January, come 2021, and so I don't think we know, and I don't think we can plan on that. I think we have to plan based on what we know today, and what I hear from the superintendent is, without knowing every detail and trusting him to continue to work on these things and communicate, and for the board to weigh in, that's part of the process. But right now, what we're looking for is the board supportive of the framework that the superintendent has laid out with those timelines? And I think that's where, for tonight, we should concentrate our efforts and make a decision.
So is it my turn?
Yes, ma'am.
We've gone on a half an hour and I haven't said a word.
I was just warming them up for you.
Okay. I believe we are at a turning point where we need to provide, we know we have to be flexible. We have to provide options for our communities. Our families are tired, I think, and they're looking for some different choices. Some people are going to stay on the path that they are on right now, but other people do need a new path. And if we open up in January through June will be another experiment, but we've got to provide the offer for families to consider that, I think. And, it's time to move on. I'm ready to say, yes, I'm pleased with the implementation of the lowest grade at each level of the instruction starting in January. So, first grade, kindergarten, first grade, and then 6th grade and 9th grade. I think that's a good start, and it will allow us enough time to see how things are working in the health world as we progress. So I'm ready.
As long as you're ready, Ms. Mayo, so am I.
I would just say one more thing, which is that as we plan for potential hybrid and we set this target date, and then therefore now we can plan towards that and gather the information we need, let's not forget that we will have families that will continue in distance learning for this whole time for various reasons. And there are ways we can and should continue to improve our distance learning. I think we need to look at
I don't think anyone said I don't think anyone has said we're going to forsake distance learning and the quality that's required there.
Right, but I think in the conversations going forward, as we're looking at scheduling and things like that, one of the other things that we should consider is the number of instructional minutes live for distance learning that are happening even between now and December, because we are, I think, low compared to some of our surrounding districts. And there are students who could really use the help. So we should really consider some additional instructional time for things like English language learning, which we heard earlier this evening. Those additional minutes are really crucial. And then we've also heard from some parents about not having enough hotspots for the number of students in their family. So if we still have any hotspots at the district, let's not lose sight of that, and please, keep working on that piece as well.
I think I've heard enough to know that Dr. Clark has heard us. He has a plan, and I'm supporting him in that plan.
Okay. With that, I would look to see, is there a motion?
Do we need an official motion?
Yes.
Okay. I would make a motion that the board have Dr. Clark move ahead with his plan to implement a hybrid model. Is that sufficient? Okay.
I'll second.
Okay.
Does that include the everything on the slides, including the initial small groups to start sooner than January?
It includes that Dr. Clark has a plan and he's showed it to us and he's going to implement it.
Okay. The slideshow plan. Got it.
So let me just ask, Dr. Clark, are you comfortable with that as a resolution, provided we get a affirmative vote on it? Is that enough direction for you?
Yes, and again, on the very last page, I said, please consider approving student support group model and limited and full hybrid timeline. So the timeline is January 11th. After the 11th, right, it's all approximations depending on how it's going, how the health of our students and staff are going on, what's going on in our communities. It may be something that we can speed up, or it may be something that we have to slow down, but it's going to be targeted to start on January 11th.
Okay. Great. So we have a motion and a second.
So was that a rewording of the motion?
No.
I heard a motion to move
Accept
forward
his plan.
the authorization for a phase 2 limited learning model is presented by the superintendent.
That's right.
Yes. All right. So, Ms. Alas. Ms. Alice.
And to thank you, Dr. Clark, for all your work and all the staff's work, and making sure to keep us safe while also making sure we get the best education. And my vote is yes.
And if I could just jump in real quick and just say, Trustee Alas, just because you vote for it doesn't mean that you have to participate in it. So,
yeah,
so
I
know none of your colleagues on the board here, you know, they're not going to be there with you. But anyway, just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
Ms. Cound.
Yes.
Ms. Mayo.
Yes.
I also vote yes. A great deal of gratitude to the superintendent and staff for all the work that's been done. And, you know, I think that hopefully for the public, they've heard loudly and clearly that, you know, this is not the end, that this is, you know, a continuation, that we recognize the challenges for people staying in distance learning. We want to, you know, really hear the concerns on safety from our staff, our teachers, the parents, all of those many, many things where there's a lot of work to be done on the schedule. So they've been heard. We've discussed them exhaustively at other meetings. We will continue to work and discuss them, but this is a step forward. And as Ms. Mayo said, that we need to make sure to provide alternatives for our families and just continue to balance the things that we have done. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Clark and staff. So with that, we will, I believe you said that was your superintendent's report, correct?
That was everything.
That was everything. Okay. So we are moving along to, and I'm pushing board member reports, if there are any, to the very end. Not to lead people too much, but I'm not giving one. So 15.1, items listed under consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. So I know we have some, and before we move to consent, I just want to say that Vice President Mason and I had met with the superintendent last week, where normally we plan the agenda. Really, that was devoted to the superintendent's presentation around the reopening of schools, and so we did not spend much time on the agenda. And one of the things that we discovered in hindsight was just we had not clearly communicated on things like the reorg. Would those be under consent? Typically, our past practice has been to have those under business items, so I'm sure we'll do that moving forward. So I know we have some things under consent that board members are going to want to move and have for separate consideration. So I just wanted to give that quick background on it. But so I will now ask board members what items they would like to remove from the consent agenda.
I would like to pull 1510, 1511, 1512, and 1513.
Okay, so 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Correct.
I would like to pull 15.9.
15.9.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled? Okay. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 15.9, 15.10, 15.11, 15.12, and 15.13.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Alice?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Cowan?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I vote yes. Item consent agenda passes 5-0. We now move along to what had been listed as 15.9, review and potential approval of the revised job description and salary placement of the Director of Food and Nutrition Services in Warehouse.
Right. So that's me. So I want to start by saying that we all have to agree this is not about people, it's about positions, right? So it's not personal. I think I'm just troubled by sort of what I don't know, and that is that, you know, I know there's a lot, you know, we saw a wonderful presentation, there's great things happening. In terms of determining the level for this position, you know, I wonder, you know, I hope that some type of HR analysis was done because we have a number of director positions and there's a number of variables, you know, typically in HR, one looks at in terms of, you know, level of responsibility, et cetera, et cetera. I think this one kind of evolved a little differently than maybe other positions have. And so I'm concerned about that because, well, the other thing I wanted to say is I have had comments made like, well, it doesn't affect the general fund, as if that means that we go, oh, okay, well, we don't care about it. That's certainly not true. You know, we are responsible for this fund, cafeteria fund as it's called, just like every other fund in Mount Diablo Unified. And so, you know, I just wanted to say that because I have heard that comment. And so, so we do care about it. I know that, you know, speaking about the funding, so first of all, you know, was a really good HR analysis done because does this then potentially lead to some doing the right thing to elevate other positions when you do that kind of assessment and comparison? So that's the second thing. And then, you know, again, going back to the funding, I know that I think there's concerns about the all budgets, of course. And I know that the cafeteria fund, like many, have deficit spending. And you know, in terms of the future, we don't have a crystal ball, you know, what that's going to look like. So just like we are with the general fund, we're trying to be very conservative because we know we have to cut, or you all will have to cut still quite a bit. I think the same kind of lens should be looked at here. I think I was a little troubled also by, you know, usually I think with all the other positions that have been pulled, that the information that we received is usually a personnel cost. So I'm always looking at bottom line, is it costing more money or is it saving us some money? And we've been through a few of these already. And to me, that was the most important thing. So while we're shifting positions and maybe creating a higher level position, whatever, but bottom line, are we saving dollars in personnel costs? That's my lens. And I don't think that's the case here. Going back to the position and does it warrant this kind of salary, we're also being asked to add a manager. So that has to be a factor for this department as well in terms of level of responsibility. So there's a lot of pieces and I just don't feel like I have a handle on all of that. And I guess I'm just not totally sure that that kind of thought process or analysis has gone into this. It sort of is part of this new direction this department is going in, which is very exciting, and it's, you know, putting us on the map, and it's all very positive for, you know, it's good food for students, a lot of positive things. But I think when it comes to personnel and deciding, you know, where a position should be placed, there's other factors that should be looked at. And I honestly am pretty concerned that that didn't happen in this case.
Can I interject something real quick? Because I think your exact concerns are my concern with the next 4. And I was going to suggest that we have, I hate to say, a study session where we can have the department there to get their input. We can have this input of the superintendent, and for the other ones, input from Measure C committee and the facilities that have them. So the board gets all this information, and then at the next meeting, we can make a informed vote. Because I just have a lot of questions about the food. I kind of have seen this coming down the road. It's not unexpected to me. The other ones just kind of came out of left field.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that idea at all. They are different to me because, again, not with using the lens I do is what's the bottom line. The bottom line is we were saving money in all those other situations. And this one, it's not. But again, people say, oh, well, it doesn't matter because it's not the general fund. Well, it does matter. And so I was concerned, and it did come differently. And again, you know, it's not there's great, you know, stuff happening, but I'm just not, I mean, I think there's a certain process one should go through, because again, it can then lead to, you know, it becomes a fairness thing for other positions that, you know, in our district, should they also be elevated? And maybe they should, I don't know, but I just don't know that. So I'm fine with your idea, Ms. Mason, of doing it more comprehensively. That was the one that just felt different to me, I guess, and how it's come about.
So I have some information that I studied because food services is one of the things that brought me to be a board member in the first place, back with Kathleen Corrigan when we were on the map in Washington, D.C. with George Miller. And so I'm passionate about food service, and I value what you're doing, Dominic, very much. But I went in the same line that Mrs. Durkee did. She's salt and I'm pepper. And I was concerned a little bit because we got 3 different sets of numbers. And I understand that it takes time to figure everything out when you're presenting information to board members as they ask questions. The challenge for me with this and the food service reorganization isn't right now the job description, because I do understand that the person in this position has to oversee the warehouse. But I also recognized we just approved the warehouse manager. So that's taken care of. Yes, that warehouse manager is going to need a lot of hands-on work from the director, but that position helps accomplish the work. So for me, if everyone is comfortable with this job description, I suggest we divide the motion, that we approve the job description. Then we have another motion where we discuss the salary range, and then we move forward, or we leave the salary range where it is and then come back after there's been the study that Mrs. Mason is recommending. The warehouse has to move forward. It's going to be in operation in January. It's going to be cured and it's going to be freezing in there. So, you know, it has to move forward is basically where I'm at with this one. But I do have a little bit of a concern about the $24,000 increase all at once. And I pulled up the management schedule and discovered what Mrs. Durkee did about the range for the directors. And I don't have a valid way to understand all of the differences. So my question was, do we need an audit of our manager salary structure? We do reclassification for other bargaining units. I don't remember when the last time was that we did something for DMA, but someone will gladly refresh my memory about that.
Not since I've been around.
I think that sounds like a great idea to look to separate it, to pass the job description tonight and then continue to explore the salary unless there's some reason why the salary is immediate. We seem to have a lot of questions about salary, not only about the position in relation to other managers, but also in relation to other food service positions that have been frozen at this time due to budget concerns.
And then I was just, after reading the public comment, the majority of the concern seems to be regarding, the food service workers who are distraught or have concerns about that increase in salary. So I agree, just speaking on behalf of what I'm reading here.
So if I could just jump in just real quick, and it's not necessarily on just because we've had a wide range of conversations. We started with 15.9, but then it also bled into 10, 11, 12, 13. But I do want to say, due to some very important time constraints, is that that approval of the job description of the CalPADS coordinator and of the information technology operations manager. I know that those two are extremely time sensitive, and so with that said, I do agree that that we've had some challenges in looking at some of our management positions and the range and where folks come in at when they're hired, and going back and cleaning up some of our processes in the human resources department. There's definitely a need for that. But I also just want to bring to the board's attention that some of these other things have been in the works for some time. And I know Dominic shared his presentation tonight, and he said this has been a couple of years in the making. And so some of this, we will take the responsibility and say, hey, at least in the technology department, we have a new technology director over there. We've done some initial auditing of that department. We've shared that with the board. There are some immediate needs that we have, and then I know with food service that some of that has been in the works for some time, and that all of us kind of at least I can speak for myself, I can speak for Dr. Rubio, and I can speak for Dr. Gonzalez, that we're kind of new to this, and so there is some work that that admittedly we can do on shedding some light, or making sure that we're completely transparent and we're above board with our actions, and that there isn't some sort of hidden agenda here that we're trying to pull over, with these being placed in consent and things to that nature. So I just want to just kind of at least bring that to the board's forefront. I do agree that a study session would definitely allow us to talk about this stuff in depth, bring some other documents to the conversation, bring some other folks into the room, into the conversation, and try to come up with an understanding. But anyway, that's just my brief input.
Well, I just have to say, as far as this one, why it wasn't surprising to me and I had no problem with it. This person brought scratch cooking back to our kitchens. He brought food back the kids will actually eat, where the kids were getting everything wrapped in plastic that was heated in a proofer. That's worth a lot to me, as someone who, almost was driven to tears by cafeteria workers before, just because I didn't want to serve potato chips. So I think it's very interesting. I think there's been other raises that have come down the pike that I didn't really understand. And at that time, the opinion was, oh no, they deserve it. So I think there's a lot more personalities involved than we want to realize. But considering scratch cooking coming back, the only real certification in California, and taking on a whole new warehouse to be rebuilt for us where we didn't have it before, this one was a no-brainer for me. But if we want to look at them all together, I'm fine with that.
I didn't say look at them all together.
No, I said as far as if we
Every-
want to do a
Ms.
study
Mason,
session.
Ms.
Oh,
Mason has said that. Yeah, and it's late, so I'm not going to debate that point right now. But I will just say, you know, it's to me, it's really. I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. I've never said it shouldn't happen. I'm not saying. I just don't know what our process is. I've had lunch with employees that said, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. And, you know, it's like, I took this job and I really took it to a whole new level. I deserve a raise. And I had to say to them, it doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. You know, it just doesn't work that way. This is a little different. I'm not putting it in the same category, but we've got to be clear how we get to these, you know, decisions, and then the impacts, like I said, being consistent. Yeah, so anyway, I won't say anymore. So whatever. Dr. Clark, are you saying that on 1510 and 1511, you are hoping we can take action on those two tonight? So just because they are job descriptions and salary range. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. I just want to clarify.
And I'm not sure, Dr. Gonzalez, if I see Robert, you know, I see Robert on the call. I see Dr. Rubio here if we need anyone to shed any light on some of this.
Would you like me to speak on 1510 and 1511?
Please.
Specifically? The important piece that we've got with 1510 is that we have somebody who's retiring. This is one of the most critical positions in the district. It is the position that monitors all of the attendance and all of the funding. So the state funding system is tied to the work of the CalPADS individual. It was previously held by someone who was a database administrator. And when we posted the position and started looking at applicants, we realized that we were hiring for the wrong position, that we needed somebody that did CalPADS, but the CalPADS person did not need to be a database administrator. And if we were hiring a true database administrator, they really would have been miserable in this position because they're not really creating and monitoring a database. They're working with a system, and they're two entirely different job classifications and qualifications. So we took the database administrator, and that position became the CalPADS coordinator. And we really do need to get that hired as soon as possible. I have to say that over the last couple weeks, I've been pounding the pavement with all the local school districts, with the county office, with other county offices, to try to find somebody who can come in and sub in that position until we get it filled. And I am striking out across the board. That position is posted pending board approval on EdJoin right now. It is scheduled to close on November 5th. In an ideal world, we would be interviewing on the 6th, and we would be sending you resumes that weekend to have a board approval on the 9th, and then hopefully get someone in as soon as possible. 1510, I do see that Robert is here. Robert, if you want to jump in and explain a little bit about the Information Technology Operations Manager. I did explain when I was talking with board members about the idea that normally we want to break down silos, but in some situations we actually need to create some in the technology department. So if you could just explain what this role will be doing.
Absolutely. Thanks, Dr. Gonzalez. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about this today. An IT operations manager, basically the TIS department is very, very flat. We have basically everybody in TIS, with a couple of minor exceptions, answers directly to me, which is not necessarily a great way to do things organizationally when we have all the different services that we're trying to provide under distance learning, as well as just during normal operations. As you also know, and based on the information that we've provided to you about the situations within TIS at the moment, technology is incredibly complicated over the past 10 years or so, with the number of mobile devices going into kids' hands and those kinds of things. The addition of systems, technology systems that we use within TIS to provide those services, all the way from our student information system to our business system to all the other educational systems that we have. It's an incredibly complex operation. And so districts typically aren't flat like this in the same way that we are. And so having an individual in this role that would be able to be really focused on the data center, on the challenges that we have in making sure that it's secure, that we're providing the effective services that are needed, that we have somebody in there basically all the time, full time, focusing on the current situations in the data center, but also the future of what that looks like in terms of providing these services is really a critical need at the moment. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about that.
Any board questions?
So are we doing all three at the same time, 15.9, 10, and 11, or which one are we on at this point?
Individually, before we vote on 15.9, I would just take a step back and say, you know, I want to kind of touch on the things I heard a couple trustees say. I mean, I certainly agree with the idea that we need to be assessing our different departments and our structures. I understood that I know Ms. Cound and I had taken the opportunity to meet with Dr. Gonzalez as well as Mike Berg to go through these reorgs last week and to understand here's what the structures look like and here was the overall cost savings. Because Ms. Durkee, I agree with you, like that is what gives me you know, when we ask people to take on more responsibility, but when we have fewer people and there's an overall savings, that's something that I can support in those instances. And I do know, in particular with food services, I know this conversation's been going on for at least 2 years because I've had it with 3 different superintendents at this point. And I had understood that there had been a HR analysis, and this was prior to Dr. Clark, but for, you know, considering the scope of the warehouse and how that compared to surrounding districts. So I understood that analysis to have been done, but it seems clear that we're not on the same page. And so I think we need to make sure that happens. But I think, Ms. Durkee, with your kind of central thesis, which as Ms. Mason said, you know, I think maybe people have had questions, but I think that has been our general practice is in these times, especially to look at what is let's not look at this as one piece, but rather let's look at the picture and how does this overall, what does the picture look like and where are we seeing, instead of let's vote to increase this position, then later we're going to, you know, vote to eliminate this one. Let's have a clear understanding of what that looks like and what the fiscal impacts of that are. So I think that's a point well taken. So I just wanted to provide that context before we move forward with voting on these items.
So, Mr. Lawrence, I don't believe that the rest of us had that understanding that there had been a definite HR analysis of the positions that would be involved in food services. At least I don't recall that conversation, whether it was in a closed session or open session or with the superintendent independently. I do recall we discussed the work of the construction of the warehouse, and we were behind that 100%, behind the truck purchases, behind the scratch cooking. I've always been for scratch cooking, and the many of the other components, but we never really discussed what positions would be involved, what new positions necessarily would be added, though, you know, I certainly envisioned a warehouse manager type position, nor did I understand that we would need a 4th driver. You know, that's would probably be easy to prove to me, but that's not a discussion that, you know, I recall.
And I think your point is well taken. And my recollection is it was, you know, over a year ago that I had heard regarding, and I don't remember the exact context. And so regarding the HR analysis, and I don't know how thorough it was, and certainly it didn't get disseminated, it sounds like, to all board members. And so I think that just goes back to the point, and again, as I mentioned at the start of of the consent agenda, that Vice President Mason and I had not really had the opportunity to sync up with Dr. Clark on this, and so I apologize for that. That typically we would not have had this on consent. Instead, we would have had this packaged differently and made it clear. I did think that based on my conversation with Ms. Cound, with Dr. Gonzalez, and Mike Berg, that other board members were doing the same thing and might have a better understanding, but it seems like there's still some gaps. And so I never want us as a board to take a vote where we don't feel like we have the information that we need.
Well, just to clarify, Ms. Mayo and I we did that exact same thing with same kind of meeting, with Dr. Gonzalez and Mike Berg. And it was honestly, it was in that context where this came to me, the concerns.
Okay.
And I just have to add, Mr. Lawrence, that I don't believe all these positions were on the first agenda that we were given on Tuesday of last week.
So to go back to Trustee Mayo's idea of passing the job description without the salary, is that possible? Because it seems like the job description includes the salary schedule range.
They should do.
They have in the past.
Well, so my recommendation would be that we approve if you want me to make the motion, I will, and then we can see where it goes. I move that we approve the job description for the, have to get it correctly, Director of Food and Nutrition Services and Warehouse at range 18.
Second.
Ms. Alice, how would you like to vote?
This is just to confirm, this is just the job description, so
Just
not
the job description, the salary remains the same.
Okay, so yes.
Okay. Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Okay. I'll also vote no. Item passes 3-2. With that, we move to 15.
So let me make one other comment. I think it's certainly something that should be brought back to us.
Right.
January, maybe May or June, when we are looking at our budget for next year, and when we've had an opportunity to understand everything that's going on a little bit more.
Agreed.
I mean, I think if there's more information that we haven't seen or heard, like HR analysis, I mean, I'm okay with bringing it back even sooner to raise it, because that's why I was questioning whether the wording, we should have just said it, to be determined or something, as opposed to saying it's 18. Leave saying that part will be decided later or something. Because I'm not opposed. I just don't feel comfortable with the limited knowledge I have making that decision tonight. So
we have to leave a salary range in there, or Dominic won't get a paycheck.
Oh, okay.
And it sounds like there's the HR analysis versus other directors. There's also looking at our budget as a whole versus hiring freezes that we have currently in place. So it seems like between those two, there's a few things to be looking at.
Well, and then if I could just make.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just say, I was going to say, it's really, to me, I just want to make sure people understand my point. To me, it's an HR function, because you can't ask someone to do a job for, if we're establishing a set of responsibilities, it should have a certain salary attached. So that's where I'm coming from. And that includes what other support, what kind of supports that position has, what the whole structure of the department is, that gets factored in, how much money they're responsible for, all those kind of HR sort of questions. That's, and I just, in the absence of that, you know, one, is it right for this position? And then secondly, does that then say, oh my goodness, we should be doing this for these 5 other positions?
Well, we didn't have that structure when we made up a chief position and put a dollar amount to it.
We actually, if you recall, it was started at a much higher level as assistant.
Well, then we just
soup,
changed
because
the
the
name.
position, well, and the salary is much less than what the assistant soup was.
There was no study done. It was like throwing.
It was. I
spaghetti
did
at the
this. I
wall.
did some stuff myself, if you recall. It was an intense conversation that we had looking at salaries in other school districts, different positions. The position was lowered, the salary was lowered, and the title was changed.
Oh, I remember the whole conversation. Trust me.
All right, we move along to item 15.10. Do we have a motion on item 15.10?
I'll move to approve the job description for CalPAD's SIS coordinator.
Second.
Going.
Okay, and as presented, I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So thank you, Ms. Durkee, for the motion, Ms. Count for the second. Ms. Alice, how do you vote?
Just to confirm, this is the one that Dr. Gonzalez was saying was the retired individual and the need to replace that spot. Okay, cool. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Mayo?
The challenge was Miss Mason is the one that pulled this, so she wasn't able to present her argument as to why she wanted it pulled. So I don't know if she has information that would convince the rest of us otherwise. And
I thought I did state my reason is I didn't have enough information on any of these 4 to make a decision, and I requested we'd have a study session to get more information. I'm sorry that the date is so important, but don't bring me something at the last minute that you need approved.
I did feel I got my questions answered when I met with staff on Friday.
So I vote yes.
Okay. I will vote yes. Item passes 4-1. And so with that, we move to 15.11, which is the job description, information technology operations manager. Is there, and Ms. Mason, I apologize if for the last one I thought you had an opportunity. I thought you would read your views here, but is there anyone who wants to comment specifically on item 15.11 before?
I would just share the same thing I shared when I met with Dr. Gonzalez and Mr. Berg, that I'm concerned about us creating these new positions when we will more than likely have to make cuts in the future. So we're going to make all these new positions and fill them, and then possibly have to make cuts in them down the road. All right, that's why I wanted to look at these reorganizations, because I wanted to make sure that the departments agreed with this was the way to go, and that particularly on the M&O ones, but that's next. That's all I'll say about this one. Just we keep creating these positions and changing the names of them, and I'm not sure where we're going with it.
Okay, thank you. Any other board questions or comment?
Again, I'm just responding to the urgency that I heard. I don't disagree with Ms. Mason saying and the idea of doing it more comprehensively, but I think I understand the concern about the timing.
I just noticed one typo, I guess, not in the job description itself, but just on the agenda under recommendation, it says move to approve for Director of Technology and Innovation, and I think that's not the title. So
we'll get that changed.
Okay, thank you. But I do appreciate that in the job description itself, it is referring to specific skills that we definitely need rather immediately in our district to make sure that even distance learning is working, and that when people return to our sites, the networks will be sufficient for the number of people using them, which is which is rather immediate. So I would hope that that the creation of these job descriptions and work plans, have been done as a team with the whole TIS department, so that everyone understands where this is going and that this will not surprise them. So I guess that's one question I have is, if we pass this tonight because of the immediacy, will we then hear later from the TIS department that they had no idea this was coming and it's the opposite of what they think we need?
Hey, thank you for the question. Robert Sidford, Director of Technology and Information. Yes, the TIS department's been aware of this. This has been publicly posted, so as well. So, pending board approval, so that the TIS department's aware of this, the plans with this. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. Given that, I move to approve the job description and salary range for Information Technology Operations Manager.
Okay. A second.
Are you asking for a second? I'll second.
Okay.
I thought you were seconding.
I'm willing to.
I thought, well, yeah, you anyway, go ahead.
All right. Ms. Alice?
So on these three, I had a briefing with Dr. Clark earlier today, but I'm gonna, it doesn't affect the outcome anyway, but I'm gonna abstain on on the following three. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I abstain.
Okay, great. Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Nope.
Okay. I will vote yes. Item passes 4-1. We move along to 15.12. And this is the maintenance manager job description. Any new questions or information that we haven't previously covered?
Well, I will just say when I first got on the board, we combined these positions because we thought it was better than having them separate. Now it looks like we're going back to making them separate. And again, I would really like to hear from Measure C because they are the committee. They're very aware of how these things work. And I'd like to hear from the department heads as well to see if this is what they think is best moving forward.
I think you're referring to item 1513, and I think we're on 1512.
Well, I was putting them together because I feel the same about both of them. But thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion on 1512?
I would move that we approve item 1512, the job description for maintenance manager.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay.
Second.
Oh.
Just like
I had to go back and study. Okay.
Ms. Count, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Let's see. I'll say yes.
Okay, Ms. Mason?
No.
I will vote no. And mine was just simply regarding the others. I understood the time sensitivity to, and
Yeah.
so for me, I hear the board. I felt comfortable with the information based on what I had seen last week, but if people were not comfortable with that, and for us to also be fully transparent if the public and our employees have questions. So with that, I would move to 15.13, barring any new comments. I would, since I think we've covered them, but if there's anything in particular on this one, otherwise I would look for a motion.
So the other one I was comfortable with as a cost savings, and I was clear on the role, I think. This one I do believe could require some additional explanation and input.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So I'm willing to make the motion, but what information do you require? I understand Ms. Mason's overall review of the department and input from the Bond Oversight Committee. But what other information is necessary? And for the question for staff is, would it hurt to delay this until the next meeting?
Dr. Clark, I look to you or for you to point to someone to give us guidance on that.
I will turn this over to Dr. Gonzalez on this item. Can we delay this to the next meeting?
We can do that.
Yeah.
So for me, one of the most essential pieces of this particular job description is the last sentence in the, second paragraph, which says, with a clear focus on maximizing the Measure J funds through the state's remodernization building reimbursement program. So the focus of this will help to make sure that we have matching funds, and that process hasn't been happening for a while now. And I'm, disappointed, and I want this fixed as soon as possible, because we have projects that are intended to go out to DSA or whatever else that would be coming up pretty soon that need to be followed up on to make sure that they're submitted for matching funds.
Well, I believe when Rose was here, she did that, not the facilities and maintenance people.
Well, I wouldn't know that because I don't recall that being shared with me. I do recall Pete Peterson and Dick Nickel doing it.
I recall that there are some that were not applied for, and we need to focus on this.
We can pull the documentation so that we can communicate clearly to all the trustees exactly how this process has taken place in the past.
I'll just say, from my perspective, based on the information I had, I am comfortable with it, but I am trying to honor trustees who, what I heard earlier was people did not feel like they had enough information, and so I did not want this to be rushed. From my own perspective, based on the considerable benefit that I see from this position and from what Ms. Mayo articulated, and based on my research and conversations, I am very comfortable with it. But if other board members feel like we need more information, if they wanted to speak up, I would be amenable to waiting, since it does not appear time sensitive. So I put myself at the convenience of the rest of the board on this one.
I like the idea of waiting, pulling it, and doing it the next meeting.
So I'll ask for a motion, and if there is not one, then we'll go ahead and wait for the next meeting. So is there a motion on this? Okay, we move along. We are done with the consent agenda and the items that were pulled from the consent
Can I ask
agenda.
one question? Can I ask one, just so we're clear? So information that we can provide to the trustees, or at least provide a place for further discussion, is you would like to see us do an internal review on the salaries related to 15.9, and then we're gonna pull information about who applied for matching funds over the last few years, and then we're going to further study all the details associated with 15.13.
That matches my understanding. Is there anything that is missing from that?
I heard Trustee Mason ask for input from the Measure C, Measure J committees.
They don't have a meeting.
Maybe from a member or two.
Cesar, were you going to? Oh, I thought Cesar was going to chime in.
Is that enough information? Is there anything that people are asking from the superintendent and staff? Okay. And then my hope would be that if possible, that we could bring those back for the next meeting. So we'll go from there.
And just lastly, I mean, I wanted to, you know, I know Trustee Mason had spoke that it would have been helpful to have a study session around these, and so I know some of them have already been approved. But in lieu of a study session, I just want everyone to know that any questions that you have or any further information or suggestions, if you can get that to us as quick as possible, then we'll provide whatever information the trustees need, or whoever the trustees would like us to get input from. You know, we'll work on that so that we can get that information to you before our next meeting.
And unless I hear differently from trustees, I don't think that it would necessitate a study session. And instead, it seems like we should be able to accomplish this at the next meeting. So with that, we move along to item 18.2, review and potential approval of the Williams Quarterly Report for October 31st, 2020. Dr. Clark?
I believe that we had a 0 on our Williams report, and so there were no Williams complaints. And unless Ms. Sachs tells me different.
No, it would be 0.
Very good.
So I will move to approve the ratification of the Williams Quarterly Summary Report, October 31st, 2020.
And we have a second.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Alice?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Pound?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And with that, we move along to our longtime favorite, 18.3, review of the revision of AB 5116.1, the intra-district open enrollment. Dr. Clark?
Yes, I promised her that I would never do this again, but I'm going to send this over to, I'm going to send this item over to Dr. Aguirre.
I'm happy to be back for this informational item
At this hour of the night.
Informational item, right? So last time you had asked us to make some changes to the language, which we had done. And then I sent it to you as drafted as we had talked about. So the attachment does have a copy that's called the redlined copy. However, it also contains green lines and blue lines. And the information that you had requested be changed is listed in blue for this particular reading. And we had added in the language for interdistrict transfer requests from, and those were in priorities 3, 4, 5, and 6. We took back the third priority so that only involved intradistrict transfer requests from residents at the school of their request. And then we added the 7th that also talked about schools within their feeder patterns and did not apply to the Monty Garden Sequoias because they obviously have their own process for applying. We added intradistrict requests from the 8th one. And then there was also additional language added to the end, and that is regarding transportation, and that's due to a change in the law that basically states that if we accept a student on an intra-district transfer, and as they were determined to have been a victim of bullying after an investigation in accordance with the Safe Place to Learn Act, or the bullying was committed by the student in the district of residence in the actual school, and there's a written complaint filed with the school or district personnel or the law enforcement agency, and also for active children of active military duty parents, provided that the students are eligible for free or reduced price meals, we are then obliged to provide transportation to them under the new code. So we added that to the AR to make sure that was in place. So essentially they have to be a victim of bullying that's substantiated by another student at the school where the bullying took place and was confirmed. And then they also have to be eligible for free lunch in order to qualify for transportation. As of now, we have had no students who fall into this category that we are aware of. Sometimes they do request transfers for other reasons, but typically the bullying transfers are requested mid-year, so it's quite possible that somebody could apply for a transfer and list another reason at the start of the year where this would not be disclosed to us. But as of now, we have no one under that circumstance.
Thank you, Dr. Do we have questions?
I'm sorry, can you just clarify where that
I was just
additional transportation piece is? Because all I'm seeing is the very end, transportation just says the district shall not be obligated to provide transportation.
Yeah, I was having the same problem.
Should it be in green?
It should be in blue, light blue.
Or blue. Did you mean literally at the end, the very last page?
I'm not seeing any blue
No,
in
not
the
either.
document attached to the agenda.
About if you go to the other document, that is the document that is as presented.
Well, we're looking at.
I'm in the wrong place. Hold on.
Well, and so while others are looking at that, I had a couple of questions, which is this says approved October, the same document, it says approved October 10th. Was it approved October 12th at the meeting, or I just wanted to clarify that?
It was the one that was approved on October. It was the way it is written right now. The one that is uploaded does not have the blue. My copy does have the blue. The one that is approved was the October one that was already approved. That is how, should be already approved and should contain that language. The one that is showing as already approved, though, the last sentence appears to be missing off of that document. But it does go ahead and read that. I can read it to you if you want, or share the screen and show it to you.
So Dr. Aguili, I think my question is just even simpler. I'm looking at it says approved October 10th. Oh, I'm sorry. October
2006?
10th. Yeah, it's okay.
But it just says October 2020, whereas, and it's saved as a file that's saved as October 12th
Right.
As the attachment, which is a little confusing.
We're making multiple revisions in October. It might be useful to clarify that there were multiple revisions in October 12th, October 26th.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay.
But we did add that language to the AR that specifies that transportation will be provided in the cases of bullying. I don't seem
This
to
was just information anyway, right?
Yes, it's only information.
Yeah, okay.
Do we have a motion?
That's just information, right?
Only information.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So then it should say that it was approved October 12th. When was it approved by our board?
It was approved October 12th.
Pending these changes. So now she's just going back to show us the changes. Okay. Do we need to approve it though because the transportation piece was added since then?
It's an AR.
It's an AR. Okay. And it's information. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And thank you for providing that piece of transportation. That's an important line.
Okay. Bringing it home, 18.4. The review and potential approval of resolution 2021-30, reducing and discontinuing the number of classified employees based on a reduction or discontinuance of a particular kind of service, PKS, for the 2020-21 school year. Dr. Clark, to you, and to whom you delegate.
Gonna go to Dr. Rubio.
All
Good
right.
evening, everyone.
That's all on my bingo card, so all right.
So just one amendment, if we could make, with your permission, as you're reviewing this for approval. Staff alerted me today that there was one slight mathematical error. This should read Site Support Tech 2 for a 0.85 FTE and 0.05 FTE for Site Support Tech 1. So my apologies that we didn't catch that. But I did want to bring that to your attention before you consider this for approval.
So there's two positions.
Well, there's a combination of funding sources coming from different places. So it is part of another position where the math error was. So yes, there was an additional position where money was pulled back slightly from a position. There are two positions involved, yes.
So this is requested by sites then?
It is requested by sites and or departments, yes.
Okay. Other questions regarding this? All right.
Wait, sorry. I remember talking to Dr. Clark about this today. This is a reduction of hours, right? Not cutting of an entire position.
Well, it is a reduction, but it does result in a layoff of a position. So it results in at least one layoff, and potentially, you know, when we have someone who may lose their position, if they have seniority, that may cause a transfer into another position, right? Which could result in somebody else, and not that same person, losing their position. So usually, but there is a layoff involved, which is why it's a separate resolution.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
So this is, I think in previous years, we only dealt with a PKS like once a year. We didn't have continual smaller ones, pieces like this ongoing. My understanding was it was just sort of cleaning up from some items that had been agreed upon in the spring that just were not handled correctly, or that sort of thing. Is that still what's going on here, or?
I'm afraid to say yes. So there was another item. This is actually related directly to a layoff resolution you did in April.
Okay. Do we think that after this we might be finished?
I hope so. But just for the board's information, you know, because of the way you were doing it before involved plus minus list, there may have been positions reduced or eliminated as part of that process instead of you seeing them as a resolution. So it may have been happening in that manner. So I don't know if it would have been always as clear or not. I'm not sure. But as sites examine, re-examine their budgets, or as parent groups pull back funding or say, you know what, we thought we can afford it. So I you know, it has almost dissipated, but it doesn't mean that a school site or school site council might say, you know what, we need to change gears. So I hope so.
It is kind of troubling, though, to me, that we keep seeing these little layoff here, little layoff there, and then just bothersome.
All right. Any further questions or comments? Otherwise, I would look for a motion. Anybody want to make a motion?
Just a second.
Well, I guess most of us are home already.
Mr. President, whoops. Mr. President, I move we approve the resolution 20/21-30 to reduce the number of classified employees as presented.
I'll second.
Motion, Ms. Mayo, second, Ms. Durkee. Ms. Alice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
I guess I'll vote yes, but I'm troubled. I don't know. I'm just leave it at that. I'll talk to Dr. Clark later.
Okay, Ms. Count?
Similar, yes.
Okay. And I will vote yes. We'll note it as troubled yeses, but motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone, for your efforts and your work. And with that, we will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. So thank you.
I think there's a we want to adjourn in honor, and I believe it's in the chat. I had
Oh, okay. My apologies. I just see it now. So we would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Raphael Bellumini, district employee and administrator from 1956 to 1994. So we will adjourn the meeting in his honor. Ms. Mayo, anything to add to that?
Well, he was 90 years old. About 2 months ago, he and his wife celebrated their 70th wedding anniversary, and they passed away within, what is it?
Like a week apart.
Like a week apart. And he was the go-to substitute principal throughout Mount Diablo School District, and I think from the way Dr. Clark is shaking his head, possibly in many other school districts. He was a gentleman beyond compare. He always had a smile on his face.
Yeah, he was a great guy.
Amazing man, and he mentored many administrators in the Mount Diablo School District. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you for adding that. And with that, we will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.